फोकस मैग्नीफायर है चालू कीजिए बंद कर ये बटन था अजय भाई अरे बटन तो ये मैं 5 दबा चार्जिंग में
Let's welcome with a huge round of applause all the dignitaries and Mayor of Ahmedabad, Ms. Pratibha Jain.
फोकस मैग्नीफायर चालू कीजिए
I will request the Mayor of Ahmedabad, Ms. Pratibha Jain, Mr. Sanjay Grover, Director All India Management Association, Dr. Savin Godiawala, President AMA and Visiting Professor at AIMA Ahmedabad, and Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, the Vice President of AMA and CEO and MD of Hester Biosciences Limited, to please take the seat. Steve Jobs once said, "Management is about persuading people to do something that they hardly want to, while leadership is about inspiring people to do things they never thought that they would." Hence, strong leadership and management practices are key to achieving long-term sustainability and scalability. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Alini Sheth, on behalf of All India Management Association and AMA, welcome you all for the Regional Management Conclave 2025. As part of AIMA's Diamond Jubilee celebration in 2017, AIMA took up a key initiative to organize the Regional Management Conclaves jointly with its local management association across the country. We welcome you to this edition of Regional Management Conclave, which AIMA is organizing jointly with AMA. We are pleased to share that today we also have participation from our local management associations, to name a few, from Baroda, Bharuch, Navsari, and Rajkot, and Indore. The theme of today's conclave is Leadership and Management, Strategies to Sustain, Scale, and Succeed. The conclave today shall bring together leaders from the industry and academia and young management students. We are privileged to have a most distinguished lineup of speakers, dignitaries, and of course, an eminent audience. Now, I would request Ms. Pratibha Jain, Mr. Richard Reiki, Vice Chair, Grant Thornton, India, Mr. Sanjay Grover, Director, All India Management Association, Dr. Savan Godiawala, President, AMA, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, and Executive Director of AMA, Mr. Unmesh Dixit, to please come up on stage for the lighting of lamp. As per our Indian tradition, we light the lamp to begin any ceremony. So let's have the inaugural ceremony going and mark the inauguration of Regional Management Conclave. Thank you very much. Let's have a huge round of applause for all the dignitaries, which we are ready to embark on the journey of constant learning and inspiring people. Thank you very much. I would request Ms. Pratibha Jain, Dr. Savan Godiawala, and Mr. Rajiv Gandhi to please take their seats. Dr. Savan Godiawala. He is an accomplished finance professional with over 32 years of experience in investment banking and financial advisory services. He spent nearly 19 years with Deloitte India and retired as a partner in March 2024. A chartered accountant with a PhD in management, he also holds degrees in law and commerce and is a certified insolvency professional. He has been a visiting professor at IIM Ahmedabad and IIT Gandhinagar. Dr. Godiawala serves as an independent director on the boards of Glenmark Life Sciences Limited and Kerstil Limited and is the president of Ahmedabad Management Association. I would now request Dr. Savan Godiawala to please come and welcome the audience and also introduce the chief guest of the conclave.
Thank you, Aneri. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Madam Pratibha Madam, Rajiv Bhai, past presidents, Sreki Sir, Indira Ben, my other executive council members, uh, members from other associations, Indore, Navsari, Baroda, Bharuch, I'm missing one more, Rajkot. Thanks for coming with the delegation. I'm very happy to meet you all this morning. And certainly, ladies and gentlemen, such a happy morning because this is one of the important programs that we do at AMA for many years, and then having it as an under the AIMA banner, the All India Management Association, is always even more pleasure where we have a lot of conferences, but the national AIMA is also involved. AMA, as many of you and most of you would know, has always been part of the as much skilling, reskilling, now we call it unskilling and then reskilling also, that in the new world that it is, that we keep doing as AMA, and we do more than 700 programs every year. So 365 days, 700 programs, some of them running into many days, many months also, because there are diploma programs. We have programs which are in association with California University also, and that's what that has been an endeavor. AMA, of course, is about a legacy that we have ensured that we continue to make sure that we add value to the industry, to the management, to skilling, and to add value in terms of our citizens and their role in playing at growth of the country, growth of the city, growth of the state, and growth of the industries that happen. So I'm very happy that I'm here today in front of you at this conference, and the conference is well themed. The theme of the conference today is leadership and management strategies to sustain, succeed, and thrive. So thrive is added by me, succeed and thrive, because then ultimately the purpose is to thrive. If just succeed is not going to happen, that's what the new word is. I've always been telling a lot of my students that we all, and Reki said that as I retired a little early, but I tell my students that I am in Ahmedabad and many other places that I go speak, that the new world is about speed. And speed based on the knowledge. It is not just the capital which is making the new world. So it is the leadership and management which plays the bigger and the biggest role now. And the new guys, that I tell them that you should ideally be planning to retire in 10 to 15 years of your career that you get into. Because that's what now the new scope is, the new world is, where you can really, you are in a kind of a turbo engine car that you are driving in the career also, which is possible if you do the relevant things, and right leadership and right management in the business and in the profession that you are. So very happy once again that AMA is hosting this event. I must thank Sanjay over here. Unfortunately, he could not have Rekha City, But I don't think Sanjay is over here. That I must thank AIMA that we could host this conference, and I'm very happy to have the right kind. I got some analytics that we have the right combination of people, the participants also today in this program that we have. So leadership, of course, has been one of the important areas. But more than leadership, what I would like to say before I introduce, of course, our chief guest for the morning inaugural session, I'll give some aspects of the thoughts that I have on the leadership and management and the conclave that we are going to have, the conference that we are going to have today. That the new world is different. A geopolitical uncertainty, now I would call it a certainty. That uncertainty is going to be a certainty. So nobody can say what will happen in next 1 year, 2 year, 3 years because of the uncertainties. We have to live with these uncertainties now forever, and the business will have to scale, succeed, and thrive also in that uncertainty. So this has to be a design of management and leadership that we will have to understand now. The other angle coming into the story is artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence is going to make a lot of changes. It cannot take away the jobs. One industrial revolution happened, and then the computers came in, and so many things happened. It has never reduced the employment or the human values. But the humans naturally will have to skill, rather unskilled. In some cases, very skilled in many cases. So many professions, so many businesses, so many shop floor activities are going to change also. The shop floors will need more AI knowledge probably in the smart factories that we are going to see in the future than knowing about exactly how the technologies work. Most of the companies which would be formulations, which would be high tech in terms of their what they have developed as IPs, would more become a mechanical and machine part of it, because it will to understand what you ultimately want. And that is where the new world is, and what at AIMA we are trying to do is bring in that experts who can say that what is happening in the advanced economies, what is happening with the disruption that is artificial intelligence is going to do, and lot of programs that we do. I was asking our mayor just before a while that whether she has been here before, but I'm happy that she has been here for some events in and out. But we would also like to have the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation involvement as much for adding value to how do we do the management, how do we ensure that the citizens have that what we call it ease of living through the management and leadership skilling that we can do at Ahmedabad Management Association. Certainly, when we are talking about sustainability, so this is not just a buzzword. Now we know that this is a no choice word. The sustainability means many more things. It is not just about environment. Sustainability is like why it is enforced that as a reporting mechanism. The SEBI regulator may say that top 1,000 companies will have to give a BRSR, that's a business responsibility and sustainability reporting. Right? But it is going to percolate down, or rather, I would rather say that it is percolated down to so many of the small scale industries also, where their customers, their vendors are going to be talking about what is their sustainable part of the story. So again, I'm in context to AIMA, we are very conscious, we are trying to do as much over here. It is not just about preaching that because with the so many programs that we do, but we also want to practice sustainability at AIMA. And that sustainability certainly, like as I was saying, that BRSR reporting was a kind of a compliance thing. I go to so many companies, when I meet the management, they would have said that while I am an unlisted company, I have asked my team to compile a BRSR report. This is something which is not even recommended from any regulator, but then it is a self-driven recommendation that in the management and the boards that is coming up. And this is what we need to do as a culture. The smallest of the person, when he starts saying that whether he is living something in a way where he is trying to contribute, or if not contribute, at least not damage the environment, is the culture and the habits that we have to create, whether it is industries, whether it is the individuals, or whether it is the normal societal aspects. And what this sustainability that people are now looking at is not just the carbon neutrality, not just the net zero that we are talking about, which of course there is a now no choice situation for so many regulators that by 2035 you achieve a neutrality, 2050 you achieve a net zero. But then it is also about my positioning in the business, my reputation in the business, my customer finding me the relevant person to be doing that sustainability and adding value to the world, wherein I would also be a preferred vendor, maybe because even though I may be expensive, I'm doing the right things to do. This is the new world which we will see sooner, and I am seeing it in so many cases where more than sustainability also is technology now. Because sustainability will happen as a habit, will happen as a culture, or if not, it will be enforced as a discipline, it will be enforced as a regulation. But the technology is something which is going to be very important. So every board now today starts talking about what is the innovation that we have done, what is the new development we have done, what are the IPs we have filed. We have IP lawyer over here in our executive also, and he must be, I am sure that 100,000 patents were approved last year. Never happened in the history of India, according to me, even 25,000 patents were approved in 1 year. 90 plus thousand patents were filed. So when 100,000 patents are getting approved, we know that we are also in that mindset that yes, there has to be technology in terms of innovation, and that is what is going to drive the world. No, we are in AIMA, we are planning to put up an experience center, which would be kind of a future of technology experience center. And that is also more to give back to the society, to the industries, that they can come and do some innovation, some experiments over here using that technology, that future of technology, and implement in their factories, and then take that. So that is also one initiative that our board has taken. That's what we are doing. Very important part of sustainability is also giving back to the society. Sometimes it is giving back to the society, and as it is branded, as it is not only branded but provision of the Companies Act 2013, it is some corporate social responsibility. But we feel that's an expense. That is something which is down the drain. But that is actually now seen as creating an ecosystem. When you go and save that trees by contributing to that NGO which is helping environment sustain reforestation. I was on an NGO at CEE last month where I was thinking on what is the initiative taken by corporate. And I heard from a very senior forest person coming from the ministry, he said that we have added forests in this country, though we are minus by some huge percentage, but we have not gone down. Now, these are indirect benefits which are certainly going to come to a lot of companies, industries, and the way the behavior happens and the way the business happens. This creates ecological balance, which will also create in future demand. So, a long-term perspective, but the CSR, whether it is the one person was saying that we are going to contribute to sports, and sports that we as normally the layman here we feel in this country that it is a neglected area. But sports needs a lot of investment, and when the CSR goes into sports, apart from of course women upliftment, apart from the environmental direct initiatives, etc. is going to be helping the businesses also succeed because it is creating a holistic environment. That's what I see as sustainability. And today's session, I am sure there will be other speakers who will be talking about sustainability and the different facets of sustainability. Diversity, one of the very important initiatives, right? And we have, fortunately at AIMA, at least our all committees are 25% or plus of the women in the committees. So we have ensured, but we are also seeing that a lot of companies which are advanced companies which have outlook of international outlook, they have a very serious initiative where diversity becomes an important role, and diversity is very important. There is no choice that or no reason that why should not there be diversity, and going beyond diversity, even inclusion. There was a specific agenda in our company also that how many of the physically disabled people who are otherwise eligible for the role are also included in the business. So that the inclusion, this is all what we have to create as a mindset for all of us. And that mindset has to percolate not only percolate from the multinational corporation to the family business. Family businesses run this world, this country more than the multinationals and professionally managed corporates. So family businesses are conscious sustainability and to succeed and to thrive. While earlier in the times there were many families which have gone into difficulties because of undefined roles and responsibilities. Today, we are seeing that the families are also ensuring that the roles, responsibilities of even the family members are very clearly well defined. And that family businesses are driving much better, much smoother, and progressing faster than most of the companies, and they are, I will not use the word, but maybe for want of any other word, threat to even the multinationals, that these family businesses, and we have so many examples in this country who are doing so well in their progress, growth, and that they can really succeed if just by adopting certain practices. And that practice is the best of the both the world that they have. One system-driven, professional-driven, role and responsibility-driven practices along with a good family culture. They still have the emotional part of it which otherwise would lack in a pure professional multinational corporation. And of course, for to succeed, as I said, the speed is the new word. 10 minutes you order some bread and it comes to your house. How in the world was that even in a dream? You go and buy the bread, come back will be 30 minutes, maybe 25 minutes. And today in the new world that quick commerce is a reality. Every part of every metro, every cities that we are seeing. That should have to be there in the businesses also. Now it is not, as I always tell the businesses, that planning is very important, but it is the action which is more important. You get into the action, you will have to plan for bit, but action more. Learn from your mistakes from the action, but speed is no, because there is certainly somebody, some business which is overtaking you sooner than later if you are not at the speed that you are. A lot of companies are quite positive in terms of now how do we grow. Not especially when I'm talking about the homegrown countries, companies. Most of the businesses in India were bootstrapped all life. They have grown out of their own capital, out of their own perseverance, out of their own risks that they have taken. They have made money. They have kept on putting money in the business. But now in the world, new world, we are seeing so many lined up investors also. And that lined up investors also add lot of value. And that is all about the growth. If I'm reaching, say, X percentage of my growth within next 5 years, but if that investor coming in helping me to scale up, when I reach there at 3 years, then it makes sense now, which is what now the new management, new leadership also understands, that it is not about control, it is about how the growth. If you do not grow, certainly there is going to be an issue that you will believe that, like of course, Dhirubhai Ambani used to write, growth is life, and that certainly growth is life. Without growth, the businesses would have certainly a stagnancy is there that we have been always growing and talking about in the world. The last couple of points before I end this, everything is about branding. And I take it even, Mr. Rekhi, in my team, I used to tell my team guys that I don't want you to use just the company brand. I want you guys to become the brand. And you will become the brand. Both of you guys will benefit. The company also and you also. You will become the brand. Now it is not about blowing trumpets and writing some hoardings. You will become the brand when you do something worthwhile in terms of knowledge. So knowledge has become a bigger power in the new world than any capital or any positioning, any reputation, any 4 generations doing the business and have thinking that we have arrived in the business because we have this background. So if that knowledge is rightly used, then you can have brand as your people, you can have brand as your reputation, and then naturally if you have a brand, if you are in a branded business, so brand is a much larger connotation, much wider import in terms of a concept that I see now in the leadership or management space, that we have to create branded people in our organization also. We have to give them that luxury or that leeway or that flexibility of how they can create eminence, how they can go and learn, how can they go and teach, how can they write papers in the journals of the right in the industry, etc. And of course, to end, I would certainly say that very important is transparency. The new world is not going to take you, because somewhere some diligence fellow is going to find out if you have disclosed, undisclosed any information that you would have in the scope of transparency. Disclosure is the new reality for you to ensure that your reputation and your growth is intact. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me for my inaugural, and once again I welcome you to this conference at AIMA. We are very excited to have you. We would have a lot of knowledge sessions during the day, too many plenaries happening during the day. Best of the speakers who are going to give us insights. And now I will request Madam, but before I request Madam, I would introduce Madam. Pratibha Madam. Firstly, Pratibha Madam, thank you so much for coming to Ahmedabad Management Association for inaugurating this conference. Pratibha Yogesh Kumar Jain is the Mayor of Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation and represents Ward 16 Shahibag. She has a degree in political science and committed to public service since her college years, actively participating in initiatives of Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad. 2010 to 2016, she had a key role in Bharatiya Janata Party. Her journey in civic administration began way back in 2010 as a councillor, and then she has held many key positions. She was re-elected in 2015 from the constituency Shahibag, and she was elected again and led the Slum and Road Development Committee before assuming the office as mayor in 2023 on September 11, 9/11. And then beyond politics, and she has done something worthwhile, disrupting the 9/11, taking the 9/11/23. Beyond politics, she is involved in many social and religious programs, including GITO and GIO, where with her dedication and leadership, she has earned the trust of people. And certainly, we all are very happy with the activities that she is doing, and the Ahmedabad city growing in her being the helm of affairs. Madam, may I request you to please give us some insight. Thank you.
मंच पर उपस्थित अहमदाबाद मैनेजमेंट एसोसिएशन के प्रेसिडेंट सावन जी गोड़ियावाला, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट राजीव जी गांधी और उपस्थित समस्त सम्मान्य अतिथिगण, उद्योग जगत के प्रतिष्ठित महानुभाव, युवा और इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सभी सम्मानित अतिथिगण को मेरा सादर प्रणाम, साथ में नमस्कार। मुझे आज यहाँ पर AIMA के रीजनल मैनेजमेंट कॉन्क्लेव में उपस्थित होकर मुझे बहुत ही गर्व महसूस हो रहा है। और यह जो मैनेजमेंट है, ये केवल अहमदाबाद में ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे गुजरात के व्यापार और उद्योग की साहसिकता में एक प्रमुख स्थान रखता है। और यह संस्थान वर्षों से नेतृत्व और प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में उत्कृष्टता को बढ़ावा देता आ रहा है। इसके लिए मैं अहमदाबाद मैनेजमेंट एसोसिएशन के समस्त पदाधिकारीगण और समस्त टीम को बहुत बहुत अभिवादन करती हूँ, धन्यवाद देती हूँ, अभिनंदन देती हूँ। साथ ही साथ में सबसे पहले मैं यहाँ पर युवान भी उपस्थित है और महिलाएं भी उपस्थित है, और हमारे सभी सम्मानित महानुभाव तो उपस्थित है ही है। तो 8 मार्च कल अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिन है, उसके लिए मैं समस्त नगरजनों को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिन की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देती हूं और उपस्थित समस्त नारी शक्ति को वंदन करती हूं, अभिनंदन करती हूं। वैसे तो अपन सभी जानते ही है, अहमदाबाद हर हमेशा एक सभी लोगों के लिए अवसरों का केंद्र रहता है और जहां अपने सपनों को साकार करने की आकांक्षा रखते हैं, भारत के कोने कोने से लोग यहाँ आते हैं और गुजरात से भारत तथा भारत से विश्व तक अपनी पहचान बनाते हैं। यह प्रवाह निरंतर जारी रहता है, जिससे ज्ञान, उद्यमशीलता का आपस में आदान प्रदान होता है। ऐसे में प्रभावी नेतृत्व और कुशल प्रबंधन रणनीतियों और हमारे आर्थिक और सामाजिक विकास की आधारशिला बन जाती है। विशेष रूप से महिलाओं और युवाओं की भागीदारी इस परिवर्तन को और अधिक सार्थक बनाती है, क्योंकि वे नए नए दृष्टिकोण, ऊर्जा के साथ समाज और उद्योग दोनों में सकारात्मक बदलाव लाने की क्षमता रखते हैं। हमें ये सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि महिलाओं को नेतृत्व के अधिक अवसर मिले और युवा पीढ़ी को उद्यमिता की ओर प्रेरित किया जाए। और यह आयोजन न केवल नेतृत्व और प्रबंधन की आधुनिकीकरण नीतियों पर विचार विमर्श का अवसर प्रदान करता है, बल्कि यह हमें इस बात पर भी चिंतन करने के लिए प्रेरित करता है कि जैसे अभी सर ने भी कहा कि कैसे सस्टेनेबिलिटी, स्केल और सक्सेस के माध्यम से संगठनों और समाज को आगे ले जा सकते हैं। और यही हमारा इसका जो परिणाम होता है, उससे हम समाज, घर, परिवार और उससे आगे राष्ट्र के निर्माण में भी अपना सहयोग देते हैं। आज इस मंच पर हमारे साथ कई प्रतिष्ठित व्यक्तित्व उपस्थित हैं, जिनका अनुभव और दृष्टिकोण हम सभी को प्रेरणा देता रहता है और अग्रणी विशेषज्ञों से सीखने का अवसर भी मिलेगा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत वैश्विक मंचों पर अपनी मजबूत उपस्थिति दर्ज करा रहा है। उनकी दूरदृष्टि और सशक्त नेतृत्व ने भारत को एक उद्यमशीलता केंद्र में परिवर्तित कर दिया है। मेक इन इंडिया हो, स्टार्टअप इंडिया हो या आत्मनिर्भर भारत जैसे पहल भारत की नेतृत्व क्षमता को उजागर करता है। वह भी हमारे सबके लिए बहुत ही गौरव की बात है कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री हमारी गुजरात की धरती से है और हम सभी को इसके लिए बहुत ही गौरवान्वित होना चाहिए कि आज देश जिस गति से प्रगतिशील बन रहा है, विकास हो रहा है चारों तरफ, और उसमें हम प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में और हम सबका भी उसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान और सहयोग है। उसके लिए हमें बहुत ही गौरवान्वित होना चाहिए। हमारे शहर और संस्थान के लिए एक और गौरव की बात यह है कि अहमदाबाद मैनेजमेंट एसोसिएशन की स्थापना डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई ने की थी, जो भारत के अंतरिक्ष कार्यक्रम के भी जनक थे। उनकी सोच, वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि और उनके नेतृत्व ने न केवल भारत को स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी में नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाया है, बल्कि उन्होंने यह भी सिद्ध किया कि एक प्रभावशाली नेतृत्व कैसे संस्थानों और समाज की दिशा बदल सकता है। उन्हीं की प्रेरणा से यह संस्थान वर्षों से नेतृत्व और प्रबंधन की नई ऊंचाइयों को छूता आ रहा है। तो आज के दिन हम उनको भी याद करते हैं और वह ऐसा कहा जाए कि जिनके द्वारा स्थापना हुई हो, वो हमारे लिए हर हमेशा प्रेरणा का स्रोत रहते हैं। यह सम्मेलन न केवल नेतृत्व और प्रबंधन को समझने का मंच है, बल्कि एक ऐसा स्थान है जहां विचारों का आदान प्रदान होता है, नए दृष्टिकोण विकसित होते हैं और हम सब मिलकर एक बेहतर भविष्य की रूपरेखा तैयार करते हैं। मैं ऑल इंडिया मैनेजमेंट एसोसिएशन और अहमदाबाद मैनेजमेंट एसोसिएशन के इस महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन के लिए बधाई देती हूँ और आशा करती हूँ कि यह सम्मेलन सभी प्रतिभागियों के लिए ज्ञानवर्धक और प्रेरणादायक साबित होगा। मैं एक बात अभी मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि આપણે ગુજરાતીમાં બોલીશ કે આપણે અહીંયા અમદાવાદમાં જે વરસાદમાં પાણી ભરાવાની સમસ્યા થાય છે અને આ સમસ્યાના નિવારણ માટે અમદાવાદ મ્યુનિસિપલ કોર્પોરેશન દ્વારા એક નઈ પહેલ કરવામાં આવી રહી છે। એમાંથી દરેકે દરેક સોસાયટીમાં કે ભવન હોય કે ઓફિસ હોય, જે હોય એમાં એક ખંભાતી કૂવો બનાવી શકાય. તો એ અમે પ્રયાસ કરી રહ્યા છીએ કે એના લીધે એક પર્કોલેટિંગ વેલ નાખી અને જ્યારે વરસાદ આવે ત્યારે પાણીનું સંગ્રહ એમાં આ ખંભાતી કૂવામાં ત્યાં થઈ જાય. એનાથી જળ સંગ્રહ પણ થાય અને સાથે સાથે જે પાણી ભરાવાની સમસ્યા હોય, જે વોટર લોગિંગ સ્પોટ છે, એ ઓછા થાય. તો તમે અને આપણે સૌએ સાથે મળીને એમાં કંઈક વિચાર કરીને એમાં સફળ થઈએ એ હું આશા રાખું છું. અને બીજી એક સમસ્યા આપણા આ શહેરની સૌથી મોટી સમસ્યા ટ્રાફિકની છે. દબાણના લીધે ટ્રાફિક બહુ થાય છે. એના માટે અમે વેન્ડિંગ પોલિસીની પણ કરી રહ્યા છે કે એનાથી જે નાના જે લારી ગલ્લાવાળા જે રોડ પર ઊભા રહે છે એમને 100-200 મીટરની જ્યાં પણ અમને જે કંઈક પ્લોટ મળે કે જે કોઈક નાની જગ્યાઓ મળે તો એ જગ્યા લઈ અને એમને વૈકલ્પિક વ્યવસ્થા આપી અને એ પણ સમસ્યાનું નિરાકરણ માટે અમે પ્રયાસ કરી રહ્યા છીએ. તો આપ સૌનો પણ એમાં સાથ અને સહકાર મળે એ હું તેવી આશા રાખું છું. અને આજના આ અમદાવાદ એસોસિએશનને ખૂબ અભિનંદન પાઠવું છું. સૌનો ખૂબ આભાર. વંદે માતરમ. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત. ભારત માતા કી જય. ધન્યવાદ.
Thank you very much, Mia ma'am, for your insightful words and showing the solutions for the problems that this city is facing. Thank you for your precious time. I would request Dr. Savan Godiawala and Mr. Rajiv Gandhi to please felicitate our chief guest and present a memento. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, sure. Thank you for your time. Let's applaud once again Mayor of Ahmedabad. Now I will invite Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, Vice President of AIMA and CEO and MD of Hester Biosciences Limited, to deliver the concluding remarks. But before that, let me introduce you, sir. Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, a first-generation entrepreneur, is the driving force behind Hester Biosciences Limited, Asia's largest single-location animal vaccine and health products manufacturing company. A commerce graduate from Bombay University, he began his career in 1985 with a proprietary firm in Mumbai before establishing Hester Biosciences in Ahmedabad. Under his leadership, the company expanded its operation to Nepal and Tanzania. Under his leadership, the company expanded not only just in Nepal and Tanzania, but many other countries, and Mr. Gandhi holds key positions in industry bodies, including chairman of FICCI, Gujarat State Chapter, vice president of AIMA, and member of the National Advisory Committee for Animal Husbandry and Dairy, Government of India. So with these words, let me invite Mr. Rajiv Gandhi to give the concluding remarks of the inaugural ceremony.
Good morning, everybody. What greater pride and happiness can we have today to have this AIMA Regional Management Conclave in the land of entrepreneurs, in the land of successful business people, professionals, etc. So it's indeed a great honor, pleasure today for all of us sitting over here. It is an honor to address you at this prestigious AIMA conference hosted at Ahmedabad Management Association. This platform unites visionary leaders, industry experts, and change makers to discuss strategies for sustainable growth, scalability, and long-term success. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers for their invaluable insights. Honorable Mayor Srimati Pratibha Jain emphasized resilience and forward-thinking leadership in governance. My sincere appreciation also goes to Mr. Savan Godiawala, President AMA, for his continued dedication to impactful discussions on leadership and management. He gave a lot of insights today on various aspects of management. Leadership is not authority. It is more about responsibility. It is also about vision, adaptability, the ability to inspire change, and above all, to create more leaders. In a world of rapid technological advancements and economic uncertainties, effective leadership is more critical than ever. AIMA has long been at the forefront of shaping India's management and leadership landscape, and AMA is privileged to host this esteemed gathering. To set the track for today's conclave, as we move further through the day, each session will deepen our understanding of essential leadership insights. Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar will highlight the critical role of sustainability initiatives in driving long-term impacts. Ms. Sundri Nanda, will explore fostering diversity and inclusion, shaping strong, inclusive organizations. Mr. Richard Reiki and Mr. Yash Shah will discuss leadership's role in shaping India's future, offering perspectives on innovation and governance. Mr. Nishant Behel, Mr. Rajat Moona, and Mr. Abhishek Desai will take us through embracing changes in the digital age, preparing us for an evolving world. Besides that, a battery of AMA members who will also touch upon various topics today. Bringing all these perspectives together, we will be honored to have Sri Jagdish Bhai Vishwakarma, Minister of State, Government of Gujarat, and MLA Nicole constituency, share his insights on leadership, offering valuable lessons on growth, innovation, and creating a lasting impact on industries, the economy, and on our society. This conclave is designed to equip you with foresight to anticipate change, the ability to empower people, and the integrity to lead with trust and accountability. Let us make the most of these insights and commit to building a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future. Let us lead with purpose, inspire, and integrity, and build a future that thrives on resilience and collaboration. Thank you. We all look forward for the great day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Here we come to the end of inaugural session, and we are soon going to start with the first plenary session 1. Please be seated.
Thank you, sir. We'll be continuing with the next session. Please continue to be seated. Thank you.
Just walking in. So just matter of
Just for an information, we don't have break right now. We are just waiting for our first plenary session speaker to come. Please be seated.
Thank you, everyone. Please continue. Be seated. Another 2 minutes, we'll be starting with the session. Mr. Kirloskar is already here. Thank you.
Yes, the first speaker for the session is here. Let's welcome with a huge round of applause, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar. I would request Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers Limited and past President of AIMA, as the speaker, and Dr. Savan Godiawala, President of AMA, to please come up on stage and take your seat. Thank you very much. Would request Dr. Savan Godiawala to please welcome the speaker for the session, the first plenary session, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, and introduce the speaker, Dr. Savan Godiawala.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sanjay ji, thanks again so much for coming and for this conference. My past presidents, the speakers for the sessions, and then ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, I'm not going to be talking that my session is over now. But I'm here to introduce the gentleman, and we're so happy. And I'm not sure, Mr. Kirloskar, if you're here for the first time at Ahmedabad Management Association. Okay, so certainly we look forward to having you many more times. So, but thanks again for coming over. This is an All India Management Association and AIMA hosted by AIMA, and this is an event which a lot of industrialists also look forward to. It's also recorded, and then a lot of people have a look at it that also. So Mr. Kirloskar, the Chairman Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, and past President of AIMA, All India Management Association. Fourth generation industrialist, MD of Kirloskar Brothers since 1985. Mechanical engineer, graduate from Illinois Institute of Technology, Chicago. He has led KBS to become India's largest pump manufacturer and exporter, having 8 factories in India and manufacturing facilities across the globe. Now, he is committed to ethical practices, and today, sir, our session is more on sustainability also, so going one step further to the ethical practices also. And he has established the Code of Ethics 2009 and set up the world's only all-women pump factory in Tamil Nadu. And Kirloskar sir, just for information, we have Indira Ben. She has been a dean at IIM and here, and she has done huge work in leadership and women. And her books are published. Even we have published some books. So you have implemented something, but she has preached also quite many things on the leadership in women that year. Of course, pioneered in 3D printing and future technologies across the globe. A fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, he has served on India's Board of Trade, Government Industry Task Force, and MIT's School for Engineering Dean's Advisory Council. He is the president of Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, and he also serves on the boards of DCM, Shriram, Kirloskar International BV, Kirloskar, Ibarra Pumps, and SPP Pumps Limited. Once again, thanking you, Mr. Kirloskar, for joining us for this first plenary. And I think we will run it as a fireside chat, or you can start your address. You can start your address first, and then we can maybe do a fireside chat. That would be something that we can think about. We'll play by ear.
Thank you, Mr. Gudewala, for this warm welcome. It's really a pleasure for me to be in Ahmedabad. I've been coming here to your town many times, and yesterday night I asked Mr. Grover, I said, what is the dress code? And he said, we company. Right? So having been in Ahmedabad at this time of year, I said, I'll try and wear a tie, but I'm definitely not wearing a jacket. So, thank you. So I was under the impression that, I asked Rekha, is it a fireside chat or is it a speech and then get away or what? So she said, no, it's going to be a speech and it's on sustainability. So I said, okay. So I prepared a speech on sustainability, which is more about what we do, but we can have that fireside chat as long as you want. My flight is at 2. We have a lot of time, I think. At least an hour. Okay, so it's a real privilege to be standing here before you, discuss sustainability. And sometimes they say there's no such thing as a free lunch. So that's for you guys. Because my company said when you get a chance to pitch the company, you can pitch it as well. So, but it is one of the most important issues of our time. And I really don't know what's going to happen with Mr. Trump in the White House. Because just on the way here, I read that the fossil fuel industry had spent $95 million for its campaign. Right? For all of us who talk about sustainability, green, etc., I think we need to look at it from a different point of view, which is waste reduction, efficiency improvement, because that's how actually, as a company, we started in 1989. I guess some of these people over here are students. Yeah. Very well dressed. So, in 1989, we were not doing very well, and so said, how do you make money? And waste reduction, energy efficiency improvements, and that's how really our journey on sustainability started. We had a competition for energy conservation, and over the years we've saved crores of rupees improving processes within the plant. We are about, as a company, we are about 75% of renewables, both wind and solar. But we started with that, and then we took it across the whole group of companies. And I think that's why the company's profits also increase from time to time. But we can basically look at reducing our carbon footprints by investing in renewable energy, optimizing energy efficiency in production processes, and in implementing circular economy principles. This actually led to us thinking a lot about what we should do for our customers. And at that time, we came across a company that made glass plate polymers, which actually, when you apply them, become like glass. The surface becomes like glass, and it's also hydrophobic. That helped us increase the efficiency of our pump. Because we make pumps, right? And you're pumping water all the time. We also came out with a range of what we call lowest life cycle cost products, pumps. These are pumps which are highly efficient and lose very little efficiency. On an average, standard pumps lose 1 to 1.5 percentage points of efficiency every year. Ours lose that in 10 years through design, right? So I'm very happy to tell you that our biggest market has been the United Kingdom. We have an 80% market share in the water companies of the private sector water companies. In England, water is supplied by private sector. 80% market share. And the new north-south strategic water pipeline uh, exclusively uses pumps made by us. So that's something that we are very proud of. We've also come out with a range of products which meet the European NEI norms, minimum efficiency index. We are the first company in the world, way before our German, Swiss, or English competitors to come out with this range of pumps. Another item that we brought out is our IoT device. I've left my phone over there, but basically now you do not need a wall full of dials and gauges. You can monitor your pumping system on your phone. It gives you alerts. It tells you when you need to change spare parts. Therefore, you can manage your inventory better. You can run your pumps at the highest efficiency, and ensure that your downtime is at a minimum. And again, we are one of the first companies in the world to do that. So, since you said it's going to be question and answer as well, I would prefer to dump my speech and face the audience for whatever it means. But I think at the end of the day, it's an attitude. It's an attitude that we should have towards life. It's an attitude that we should have to leave a better future for our children. Because that's what's most important. I think some of us in the room who are born many decades ago, we inherited a world which was far simpler and far less polluted. And the only legacy that we can leave behind is at least attempting to clean up the mess that we have made. But I think I would be one of those people who would be called woke. Right? That's a new term, being woke. Because I do believe that it's not just men who drive the world. We forget very often that it is people who are at home, who are unutilized to their highest potential, to really bring up our children. And actually, they're the ones who ensure that the family values continue into the next generation. I, for one, wonder why I have both a son and a daughter. But I wonder why everyone wants a son when actually the son marries someone and the values of his family are probably a little different than yours. Well, your daughter will probably carry the values of your own family. We have this family, not a family, the factory in Kannur. So my daughter was coming into business. She runs most of our Indian facilities now, which is why I can come to places like this. And I said, now what do we do to ensure that? She said, can I come back and work? And I had to say that, yeah, you can come back and work, because she's a biology and a mathematics major who designed the vaccine for dengue, which when she was at the Koch Institute in Cambridge, Massachusetts. So we said, let's try out a factory which is all women, right? And once we thought of that, we realized that the kind of pumps that we were going to make in this plant were all very small pumps, which go into homes. decision maker is the woman, right? Usually. The one who is going to use the product or who is going to be affected most if that product doesn't work is also a woman. So we said, let's go ahead and see what happens if we have an all-women factory. Today, other than the security guard, everyone in that factory, say 3 salespeople, I don't know why we have 3 salesmen sitting in the plant, but we have 3 salesmen sitting in the plant. The rest of the plant is all female. They make 1 pump every 17 seconds on one line. Which is Limca Book of World Records finds a mention in that. What I realized, having worked for the last 4 decades, because all our plants are old, they're full of men. Men lost it. Right? When the tea time comes, they all gather, they want to chit chat. And these women actually are, they just pick up their cup of tea, drink it, and get back to work. Right? Which I find extremely admirable. I don't know if I would have done that. But this is something that's very important. And once you say that you want to leave the world behind a better place after you, then you want to do things which are really different. The plants have to be green, not just the processes, but they have to look good, they have to look clean, they have to be full of local plants. So when we decided that we were going to build a new office, it was the first platinum rated office in Western India. That's the only way I can add Gujarat to this. It is, and I learned a lot thanks to Mr. Jamshid Godrej, who asked me to be head of the Water Management Council at the Saurabhji Godrej Green Business Center in Hyderabad. He said, let's do that. And it changes everything that you want to think of. When you look at a company and you want it to survive, I say many times that my only claim to fame is that I haven't taken this 100-plus-year-old company into bankruptcy, right? Despite my best attempts. Because I did almost take it there, going in the wrong line of business. But then you automatically think of, rather than what makes it big, you think of what makes it strong, what makes it long lasting. Therefore, the kind of board members that you have, they have to be people who are going to put you in your place, right? They can't be yes men. The kind of senior leadership that you have to have must be people who can question, not say yes sir to whatever you put out. And those are some of the things that I have. And one lesson that I learned also for companies is that top line is vanity, bottom line is sanity, and cash flow is reality. Right? So, don't worry about whether the company's revenues increase by double digits. See how much money you have in the bank. That's what's going to help you grow. Right? And that brings its own problems, because then the board members start asking, the return that you're getting on that is very low. What are you going to do with it? So anyway, but that's life. I think we have to ensure that the next generation lives much better than we do. We have to ensure that they have a better future than we do. And it's not just in the country, but in your companies as well. With that, I'll stop and take any questions that come from the audience and try my best to answer them. But I'd really like to thank you and AIMA for calling me here today. I have been coming to Ahmedabad, like I said. I used to come here more often when we did a large project on the Narmada Canal, Saurashtra branch. But now that we have a plant and my daughter has to run around, I don't have that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think that nutshell of your speech gave so many ideas, and then maybe I have lot of questions coming out of your speech only. And I could see that you're the best of the profitable, best of the efficient firms. You have the best of the innovation that is happening. You've been pioneers, you said, in IoT on mobile phone that you monitor your firms. Now, the question that comes to me here is when you are innovating, there's a huge amount of two things. One, risk that you take when you do the R&D, and time and money that you spend in doing the R&D. And do you look at the global factors? One, that whether you are in the game as that pioneers that you want to be, and where what happens to the sustainability in terms of the environment part, if at all, and is that all R&D happening in an environment conscious fashion? So, but point is becoming pioneer in the area that you are, where the advanced countries and advanced the grandfoes of the world do something worthwhile that we have been knowing about, and then you are still taking one notch above. So how do you would you give us and the people an idea about when you have to push your capital, resources, and naturally not at the cost of sustainability?
Thank you. So we, Kilosa Brothers, like I said, was established in 1888. And right from the beginning, it's made products for the first time in India, right? So we were the manufacturers of the first pumps in India, the first diesel engines in India, first electric motors in India, first machine tools in India, first compressors in India, everything in engineering. And so that attitude of being needing to do something different is there, I think, in the DNA of the town. This company is not in any big town. It's actually in a village in Maharashtra, in Sangli district, surrounded by sugarcane factories and vineyards. That area is known for their best grapes, we believe. Not Nasik, but Sangli. And so right from the beginning, we have been a company that has been coming out with new products. We also are a multinational company. So with plants in America, UK, Netherlands, South Africa, and Thailand, we have to be able to compete with the best in the world. We have no choice. And in many parts of the world, we get orders against companies to whom we lose orders. For example,
a good problem maybe to have.
no, it's not a good problem to have. The other problem that we have sometimes is many public sector organizations ask us, where is your proven track record? Right? So when we made the first API steam turbines in India, EIL, they're not listening. That is true. EIL said we can't buy your machines because you don't have proven track record. Who bought them? Saudi Arabia, our first customer. Right? So, but you have to keep trying. If Indian companies want to make an impact on the world, then we have to keep trying. And one thing that I'm monitoring is the global market, which is at 1.5% of the world market, is our global market share. And we have to see how we keep on increasing. We don't want to be a big fish in a small pond. We want to be a big fish in a bigger pond. Right, and for that you need to do all kinds of innovation, all kinds of technology upgradation. So you were one of the first companies because we do use. We start out with the plastic. The main part of the pump is the casting, either made out of sapphire or steel or whatever. And we were one of the first in the world to implement 3D methods for making castings, right? So we make 3D molds, therefore eliminating the need for pattern equipment. Following that with highly efficient furnaces to make the metal, and 5 efficient processes to machine. All the designs are done. We have 3 R&D centers, one over here in India, and 2 in one in the Netherlands and one in the UK. If you ask me what is the environmentally friendly thing that you have done, then I'm very proud that our company in the Netherlands has written that now the European standard, it became the Dutch standard, then adopted by UK, which is not in Europe. It's now the European standard for fish-friendly pumps. So the rule is that 100 eels are like snakes, should pass through the pump, and 3 days later they should be alive. Right? Because it's not just not getting cut up, but also their internal organs should not be damaged. So we were one of the first ones in the world to make such pumps, which are environmentally friendly. I already talked about our reverse life cycle cost pumps, the other pumps that meet European standards before European companies. But I think more and more Indian companies will have to look at what is happening all around the world in their industry. Like you have green steel, which I think Tata has come up with. All of that needs to be done. If we want to be a global player, we want to be an important player. And I'm saying that, if you look at Mr. Trump, I already brought that up, they're on your board. And it was, I think, Lord Palmerston who first said in the British Parliament that there are no eternal enemies and no perpetual friends. There are only perpetual interests. But I think we should not be happy when some foreigner smiles at us. I think he's seeing that opportunity to make money, not to help you, right? And the sooner we do that, I think the better it will be.
So, when your pump efficiency is better than the average pumps or better than even the good pumps, itself is a huge, environment impact when the users use this and save that little electricity or pump out more water or whichever fluid it comes out. So, is there any way that you do that impact analysis that millions of pump efficiency by 0.5% better, and then the efficiency converts into how much of carbon credit you are saving in the world? Because that would be the one that you mentioned, that you are so sustainable conscious in doing your operations, your production. But at the same time, a huge impact you're making for people also who are using your pumps, whether it is household up to the industries, right? So is there some such math also that pumps industry or any such industry does, which will be important for the climate change guys to notice that yes, this should be the standards, and based on which of course the Netherlands standards, etc., would also have come up?
Pumps consume something like 15 to 24% of energy that is generated around the world. We don't realize this, but the pumps running, ensuring that when you turn on the tap over here, water comes out almost immediately. So it's either the city water supply, or maybe you have a pump over here, or maybe you have a hydromatic system. But like I said, our idea was, when it is accepted globally that pumps lose 1 to 1.5% of efficiency every year, how do you reduce that, right? When we introduced these lowest life cycle cost pumps in the UK and in India, very difficult to sell them in India because they're 30% more expensive. But we were able to convince the Delhi Jal Board to buy them. We gave them a guarantee that you will find no change in efficiency in the first 5 years. So, and we said you don't have to pay us. And afterwards, if you find that the efficiency has dropped, the efficiency did not drop. Then, certain gentleman became Chief Minister of Delhi who was quite upset that only one company seemed to be getting the orders for diligence. And he ordered an audit. And he found that the pumps were still performing better than what had been done. Right? So one thing is that pumps are going to lose efficiency every year, and when you understand that they run 24/7, it's huge amount of energy. And some of these pumps that work in towns are 800 horsepower, 1000 horsepower, running around the clock, right? Because someone or somewhere needs to run everything. So our job as a manufacturer is to ensure that we deliver products that are highly efficient and stay efficient for a long time.
I can see a huge amount of that passion when you are speaking everything about what you are doing, what you are contributing, and in the right sense to the world also. So, and you mentioned something like that DNA of the organization, that you have this innovation that you're looking at, or sustainability, or front running innovations, etc. Does this come at a cost? Because when you are doing some things first, then there's a huge cost and huge capex. When you're doing a 3D initially versus your competitors not doing that 3D, you're doing at the second level also your castings and that all. So, and you mentioned the vanity, sanity, and the reality part, because it will suck away a lot of your reality when you're doing your capex versus the top line, bottom line at all. So how do you, as an industrialist, look at it that this is a need and this will convert into a longer term? Naturally, long term, everybody knows that this is a no-brainer. Long term, you will make a lot of money. But that initial decisions are the difficult decisions as management. How do you give guidance, advice to the industrialists to jump into that decisions?
Business is taking a risk. I think Ahmedabad is possibly the first town in India, other than Calcutta. I would give Calcutta too much credit. But you have so many business leaders over here, and you continue to have to take huge risks, right? And if you succeed, you'll succeed. If you fail, there's a lot of learning in that, right? A lot of experience. People get a lot of experience. You gain a lot even through failure. I think in our country, failure is looked at as something to be ashamed of. I don't think so. There are many people who are wildly successful today who had a lot of failures in life. And I think our attitudes, maybe in our country, need to change more. We in the company say you take risks, there's no problem. Just don't make the same mistake twice. Learn from your mistake and let's move on.
So as they say, failure is an event. Failure is not a person. So you have to understand that failure is an event. Failure is likewise not an organization. Again, there's an event of the in the organization that the failure is. And so till the time we learn from it. But you mentioned this DNA. Again, I'm saying that how do you percolate that culture? Now, what you are talking, what your body language is saying, and then naturally it has go down to the managers and even juniors that yes, we are here to do something much more than just that vanity, sanity, the bottom line, and then because we want to add value to the world. So is there any mechanism in terms of a strategic plan that you communicate with your people on these aspects of longer term innovation, longer term sustainability, caring for the world and naturally giving it back to the next generation? You say that we living for the next generation, and so important to keep it in mind when you're doing any action or activity in the organization. So is there any structured program or it has come as a DNA only and thus it is fluid?
No, I think I joined the company when it was 65 years old, right? So it was already there in the company in the sense that there were many senior people. I became managing director when I was 28, and I was very lucky that people accepted it. Professionals accepted it that time, thanks to my grandfather. But there were I mean, there were and there are many individuals in the organization who are passionate in their belief in the organization and passionate in their belief that we can do something for them. And I think when you grow up, because this is the mother plant of the company, actually is the mother plant of the entire station. And if you, all our new engineers are trained over it, and they come up through the ranks from that plant. So they have that within themselves. And then when you talk to them and when you meet them and you tell them that this is where we are and this is where we want to go, and these are the company's plans, because we have a 5-year plan all the time, the rolling 5-year plan, which is a continuous plan to take, which is reviewed every year, I think, like most companies. But with that, and as people keep changing, or generations of people come in, I think that's how it gets built into that individual.
It is more like a way of working which is making a culture, way of life that is converting into a culture. And people coming in, because you are multinational and still you are in that culture still that you retain from the family values. So that is something which is not easy for a lot of organizations that we see when they keep growing and they become bigger. They have people coming from varied background and then it becomes that yes, now it is only to stick to my role, my responsibility and my bottom line in KRAs. So, but that's happy that KRA here, the KRAs also here are aligned with the culture, I would say, and the aspects of what you need to take care in terms of world it takes care of course, not at the cost of the balance sheet for sure.
But like you mentioned when you were talking and giving my introduction, there are many things in the company like that we do. Like we have a code of ethics, which we introduced in 2007. We brought up when we came out with the American plant and the British came out with their anti-bribery legislation. We said that if we are going to be a real multinational, then everyone has to behave in a certain manner. And we ensure that every year there are certain things that all of us have to go through. And one is passing that we have an examination on ethics, right? And every year we just want to reinforce that part. Unless you get 100 out of 100, you are not going to get an increment or a promotion kind of thing. And so there are other such things that are in place in the company to ensure that the culture stays the same.
Right. So I'm little, interested in knowing aspect. Joy, you are the author of maybe this code of ethics, or maybe you have also inherited it.
Yeah.
In it, that would Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar also appear for that exam?
Yeah, there's no choice.
Yes, sir. So that's the whole picture. So this is fabulous. Right at the top, then the CMD also is appraised maybe, and so that's because we have seen a lot of that L&D rolled out, learning happening, minimum hours for everybody before appraisal happens, and then the exams are taken for the skill set is seen. But the top management is not bothered. They have done 0 hours, even though their TRAs might be speaking. But in your case, that applies even to the top most.
We are role models. Every leader,
Lead by
whatever position he is at, is a role model. And people are watching you all the time.
Yes.
And if they don't see you living the standards that you want the organization to follow, then most people will say this is just a fact.
In the organization also it works like what happens with the child, that they do what you do, they don't do what you say. So that's very important that you walk the talk and then that's how. One very interesting aspect in Indiraben આપણે પૂછવું જરૂરી છે that we need to ask on diversity. You've done a factory which is all women. One. Two, I was in a conference also, some very senior speaker was saying that it is not about women in management, it is about women-led management also that we will have to now look into that how women lead management. So here in the factory there would be several leaders naturally at every level. So was that a concept that you were experimenting, or was there some survey that you did, or was that the picking of that leaders in the diversity that That's one aspect of the factory. Another related question is how much is the women role in otherwise offices, admin, and other management roles?
So in the factory, basically we said if this product is going to be used by women, then let's have a factory which is full of women. But we had at the second level, vice president level, the highest management level in our company, we had women who ran finance and in the 1990s, way before I think most companies did. And we today the head of HR in our company is a lady, and many other women are there in the senior company. I mean, I don't see why we feel they run the home so well. Right? All our homes so well. Number two, we are trying to implement what we call TPQM in the factory. Right? We talk about 5S. Everything clean, spick and span, everything in its place. And you just think of your home. And you look at how our wives run the kitchen and efficiently produce meals. Our factories are kitchens. And sometimes we say that, bring these people's wives into the factory so that they can slap them around with the saw, clean up their workplace, right? Because everything at home, the kitchen is in the right place. Everything is clean. And factories have to be like that.
Yes.
Right? So I think women will probably be better managed.
They are the multitaskers. There is a home is a huge
I'm
amount of
not saying that
activity.
just because there's so many women. I agree with that.
Certainly. I'll open up for the questions. Maybe I'll ask a question or two. In that meantime, you can also have questions. But certainly, women multitasking, women very conscious about the way and the time that they work. But one point that I'm still trying to digest, you mentioned, is that they don't gossip during the tea time. Maybe.
Maybe at home they don't know. Very convenient.
Certainly. So, very interesting. Now, one aspect that I want to, you mentioned platinum-rated office also that you, way back that you, so it is given that the whole culture of the place is sustainability. But climate change, now so many things are happening, whether at, at all protocols starting from Montreal to then Davos and then everywhere, people burn a lot of fossil fuel to talk about climate change that happens all over the world. But then climate change initiatives or climate threat, as we call it, that we are seeing in the newspaper. Do you have any management decisions wherein you also look at that these are the threats that are happening, or you ignore them and you say, no, we will not look at 2050 as a net zero, we rather do our own homework and do it sooner if we can do it, not just because there is a regulation which may come up at 2050. So, is this independent or that also is a discussion point at times when you do a sustainability based decision making in the organization?
They would be considered to be wrong. So I firmly believe that, regardless of what other people think, that we have caused climate change. Because for so many years, we didn't have this problem. With a lot of industrialization and possibly contribution by my own company, since we have a foundry and world has been changing. And we do look at what needs to be done. We have a target a little earlier than that, because when you look at scope 1, scope 2 emissions, we can cut. Scope 3 is where we can't. But we are trying to work towards, this might be a controversial statement over here, but we also make calls for the nuclear industry. And I don't know how many people in the room know, but if you just go to Google and ask, something like 100,000 people in India die prematurely because of fossil fuel problems. And I'm having been closely involved on both sides with fossil fuels nuclear. I feel nuclear, the way it's run very safely without restrictions. One day or the other, India is going to have to make that change from fossil fuels to something else. And what that something else is, today it looks like the best way to go is nuclear. If India is to reach Viksit Bharat status of being a developed country by 2047, we are going to need 1,000 gigawatts of energy from the current 450 gigawatts. And renewables can supply most of it. We are not in a country which has 24/7 the capability of generating it 24/7 because the sun is there only for 12 hours. And we don't have the kind of wind that they have in northern Europe, which is continuous wind. So we have to have some base load power generation. So my belief is, and my hope is, it goes away from whatever it is. So until that, I think scope 3, Richard, you can correct me, but scope 3, I don't think we will be able to do. Scope 1 and scope 2 is what most Indian companies are trying to ensure.
Maybe also the green hydrogen may come in as a.
Green hydrogen needs a lot of energy
But if,
to produce it.
if it is green, then only.
Yeah,
But
green.
that
It has to be green.
So we have to create that green energy first to create a green hydrogen, which is a big challenge, and then it's of course. Battery disposal is a big challenge.
Battery disposal is a big challenge, but even the other part, that the more EVs you have in our country, the more smoke and carbon you're going to pump into the atmosphere. Because today, most of Indian energy is coal-fired. Right? So I think EVs is probably the wrong thing for India. So,
fuel-based energy which you used to charge for EV. Except just for information, I
although
live
there is a conflict of interest, since we are part of with Toyota cars, with Toyota has not gone to EV. They've gone to hybrid. Right? So, and they say that's it's true over here. The more EVs we have over here, the more we will be pumping carbon into the atmosphere at the moment.
Yeah, we have a question here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'll just sit so that I don't block the person. So, sir, you were talking about sustainability in terms of the culture being in the DNA, as you said, and being a driver of a 100-year-old system. How do you advise a 10-year-old startup, let's say, or somebody who's doing good as a startup as of now, to create a culture and then also sustain a culture? Just to be able to live up to maybe 100 or more years. So that's a problem. Today, driving a culture is very difficult. Even to create a culture is also very difficult. So what is your advice to a startup to become a company like yours?
I would say that you want to be like us, but I think finally it's up to the leadership, right? If you're the leader, you have to set the tone and you have to ensure that the right messages are given, whether orally or through action. If you are committed to sustainability, there is no choice but to live it. And when more people understand that you are living it, and that is what is rewarded, I think it will automatically get built up. I mean, there may be sometimes you can't do certain things. That's fine. You keep that in mind, and the next time you improve.
So you said walk the talk. So that is probably one thing. But it is difficult, what I see, I'm saying from my experience, it is difficult to get people in line, in a particular, to integrate them with the vision and values of the company, and also on the sustainability perspective. Somehow that perspective just doesn't come in. So how would your company have done it, is the point.
No, but then, sorry to be rude, but then they don't belong to your company. They're in the wrong place. Or you have the wrong people. Yeah, it could be, but
Any other question? There's a gentleman here. Yeah. Yes.
So, quick questions. I also run a factory where we have 80% women workforce, but it's more because they're in the needs and manufacturing processing. So they're good at thinking. The only thing is, sir, when you decided to operate this factory this way, did the social fabric in society hamper it from coming to work? Because we have a policy of incentivizing women who come for say 18 days or more a month, but 25 days more, because anything that happens at home, they're required to be back at home and not come to work. And then we, again, I understand you're also into skilled workforce, so you can't replace them simply by numbers available every day morning. So what do you do there? And second, I think you also work closely with NSTC. India, if has to reach Viksit Bharat, we need per capita income to grow substantially. We're scaling, and some of you discussed this mentioned, but then scaling is a big way forward. What do you see India? Will it come from industry only, or a lot of government push will also take place?
second one is easier. I think both will have to work. Because one, we need skilled individuals. And I'm one of the people who says, don't worry about the kind of graduates that you get. Because all of us are really unprepared when we come into a new job. It's up to us to train people. It's not just the colleges, it's also up to us because college will provide a basic education. And the vocational aspect, both again, government will have to do some part and we also have to do some part. So for example, in our CSR, some part of our CSR funds go to train 50,000 plumbers per year. Right? Plumbing is a vocational skill and it's horrible. The kind of connections that people make, usually we are the sufferers. Now, so we said that where can we make an impact so that we are not caught selfish, right? Because the first thing that happens is pump chal nahi raha hai, right? So we want to ensure that it is installed properly. Then how do we ensure that it is installed properly? By ensuring that the right kind of people are installing the pumps. And so we work with NSDC to train 50,000 per year. We've been doing it not for a very long time, just the last, I think, 3 years. But this is something that's going to help us and help the country. Because 50,000 as one company we don't need. Though it's very nice that so many people know of our company. The other question was when we started this plant, first of all, we trained women, right? So they went to this German institute in near Coimbatore. The plant is outside of Coimbatore, but we sent them over there. And they're all young, right? They don't have a family responsibility. What we see is there was some resistance in the beginning, but we ensured that we provided a bus, or buses, to bring the ladies to the plant. Right from the bus driver was a lady, because the Indian police, we had sent some police to Africa, police women to Africa, to one of those states. They were real terrors, they said, in West Africa. So we have, and it is in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is also well known for having a lot of women working, so there is not that much resistance. But whatever we could do to ensure that they were safe, come and to go back, that's what we did. The good thing that happened was, and this we heard from our own employees, was that they got more respect, right? Marriages were delayed. Because now the girl was not a burden, it was a wage. And all of them said that we can do mechanical things better than the boys in the village. Right? So they also got a lot more respect. We tried to do the same, and now again, the first attempt in one of our older plants, we had a few lines of assembly lines. One line, which was common, there were 2 lines of one type of pump. we said fully women. The union leader came back 1 week later and said, you can't have all the women in one time. Why? Because the time was moving faster. Right? So there was some resistance from the men. But today, in our oldest plant in the village of Keroswati, there's a lady who is in charge of our foundry. Right now, and there's a lot of women in the foundry as well. So we're saying that, first we were worried about what happens if you give a little bigger than a small pot. But it doesn't matter. There are a lot of puny men around this. Why worry about the women?
Yes, please.
Yeah, sir, Kirloskar Group is pioneering innovation. And when you implemented sustainability practices, what was the key challenges you faced, and what was the countermeasure you have taken care to sustain those challenges in longer perspectives, longer way?
So the first challenge was to become profitable. Because we looked at it as waste reduction. And waste reduction is cost reduction, which helps the bottom line. So then the other thing is the message has to keep coming from the top. That this is the right way to go. This is the right thing to do. Not only for ourselves, but also for the, in the sense, not only for the company, but also for the country. And I think people, when they hear the same message again and again and again, they get used to that. And they see that things do start moving in a much better way.
We'll maybe take 2 more questions. Yes.
Hi sir, as you told that you had an 80% share in UK of pump. How do you see a Chinese player or China to be competition to Kirloskar Group in next 5 years or next 10 years?
When they learn to speak English, which is understandable. I'm sorry I'm being... and as an Indian, I think I'm the wrong person to say this. Because I don't know if you saw when Modi ji went to Washington and they were sitting in that in the White House. And if you watch late night comedy shows in America, come from America, on the Daily Show, they said that this is the first time they have seen that there is no language translation. There is an accent translation, right? Because the Indian newspaper guy was asking Mr. Trump a question, and then there was another guy speaking in English who was explaining to Mr. Trump. So, but that is one of the challenges that they have. They can do things very well when it's mass production. This is what we see. And we see Chinese competition only in the very small pumps which are made in millions. In the large pumps, which are larger pumps, where there is some technical aspect involved, I think not capability, but language skills are what keeps them behind. And we don't see the Chinese in Britain.
Yeah.
Now, tomorrow if they buy a British company, we will see that.
Yeah.
But today, we don't see that.
What about the
Or
cost?
anywhere in Europe. We see them mainly in Africa and in Southeast Asia.
And what is the cost difference which is manufactured in India and manufactured in China?
I have no idea. I've never been to China, and I was explaining to the person who received me at the airport that I will not buy from China at all. And we believe if you put in that effort, we can make it cheaper.
Sir, I have a very simple question. I'm curious to know why those 3 men are as a salesperson. Do you think women are not a good salesperson?
Question coming from a lady.
Do you think the women are not good at sales, or you want to keep the environment more productive by keeping those 3 men around?
Less productive. No, we have women in the sales force as well, and more engineers in the sales force. But these guys are dealing they're coordinating with a lot of our dealers and distributors. And therefore, our dealers and distributors are in villages, towns, and cities. So we just felt that it would be better to have men. But I'm sure that we will have women over there.
Thank you so much.
Certainly.
Sir, for the growing company, what is your focus priority area in the top line, bottom line, and cash flow? How can we prioritize these things?
Reality. Then comes vanity and sanity. I think so.
See, in our industry, actually, we make made to stock, made to order, and engineered to order products, right? So made to stock are those ones that you see at retailers. We are the only ones, and I would say that with pride, not with vanity, but we are the only ones who don't give any credit to our customers, right? Zero credit. We are not going to say that you give us 30 days, pay after 30 days, 45 days, 60 days. For that, the product has to be, it has to be something better than what the customer expects. That's the only reason why we pay upfront. And so 60% of our business is such that we get money before or as the product leaves the plant. That's for us something that we're very proud of. That the product is such that we can command that. And we command a premium on top of that. Right? That he not only pays a little higher, but he also pays immediately to us. The most important is more than whether it's top line, bottom line, or cash flow. I think this results in all. Sometimes it may not result in top line, but it doesn't matter. And for me, for the longest part of my life, until they bought Chrysler Corporation in America, Daimler Benz was my role. I thought they made the safest and best cars. They weren't worried about how many they sold. And I think that's what made them a larger and larger company. And the loyalty and the fact that people felt that this was an aspirational product. I think when it becomes an aspirational product, automatically, without you trying to give discounts or whatever else, grow the top line, I think it goes there automatically.
So I think thank you everybody. We have Conclave sir also in that he's a very senior man with a lot of water thing. Any comment on, because you done water conservation in the syntax person who I was there in syntax as water.
Yeah, I met you, Sanjay ji, Pune, along Paresh Bhai. I just have one simple insinuating question. Like, we are talking about sustainability. तो मुझे इच्छा ये हुई कि sustainable का हिंदी शब्द क्या है या गुजराती शब्द क्या है, वो अभी तक मैं जो पकड़ नहीं पाया हूँ. तो अगर हमें जो है ज्यादा लोगों को टैकल करना है, वी वांट टू अप्रोच मोर पीपल एंड टारगेट देम, हमको ये तो बताना पड़ेगा उनकी भाषा में कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी होता क्या है एक शब्द में.
In an industry forum and this audience, I can say sustainability may be synonymous with Mr. Kirloskar. That will not work over there in the village. So thank you, sir. Any last comments? Otherwise, I'll just summarize in 30 seconds.
I'll tell you my last comment. My father passed away in 1987, and I was very young at that time. And he told me two things. One, I will tell you right now. He said to me that a lot of people will tell you that you are doing great. Right? People might want to give you awards. Don't take them then. Take them 5 years after you have retired. If people still remember you 5 years later, it really means you have done something. Right? And I think that's what got me thinking. That, and I said, okay, I will hold me responsible for who comes after me. Because people will remember you only if that company goes on further and becomes more successful. Right? That this guy did something that drop the company over here unless they get the awards for the next guy. But that's the thought that I have, that the next generation that comes out of the company has to take it to a higher level. For that, the foundation that needs to be laid is something that can be sustained and grown further. So that's the last thing I'd like to say.
Okay, award not something that you receive, it is something that you give, that you receive it from. So fabulous, sir. Thank you so much. So much of passion, so much of reason, so much of purpose that we can see in what you are saying. 100-year-old company or more than 100 years still energized as if it's a startup. That you are driving it so well with so much of innovation, culture, R&D, pioneering in so many things, and then to add to the story, the diversity that you created. So this is something which certainly is a role model, and thank you so much for your insights today. Very happy to have this first plenary with you, and certainly I feel my privilege to be sitting with you during this discussion. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is so wonderful to listen to the pioneer of a 100-year-old company or more than that. And sir, your humbleness, your simplicity definitely awed the whole audience. And he was the one who started with that why it's not men who actually drives the world, but also acknowledging people at home who is building the future and sitting there and thanking him to acknowledge this on International Women's Day, which is happening tomorrow. So he definitely shared a lot of insights on conserving resources, promoting eco-friendly habits, and I guess Mr. Kirloskar and Kirloskar Brothers Limited are a perfect example of one quote that be a part of solution and not a part of pollution. So thank you so much. Let's work together so that we can create a more sustainable future. And I would request Dr. Savan Godiawala to please felicitate the speaker for first plenary session, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar. Thank you for your time. So with this, we end the first plenary session for Regional Management Conclave. We have a tea break of 15 minutes. It's the time for you all to meet, greet, make networks, and make new friends. Thank you very much. Be here back by sharp 12:20 p.m. Thank you.
every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
બટન છે ને
હા
સકરનું બટન આની પર લઈએ એટલે પછી આ વધારવાનું અત્યારે 50 બહુ આવશે પછી જેમ જેમ વધારતો તાર ઓછું થતું જાય એટલે આપણે 60 છે ને સ્ટાન્ડર્ડ હોય આમ આ લાઇટિંગની જે ફ્રીક્વન્સી હોય 50 આની કોઈ 60 ની આવતી એટલે એનામાં જાય ને એટલે વધી જાય પછી બહુ વધી જાય ને એવું લાગે ને પછી ના થાય તો ટેન્શન નહીં કરવાનું પણ હું 50 ની 60 ને એટલે ફિગરિંગ થતું
ઓછું થઈ જાય
બંધ થઈ સ્ક્રીન પર થતું આમાં સ્ક્રીનમાં આમાં એલઈડીમાં તો ખબર નહીં એની કેટલી સાયકલ છે આમ બીજો ડાર્ક હોય ને ઓપ્શન તો અમુકમાં ડાર્કમાં બી આવે અને જો આની અંદર જ બધું આવી જાય એથી જો આ એક્સપોઝર આ ફોકસ બધું એકમાં જ આવી જાય સ્ટુડિયોમાં અમારા
I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and you'll get to access to events where you really get to meet some of the best refined thinkers in the country from home to home.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody. AIMA has been known for its testing choices. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, paid catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
It's not just a desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We're proud of its legacy, and we're proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
And AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it also reached overseas to connect the world with India. is a necessity. Institution that all of us are proud of. We're proud of its legacy, and we're proud of the role that AIMA plays in society. And I know that's an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India. So whether you are a young student out there, whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and finest thinkers in the country from home to home. Every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved with.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody. Sapna has been known for its safety services, service that you get to admissions.
It's not just a sign of success, but a fail.
Good afternoon, everyone. We wish to start our second plenary session as soon as possible. So please take your seats and call all your friends to come back to the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special announcement. We are going to have a special session by Mr. Jagdish Vishwakarma from Ministry of State, Gujarat Government at 4:15 p.m. So we are going to have special session by him at 4:15 p.m. So would request everyone to be also present there. And your participation certification will will be issued to you at 4:45 p.m. Let's welcome with a huge round of applause the second speaker for the second plenary session, Ms. Sundari Nanda, former IPS officer and Special Secretary, Internal Security Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, as the speaker for the session. Welcome, ma'am. And I would also request Ms. Gopi Trivedi, Honorary Joint Secretary at AIMA, to become the session chair. Thank you very much. Take your seats. So the second plenary session, too, it is on fostering diversity and inclusion. So may I now request the session chair, Ms. Gopi Trivedi, who would also introduce the speaker for the session. But before that, let me introduce Ms. Gopi Jatin Trivedi. Ms. Gopi is a distinguished patent attorney and senior partner at YJ Trivedi and Company. She specializes in patent prosecution, intellectual property evaluation, and technology law. A computer engineer, registered patent agent, and law graduate. She also holds a certified patent valuation analyst qualification. With nearly 2 decades of experience, she has successfully secured patents for clients across engineering, software, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals. Recognized among India's powerful women in IP 2021 by the World IP Forum, she has also received the Times Power Woman Award in 2018, and Ms. Gopi has also received Excellence Award, Business Excellence Award in Women's category by the GCCI in the year 17 and 18. Currently, Ms. Gopi Trivedi serves as Honorary Joint Secretary at AIMA. So now I hand over the proceedings to the session chair, Ms. Gopi Trivedi, with a request to introduce the speaker, Ms. Sundari Nanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee, for the generous introduction. But I'm basically a part of AMA, here to give back a little and learn a lot. So that's a continuous process. So my warm greetings to everyone present here. As we know, today's theme is you kind of sustain, scale, succeed, and as Savan Bhai has rightly mentioned, thrive. Right? So we all of us are taking this learning or the basics forward. So it's my absolute privilege to welcome you all to this insightful discussion on fostering inclusivity and diversity, a key part of regional management conclave. See, the diversity is often spoken and discussed in the corporate meetings, the boardrooms. But it also extends to the governance, the law enforcement agencies, policy making, and leadership at all spectrum of the society. The same principle applies to industries, and it's not only just about numbers, that this many numbers have been employed. It's basically about creating those environments where these diverse voices are valued, respected, and empowered well. Today, organizations must go beyond the policies and compliance to embed inclusivity. Rather, they should keep it in their DNA. We rightly heard from our previous speaker, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, that there is a whole factory set up in Tamil Nadu, which is run by women, and they are all able women, right? So they're making a strong impact, and they are voicing it out very clearly by their actions, not by just the policies and news. And it is not only about men and women segment, it is rather extended to neurodiversity, accessibility, even socio-economic backgrounds, not excluding the cultural perspective alongside the traditional markers like gender and ethnicity. When institutions embrace a broad spectrum of diversity, they actually foster growth, sustainability, and long-lasting impact and stand in the society. Whether it's an institution, whether it's a factory or a corporate sector, or even an NGO, everywhere these inclusion make a very, very long impact. To help us on this crucial subject, we have privilege to have a trailblazer. We have Ms. Sundari Nanda here, an IPS. So before I introduce her, which is my absolute privilege, I would like to welcome her with a round of applause. I have her the introduction with me, but when you kind of search on internet, you will have pages filled with the stories and the success benchmarks which she has created through innovative approaches. So with your permission, I would like to introduce you, ma'am. So Mrs. Sundari Nanda is an IPS officer from 1988 batch of Union Territories, that is AGNUT, cadre of Government of India. After an illustrious 38 years of career, she superannuated in December 2024, very recently, as the Special Secretary, Internal Security, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, New Delhi. Over the years, she has served in various capacities with the Delhi Police as well as with the Goa, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, the Pondicherry Police, gaining extensive experience in law enforcement, counter-terrorism, emergency management, and human resource management within large police forces like the AIMA. A pioneer in the field of cyber crime investigation, she was instrumental in setting up the first cyber crime investigation vertical in the country in 2000, years back, while serving with CBI as Special Secretary for Internal Security. She played a key role in formulating cyber security policies and was the driving force behind the Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center, often known as I4C. She has been even pivotal in addressing the rise of financial cybercrime, spearheading innovative solutions such as the 1930 helpline and the public awareness initiatives through mobile ringtones. Under her leadership, India hosted first ever G20 conference on cybercrime and cybersecurity, which was among the key conferences mentioned in the final G20 leaders declaration. Beyond cybercrime, she has led investigations into high-profile economic offenses during her tenure with the CBI and has contributed significantly to research and training, serving as Director of Training at the Bureau of Police Research and Development. Not only that, she's always a learner. She is a Senior Chevening Fellow from London School of Economics. She conducted extensive research on the effects of globalization on crime and populations. She is also an alumna of the prestigious National Defense College, where she received recognition for her project on citizen services for national prestige events during 2010 Commonwealth Games. Her outstanding contributions have earned her President's Police Medal for Distinguished Service and the President's Police Medal for Meritorious Service. I can't stop myself than applauding you. She is retired, but she hasn't stopped working. She is giving back to the society in her very own way. Currently, she serves as an expert council member of the National Security Work Stream at Niti Aayog's Frontier Tech Hub, led by NASSCOM. She also volunteers as an advisor of administration at Amrita Hospital, Faridabad, and very actively and passionately involved in mentoring young professionals across various institutes. Ma'am, indeed an extraordinary career. We really look forward to learning from you. Before we get into the fireside question and the audience question, we would want to hear from you explicitly. Ma'am, can I have you here?
A very good afternoon to all of you. And I'm absolutely thrilled to be here, as I always am when AIMA gives me an invite. And at the outset, I would like to thank Rekha Sethi, because whenever she says, "Are you free?" I'd say, "Yes, I'm free," because I really love the kind of work AIMA does, because in today's world and in today's ecosystems, sharing knowledge for bettering others is something pretty rare. And this particular topic it's both general and it is both specific, I would say. You can't define the nature of this topic. And whatever I'm going to tell you today, because I was told this format is just putting your thoughts together and then we have a discussion. So I've really not gone into any books or, of course I did read up some, I'm aware of some researches and stuff, but this is basically my learnings through the last 38 years of my working life, what I have seen on ground. I mean, as in law enforcement, we see a lot of these issues on ground as well of diversity and inclusion. So this, I mean, if I may draw a parallel to the discussion that we were having before the session. So diversity and inclusion is something like, when we talk about women's affairs, women and children, it is like people will say, oh, this is always talked about. But the underlying importance of it is very, very, impactful. Because if we ignore these issues, then the kind of effect, the multiplier effect, negative or positive, that it can have on all of us is absolutely huge. So these are things that we should not ignore because, like, oh, it's really, there are no numbers and there is no, it's so because the more obtruse something is, the more difficult it is to handle. And we need to catch that issue by the horns and address it. So all of you would have heard of so I just put down some thoughts which came up. All of you would have heard about the famous zoologist Desmond Morris, and you may have read his book, which is The Human Zoo. So it's very interesting that Desmond Morris holds that man is only a tribal animal, but unlike the tribes of those days, he's actually living in an urban jungle, which Desmond Morris takes the author's license to call a super tribe. And to prove the fact that we are tribals living in a super tribe, which is an urban jungle, he says that you just have to look at somebody's phone book. Invariably, you'll find tribal clusterings there. That is what he speaks about. He only scientifically proves what grandma's wisdom that we all know of said. Birds of a feather flock together. And that is what he said. That is grandma's wisdom. Another interesting fact that he brings forth, Desmond Morris, is that there was no concept of a stranger in early tribal human history, since everybody in the tribe knew everybody else. So, I mean, because I want to kind of ignite your thinking so that the question and answer session, we get more of it. While we really don't know whether the evolutionary rewiring of the brain has consequently happened or is a work in progress to handle this. That is, tribal man existing in super tribes today has no option but to continuously deal with strangers. This phenomenon is giving rise to different human situations in today's completely information technology gridded world, which only promises to get more complex with artificial intelligence, which threatens to override the innate human intelligence without, please mark this, without the emotional intelligence, empathy, and the compassion. The first shocker in India, as we all know, came a couple of years ago, you would recall, when there was an exodus of people from the northeast, from South India, back towards their hometowns in Guwahati. Thousands of panic-stricken people living in Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad boarded trains and headed to Guwahati, following rumors of violence targeting them. This even would not stop even after the then Karnataka Home Minister visited the Bangalore Central Railway Station and made repeated appeals to the thronging crowds, including students and working professionals, especially in the services and security sector. Don't heed rumors. Not even a single case of violence has been reported, he said to an angry audience who alleged that the police had not responded to complaints made by victims in the last few days. We also know that apart from the chief ministers of these three states, the matter went up to the then Prime Minister. And the nation as such had to step in, including the chief minister of Assam. They had to step in an emergent way to reassure the scared citizens, and the situation took time to limp back to normal and businesses to pick up traction. It's interesting to note that many of those who spoke to the media then admitted that they did not know directly of any cases of violence. So it was hearsay. However, they said there was an atmosphere of fear and mistrust across the city, particularly Bangalore. And they said that the Assam media was reporting on some violent incidents in Bangalore and Mysore, creating panic in their home bases, in their hometowns, and their people were asking them to come back. Think of the cost. The cost of this exodus was huge to the services industry in South India. I don't think anyone has even, not that I know of, has even attempted to kind of work out the cost of this exodus. The talent which diversity brought, please listen, the talent which diversity brought could not be replaced. For that is what diversity brings in, the relevant talent. And we all know about the gentle, efficient hospitality which seems to be in the DNA from the people of the Northeast. More recently, manufacturers and industry leaders in Tamil Nadu were apprehensive of a large-scale exodus of North Indian laborers after perverted videos of attacks on Bihari migrant workers in the southern state went viral. In an obvious bid to allay fears, Tamil Nadu CM had stated that the people of Tamil Nadu would protect Bihar migrants, but only such an assurance may not and cannot have had the desired result. So we constantly keep hearing about these internal immigration issues, and immigration issues are a hot topic across the world today. So somewhere down the line, there is definitely a problem. So I'm just giving you my thoughts on where is there a problem. Now, this is happening in India, where there is a tradition of acceptance and tolerance endemically prevalent. The concept of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, that is, the world is a family, because human beings are one, it is one energy, the unity of mankind. Most of us have grown up in a traditional atmosphere of sensitivity and tolerance, and there are very beautiful examples of it across heterogeneous societies in India. It appears that this diversity grid, both in India and across the world, are being steadily hacked at by various interests and forces, prima facie, for misguided and misogynistic purposes. However, the good thing is the rhetoric and the actions so far appear largely political. I'm being very candid about a lot of things because this is a learning environment. And so we need to kind of face issues and discuss them if we are to benefit by this interaction. Now, this is a conundrum, since the principles of diversity and inclusion are also largely acceptable by and large to the political framework of all democracies. Diversity and inclusion always there in all the political frameworks of all democracies. What also is reassuring is that in spite of all this anti-immigration and all this kind of talk, you scratch the surface of most societies across the board, and we actually find a thriving culture of diversity and inclusion at the grassroots. That is the individual, family, workplace, etc. The world, hence, has perhaps not seen so much of voluntary diversity after perhaps the colonization era, where the colonizers, by their very physical presence itself, brought in diversity to some homogeneous populations. However, even in pre-independence Bharat, society was heterogeneous at one level in terms of language, food habits, clothing, etc., which are all because of geography and climate. Though culturally and spiritually, they were substantially homogeneous. That is, you talk about Rama, Krishna, Shiva, and Shakti who were worshipped in all parts of the peninsular landmass across various kingdoms. Kashi, Rameshwaram, etc. were common and deeply in the collective psyche of people, although they were very different in terms of clothes, food, language, etc. Hence, while contemplating on the topic of fostering diversity and inclusion, it just struck me that do we really have an option? We don't have an option. Diversity and inclusion is the de facto thing. The aptitude of why? Because to me, the aptitude of the human mind depends on various inherited factors. And when a business is looking for talent or aptitude, good talent is manifested only when there is the right aptitude. then there will naturally be a collection of such minds with the required aptitude and where required, from whichever part of the country or world they may be. And that's what naturally led to globalization. The world may not be flat for everyone, everywhere, but there's no turning back the clock on globalization and the palpable effects it has already had. Many of you may have seen the Globalization Index, which is worked out by the Foreign Policy magazine and AT Kearney. It is so obvious which ranks various countries or various indices of globalization, etc. They do it every year. It is so obvious that never before have the forces of globalization been so evident in our daily lives. And I will give you some examples. For example, I mean, all of you younger people here would know that an estimated 2 billion people witnessed the live or a series of concerts held in 11 locations around the world to raise environmental awareness. That's one. Chinese manufacturers decorate toys with paint containing lead. And hence, what happens? Children around the world have to give up all their Batman and Barbie dolls. Mortgage lenders in the United States face a liquidity crunch and the global stock markets go berserk. Good, bad, and ugly, the effects of our supposedly flattened world are undeniable. But just how strong are these ties? As former the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan once remarked, globalization is a fact of life, but I believe we have underestimated its fragility. Diversity and inclusivity, hence, are now actually the de facto mode of the world in almost all aspects that impinge on human survival. There is a diversity-backed globalization grid of people and systems to support global citizens, which has held the world together and which has taken us collectively to the place where we are today. Then why all this raging diversity-centric conflict? If if diversity and inclusion are there to stay, etc., then why all this conflict? The them and the us. Why all this problem? My thoughts are the prevalence of technology-backed social media has actually broken the existing comfortable and ego-soothing stereotypes of an earlier established world order of countries, their people and populations. There was the rich and powerful West and then the rest. Simple. No complications. Many of you may have watched a viral video about a month ago about the CEO of Google, Mr. Sundar Pichai, who was insulted in the first. How many of you watched that? That's the one of CEO Mr. Sundar Pichai. He was insulted in the first class cabin of an airline by an experienced air hostess who felt that this person in an ordinary jeans and t-shirt and carrying nothing on his person which was designer couldn't possibly belong to the first class. This bothered her so much that 2 hours into the flight, she actually went ahead and asked to check his boarding card. In spite of there were a lot of other people in the cabin who were pointing out to him and were excited, but nevertheless, her conditioning was so strong that she went and cross-checked his boarding card. What followed, of course, was a very typical Sundar Pichai masterclass on leadership and humility. But what this also brings up, what I'm trying to say is that old stereotypes are no longer valid. And so, if we have to strengthen diversity and inclusion, we have to kind of make sure that people are aware that the old stereotypes are no longer valid. All stereotypes, by and large, maybe I'm wrong, but that we'll sort out in discussion, which are mostly a spin-off of colonization, and that is no longer relevant. Of this race is superior, that is inferior, etc., them and us. Think of the early decades. These are some of the thinking points. Think of the early decades when one traveled abroad. It was who India, where are you from India? Those of my age group here, you have experienced that. Where India, jungles, snake charmers, weird yogis, hunger, and then hunger, starvation, sickness, underdevelopment, which are a poor country. That was the thing. So we didn't mind helping you. But today, Viral social media videos show the big fat Indian wedding, the consumerism, driven by relentless marketing, and the spending power of the rich Indian, which has suddenly dented this embedded perception and people are very uncomfortable. Oh, they have so much money to blow up, so why do they need help? Money is going away from us. These people have so much money to blow up. These people are taking away our jobs. So there is fear and insecurity because of dented perceptions. And this needs to be addressed and allayed to strengthen diversity and inclusion. So in the background, if you think about and context of this complex inner mental ecosystem today, the ground fact is rational and different. Giving a paid opportunity to an individual who has the required talent to help a business to grow is not an act of charity. It is definitely not about giving a dole. So this is something that has to come across. Somehow the perception is that by giving you jobs, we are being charitable towards you. That's not the fact. And what is required in the stereotype perception to be cleverly corrected, and that is what is required. The existing world order and realities have to be spoken about, and people help to understand the ground realities. For example, to the young people here, have you ever thought about it? Was I'm sharing it with you because when I thought about it, it really dawned upon me as to how important diversity is. What would have happened if America in the 1960s did not get the Indian engineers, the Japanese and Chinese workers when the US was under a state of construction? Did they have at that point in time the necessary talent to help them actualize a national vision, a business vision which they had? There was obviously a shortfall, and hence the inflow of talent from various countries and the manifesting diversity of human talent. This diverse population actually has built America. Another fact that I'd like to put up before you is that the big human and the big planet, the big picture, the planet picture, has already taken root with the millennials and Gen Zs. Many of you are in this room, which is largely the existing and future work groups. You already understand that every society across planet Earth has certain advantages and disadvantages in its innate nature because of the complex anthropological, genetic, historical, geographical, social, and political factors. I mean, it's so complex, which a human being brings to the table. It's just not an employee. It's a complexity of all these factors. At a point in time, one society's advantage is another society's perceived disadvantage. As it is just a perception, which may be because of lack of the right information or because of an established societal norm at that point in time. Now let us talk about India's excessive population versus the youth dividend. Now, a couple of years ago, the then US President, Mr. Barack Obama, and then the First Lady, Michelle Obama, had been invited as chief guests to our Republic Day parade. Like every year, we invite a head of state to the Republic Day parade. One of my colleagues was the chief security liaison officer. He told us later that they were really impressed to see the school children and especially teenagers participate in the Republic Day parade, and they were asking questions about how did they practice, and when they were told that they would come in the cold January mornings, they would come every morning and they would practice for more than a month or so. They were highly, highly impressed by that. And they said, that especially I believe Michelle Obama said that she would be so happy to see the day when they could get American teenagers of that age to come forward to participate in a parade like that. And so this is what we see as, like we say, like a traditional Indian upbringing. The perception says that this is an advantage or a disadvantage, but that disadvantage gives about this advantage, which was remarked upon by nobody less than the then President of the United States. So actually what I would like to sum up is saying that this is an example which I like to drive home here, saying that the cultural, social, historical inclinations of a population which is an advantage so far, is the youth dividend from India. So you are going places across the world. The advantages of your advantages being your education, your discipline, your lesser cost, and their advantage to the businesses that hire you. This is not charity. Nobody is king, nobody is pauper here. It is just that it is a need of the hour. One other thing that we have to address is the challenge of individualism versus the fact that no man is an island. Because very recently in one of the, I met somebody from the industry who said that now individualism is getting so, ingrained in the workforce that some companies actually have had to start pet crashes. So there were pet crashes which have started everywhere. People want to bring a rescued dog or a rescued cat to work. And in fact, it's so strong that if they don't, people object to the pet dog or the cat, people have actually even given up their jobs to such a. So this is another trend that we see developing. So, and another interesting thing is, why this perception? Various world leaders, I mean, we have all read about various world leaders apologizing for human rights violations. We had the president of New Zealand apologizing to the Aboriginal tribes, saying that they have wronged them. We have seen various leaders in Britain apologize to India for having colonized us, etc., etc. So, to the best of our knowledge, that most everybody has apologized to everybody for various, violations of human rights or for colonizing. So the stage is now even for us to become take the whole thing of Vasudeva Kurumbakam, further for the rest of the world. And another interesting thing which I would like to talk about is, we have a lot of there's a perception that HR policies are somehow not sincere and they're only cosmetic. And you talk about researchers, you talk about chief people officers, you talk about chief diversity officers. Somehow it is read that these are compliances only on paper. Of course, I'm not saying across the board, but this is what some research works have also pointed out. And this is a challenge across cultures, whether it's blue collar, white collar, or high table sciences. So sensitization and training, which is most important and most ignored in most organizations, is something that I would really kind of flag here, which is important to maintain diversity and inclusion. And of course, last but not the least, the one enduring answer is enlightened leadership at home, school, and work, which you spoke about. Home, school, and work, which has a wholesome understanding that even though the basic instinct is birds of a feather flock together, it understands the content of Vasudeva Kurumbakam, the oneness of humanity. And I will end with the last issue here, which is when you're talking about inclusivity and diversity, does it seem subsuming local identity? Now that is something which needs to be taken care of. When we're saying acceptance, that doesn't mean subsuming your own identity or for disregard for local customs, practices, and values. Because we see a lot of issues that happen across India, because even in Delhi, we have a lot of, like New York, Delhi has now got pockets of foreigners staying in various parts of the city. Why the local people are very accepting and they've given them houses on rent, etc. But when these people do something which is against the local tradition there, then we have huge problems which happen out there. So that is why I think it's always been you, the industry, that has set and supported world standards in most things directly relevant to human existence, as history shows. So apart from the politics and rhetoric which is happening today, business and industry can make a palpable difference and keep the existing matrix of diversity and inclusion strong and healthy. And as I say, this world is like a fishing net. If we are all holding the net, if one shakes it in one corner, without doubt it will be felt in every other corner of the net. So if we want to net a good catch of, fishes of future development, prosperity, and wellness of mankind, we have to make sure that none of us shake the net unnecessarily. Thank you.
Hello. Ma'am, it was very interesting, insightful, and thought-provoking speech from your end, which kind of summarized a few things and which led to a few more questions. So what you rightly pointed that there is a dented, perception, which was then and now, and that has created a lot of fear and insecurity. Sadly, it is unseen because they are all in the human mind, and that brings a kind of a discomfort and some illegal actions, and not responsible actions, I would say, by words or by even some hands-on bits which are not fair in the eyes of law. So what do you think, ma'am, like how this psychological problem be addressed as a nation, as India, which is already a Gyan group, and we are those learned, we have the Gita Gyan, the perceptions, everything is blended in our daily lives, there's wisdom, but still, why do we feel fearful and insecure as a nation, as a society?
I think because across the world, at this point in time, we are all confused. We have a lot of values, we know what is right, but then looking at what is happening around us, we are also confused. So we kind of, something is not right, but we agree to that continuing to happen. So let's take a simple thing, like for example, the subject of live-in relationships, for example. You see, today, even as parents, we have kind of accepted it. We really don't know whether it's good or bad, especially after 3 years, then they split. Then you have, like, since I'm in law enforcement, and after 3 years of living together, suddenly the lady says that she's been raped. So it's confusing, it's confusing. So I think we are actually, calling a spade, I think society on the whole is confused about a lot of issues. So on one hand, it is like freedom to do whatever one wants. But if a public figure or an industry leader or anybody does even a small little thing, which is during his personal time, and you all are this, you're online, so you know what is the kind of, that thing which is the trolling which happens, to that. So that makes me think that right now we are all actually pretty confused. We really don't know. So that's what is important, because we had those things, we had those values, and the way technology has come up, and we kind of caught up with the development story. So we are really right now, very honestly speaking, we are at a stage where we need to rethink and redefine the path. And that is why I think when you look at the benefits of this thing called, I don't want to use Vasudeva Kurumbakam too often, because then again a perception, this is something spiritual and religious, boring stuff. I don't know why they're talking about that. No. It is like, what is the logic behind it? Because it is like, the scientific fact is all humankind is one. There's one energy in all humankind. So that's the fact. Which we call it quantum consciousness or whatever. So humanity will go on for millennia trying to figure out who we are. So while knowing that, we know that we are all the same. And then we have brought in science and technology, and somehow I feel that everything technology is good. So it's strange because AI, for example, like we say this AI is good, but I would say no, it's dangerous. There are good parts of it. There's also a lot of dangerous parts of it. Most of the world does not have regulations in place for AI. We are still trying to figure out where it is. Apart from the Digital Market Act of EU and all that, we still don't know where we are. So that is the reason, because we are in this flux. So we have to, in fact, do a kind of a balance sheet as to where we are, what do we want to do, and I think it's the right time to kind of reprioritize before AI kicks in, and people are so excited, so cool, see AI is hiring people. But then I'll tell you another story, because what I feel is why it's like AI, the same AI which you think is so cool is hiring people. The same AI can make you non-existent online, because if you look at the rational programming that AI will do tomorrow, if somebody reports me on Facebook and says that report something which I have written, and supposing my Facebook account is deleted. Now we have connected so many things to our Facebook account. Now that will get deleted from there also. And then, of course, your bank accounts will get deleted. And once you have a real danger of you being absolutely dead online. See, you won't exist online. So we are at a very funny state because then can you imagine with everything being online and you being non-existing online, it's actually a very, very real danger today. So that is why we say, because at this point in time of the meeting of the human mind and its development, especially information technology and technology, has kind of confused all of us. That's why I say we are in a perception flux at this point in time. I'm being very honest about it. Yeah.
Very, very well said. But now we are bringing back the attention to our true inclusion, which is about various aspects, not only male and female. It's about the diversity, which brings in by even accessibility or different socio-economic backgrounds, different states. Now, how has been your experience and how practically you took certain actions which brought inclusion during your leadership in this various complex while playing the various complex roles, rather?
Yeah, I think it's just I think what is important is empathy, putting yourself into the other person's shoes and finding out like if you're talking about inclusion, what we were discussing, like for example, when you want more and more women to work, and so for example, providing them with last mile connectivity to go to work, the company takes care what is the neighborhood she's coming from, and if she's going for late night work, the last mile connectivity to work. And then of course, sensitivity to the fact that as a woman, she, like the mother's role, the childbearing phase, etc., which is actually also very heartening because I keep following this up. And I find that many companies are encouraging women to come back after childbirth, etc. They're giving leave to kind of take care of children, etc. So these are all, like I said, there is a lot of diversity and inclusion. I've said very emphatically is de facto, it is there. Except that in between we are confused. And then again, the media, it's hot news to see, that's the confusion. It's hot news to report something negative because it will sell. So it is not necessarily the fact. So I think the challenge here is being able to, we have to have a discriminated sifting of this humongous information, tsunami which is us. Among this, I would really say this information tsunami. Every morning you wake up, you look at your phone, all kinds of stuff is there. Information, tsunami of information. But what is it that is actually required? You need to sift through it. You need to be, that discrimination is required. This is required, that is not required. I will do this social media, I won't do that. So that I think is the biggest challenge before all of us today.
So just 2 or 3 decades back, we had to make less decisions every day, whether, kind of, I'll play or study, I'll go to my uncle's place or study. I think these generation have more decisions to make in a daily and micro basis because of this influx of information. Okay. Moving ahead, we would like to know, ma'am, what is your kind of current role at NASCOM and how you feel this cybersecurity would help into even bringing the diversity situations under control?
See, thing is, I'm one of the expert council members for NITI Aayog. NITI Aayog, in fact, has got this frontier tech hub, which is now to promote, to look at policy for use of technology for the coming years for our country. Cyber security is very, very, see, when you say cyber security or when you say national security, today the entire thing is very, very different. Like for example, so when you compromise citizens' information, when you compromise identities, like for example, I just share with you during G20, there were these hacker collectives across the world, which were hacking all small institutions across the country on that last day, that 2-3 days before the last global leadership summit. Left, right, and center, all educational institutions, colleges, which apparently did not have the best, very strong websites. And so you found on the darknet, you found information about students, their mobile numbers, their addresses, etc., floating on the darknet for anybody to pick up. So that's so today national security is not that old perception we had like country, borders, barbed wire, man, gun. No, it's not like that. It's come right into it's come right into our homes, into our bedrooms, because there's so many instances where a mother is thinking that the child is studying. But then if you have these pedophiles coming, and then you have so many kids being trapped by pedophiles sitting right there under your nose, and you have so many kids who are, in fact, you all must have heard about the scam centers in Southeast Asia. This scam centers where thousands of kids from across the world have been lured into these scam centers, and they're very happily sitting there and scamming the rest of the world. And they think there's nothing wrong with that. So this is a complex problem which we as humanity have to face today. So that's why I'm saying I keep coming back to technology because I think this technology has just about redefined everything. It has redefined national security. So here we are looking at, for example, now we all have heard about digital arrests and all those things, financial crimes which happen. So this work which we are going to do is like whichever technology comes in. Earlier what happened, because from the commercial side where we were growing, so we went into, India was one of the countries, and I think this planning was so smart that the government went into the telecom sector and first. The private sector didn't go into it. So with the private sector, so that infrastructure was laid out across the country. And so when computerization came in, so this backbone which is already existing helped the entire computer boom in the country just take off like a rocket. And so when that took off, then came the fintech, came the startups, came all of that. So we quickly built a nice 1,000-room villa, I would say. But then we forgot to put in door somewhere, we forgot to put in a window somewhere, we forgot to put a lamp somewhere. And that is what led to this complete thing. So this work which we are going to do is for further deep tech which is going to come in, for further things that are going to come in. There's so many other aspects. Like I said, this has completely changed the definition of national security. Yes. Like for instance, there are foreign powers who have in fact detailed the entire biodata of scientists across our country. Yes, including their weaknesses. Yes. So and then they can get in touch with them anytime. So we are basically looking into such kind of
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We can keep on having the conversation with madam, but we'll have the last question and then the forum will open for the open question answer. So ma'am, would like to have one golden advice from you to how to kind of navigate, maneuver this complex issue alongside this technological intervention, especially for the youth.
I think I'm a great look. I really not so comfortable giving advice as such because I think situation changes, and I think all of us sitting here know it is ultimately it is about the human being. I mean, it's the same red blood. It's the same human being, and human beings are human beings are human beings across the globe. Whether it is Antarctica or whether it is South India, where if the human beings are human beings, the needs and are the same. The wants are the same.
So if I just summarize, it's all about empathy.
It's understanding that we are all just humans. That's a great answer.
It's really, really inspiring and very strong career discussion. Thank you very much. The forum is open. So we can pick up 2 or max 3 questions. May I ask volunteer to kind of reach out to those who raise their hands?
Hello, good morning, Madam Speaker and the Chair.
Yeah, right.
So it was really wonderful and insightful the thoughts that you shared about diversity and inclusion. So how could businesses use, if there are any matrices or indicators, to measure the effectiveness of diversity and the inclusion initiatives?
Speaking from experience, I would just say it is about, I think there has to be a pattern study on attrition. And then there has to be an analysis of what kind of attrition is taking place. Is there a pattern to an attrition? Because it happens, in any industry, there is the mainstream population. Say if you talk about Delhi, Or you say talk about the Delhi police. Let me put my example. So if you talk about Delhi police, largely most of them are from Haryana and Western UP, right? And then some parts of Rajasthan. Now, if I find that there are too many people who are quitting the job, and they are from a certain section of society, and it's like every place is an organization, whether it's a business, whether it's a government organization, these issues are everywhere. Like because we went in for all India recruitment because Delhi has people from all over the country. So when you get people from the northeast, for example, we have, and they're born among us, they're very good. So those people when they are there, so we used to keep tab on if people are leaving from there. Why? So that's a red flag. So you have to I don't think there's a one formula fits all, but I think the general thing is if there is a very constant pattern analysis as to the kind of attritions or even the kind of complaints coming in to the grievance redressal mechanism which is there in every organization, that should be, I think, a marker for that. And then keeping communication channels open. I think that is very, very important because I find, like the government, even companies have a huge bureaucracy. It's very difficult for a person on ground to get in touch with the person who can actually make a decision. In my experience, I've seen it's the same everywhere. But if there is a good channel of communication and people who are not sulking in the grievance redressal because they think it's not a frontline job, and then if they take that seriously, I think that's all. Yeah.
The next question.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Chitur Dangar and I am studying entrepreneurship at LJ University. And coming to the question, as you said earlier, that the big fat wedding of India, which changed the perception around the world about India. So can you please elaborate on that? Like how did that happen?
No, it happened because what happened again, because of ICT. You see what happened? Indian weddings today, like Bollywood style weddings, it's become a fashion, and today it's become a fashion to shoot reels and YouTube videos, and then it goes viral everywhere because Indians are everywhere. So you kind of like those and promote those, etc. So if I'm sitting in the US and all of us have either children or siblings studying in the US, so the perception there is like, oh, you guys are so rich. Because if you can spend so much of money in that kind of, what is the cost of that wedding, then you're definitely not a poor country. It's a perception. There are parts of India which are still very poor, no doubt about it. But the perception is not necessarily built upon all facts. Perceptions are built upon the most pushed fact. That is
Some could be negative as well. These people are bragging. They are trying to improve their image as well. Their image is quite deteriorated around the world.
Whose image? I mean, I get what you're asking for.
Like India is usually considered as the stinky people or the poor people with no civic sense. So if a person is like this Diwali wedding, they are trying to push it a lot around the world. It could be a negative effect, like they are trying to drag us.
See, that is again, we are not talking, the norm is the median norm. We are not, what are you mentioning is two extremes. You're talking of poverty and you're talking about another level of luxury. We are not talking about that because statistically, those figures are very minimal. That is extreme statistics, extreme this and extreme that. I'm talking about the general thing. Even in our own weddings, all of us here, we have families, there are weddings in our families. Don't you see the kind of, today the amount of money, let's take it this way, the amount of money that is just spent on photography, videography, pre-wedding shoot, post-wedding shoot, salana shoot, this shoot, in a wedding, today is much more than during our times. We didn't care about that. And that's not sitting idle on somebody's phone, it's being circulated, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's what creates that perception. Maybe right, may not be right. Fair enough. But that's what does it. Yeah.
Yes, the perception is very floating. Can I have the question from the gentleman in the middle row?
Good afternoon. Ma'am, you covered a lot of things. You spoke about AI, you spoke about inclusiveness. I have two specific things which I thought I would bring up here. One, when you look at AI, one thing that comes up is, and I'm linking it to the influx of the information that comes in. Today, you have some kind of a warning message which comes in when you call up someone. Similarly, similarly, we look forward to some kind of a message spread, even for the corporates and SMEs and MSMEs, because there is a lot of financial illiteracy prevalent within that sector also. Considering the cyber frauds and the threats which have increased over the last couple of years, post-COVID especially. You spoke about the hacking of the institutes during G20. One more incident that came to light was there were multiple electoral rolls also. Now I am not aware whether it is truth or it's a rumor which was spread across. But with this kind of influx of information, we are not able to identify what is truth, what is false. Point one. How does one differentiate between the two? So whilst government of India is taking a lot of steps to get the videos deleted on YouTube, banning certain portals and gaming, TikTok is one of the examples. But what more can the GOI get into? I mean, what are the necessary steps further to increase this awareness and distinguish between the truth and the fact? Second point related to AI. I think the way AI is increasing, an individual, an average Indian also needs to increase the level of his or her intelligence to differentiate between truth and false. So deepfake is one of the cases. How do we distinguish, and what is the literacy level that the GUI is planning for? Of course, Niti Aayog is working very hard on that. A few things, but a few words from your side, since you are actively associated with Niti Aayog, NASCOM. Thank you.
See, I would basically say you actually answered the question yourself. Like I tell you why. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Let me switch it on. It's on.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
See, with a humongous population, with a lot of different ethnicities, languages, and all, probably we are looking at one strata of the country. Second, a particular demographic, which is metros, right? You still have mobile users who use the keypad phones. Are they losing money? Yes, they are. So the point is, we are approaching one level, but then is it percolating enough to reach to the grassroots?
Yeah.
Maybe tier 2, maybe tier 3, maybe tier 4. Sitting in metros and mega cities, we keep on hearing a lot of things, but I'm not too sure whether it is reaching tier 3, tier 4 cities as well. Right. Always.
You'll be very interested to know that the largest number of cyber criminals are from the rural parts of India. So that answers the question. So the penetration is huge. That's what I said, because in India, this entire thing was built upon. You remember India at that point in time? I remember one professor of Harvard University in a lecture was mentioning that one smart thing India has done. That soon after independence, we invested in telecom, healthcare, etc. So when you travel across the country, and I have traveled very widely, whether it is Mizoram or whether it is deep Tamil Nadu or Okha in Gujarat or Kashmir, you have, at the village level, you have this infrastructure laid out very well. So it has taken off on that. So what I'm saying is, about the thing about technology and everything penetrating down, it has, without any doubt. But the problem is people getting to discriminate whether this is the right technology, how much of it to use, or whether there are young people who, you see, it's very complex, like the school education system. Obviously, many of these people in Jamtara, these boys, are technically illiterate, okay? But they're technologically very literate, that they can do all these kind of things. So somewhere we have to kind of reimagine our education system. So this particular talent is tapped. They could be be maybe ethical hackers. They could do so much, but then you have to kind of, we have to be. It's a very complex phenomenon. I won't go into that. That's a thing. Now, regarding the SMEs, etc., that you spoke about, see, it is about you learning. The change starts from within you. Government of India has done so much, but then you see, somehow I feel, with all due respect, somehow in India, we citizens don't learn about ourselves and our governance systems. There are so many young adults, for example, in this room, who will tell me what is the difference between a complaint and an FIR. Elemental. Somebody goes to police station, gives a piece of paper and says, "Humne FIR kar diya." It is not. That paper you gave in the police station is not, almost not worth the piece of paper it is on, because until it is converted into an FIR, and that FIR has a name and year, etc. So it's not. So that self-education is a must, and especially so for SMEs and all, because that was what was concerning us during the G20. Small colleges, small businesses were being hacked left, right, and center, and the developers who run your websites, etc., were obviously not using the latest, were not aware of the security needs, because it's nobody's fault. I think we just evolved together like that. So these things, awareness have to come, and you have to know where to look. And that is why, like organizations like AIMA, like Data Security Council of India, they're doing a lot of work. It has to come, and Government of India, of course, is doing more and more on that. But then it is something which, even AI, which information to take, which, there are various things now. Like even your WhatsApp business chats come with a blue tick. The industry also is doing what they can do. I mean, to kind of help you discriminate between that. So it is about the source of information or the nature of information. They're two different things. The blue tick on the WhatsApp or on, say, Twitter or thing, the blue tick means it's verified. It's a verified source of information, that's all. But the information in that, whether it is good or bad, it's guess, there's no answer. Yeah. That's why the discrimination has to grow, that's all.
So it's time to be wise in regards to the information being disseminated or even consumed. Right? I'm sorry, lady, we can't take up your question. It's short of time. We will take it up after this session. Thank you so very much, ma'am, having you here, reaching out to different souls. Ahmedabad Management Association, AIMA.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Sundari Nanda, for an insightful session from how alarming the AI is and how we are becoming the victim of digital arrest. So, I would request Ms. Gopi Trivedi to please felicitate ma'am with a memento. So the three words that ma'am said, reinvent, reconsider, and reprioritize is the necessity of an hour. Thank you very much for the second plenary session. We have filled up our minds with a lot of knowledge and insights. Let's fill up our stomach with this delicious lunch and reinvent ourselves get ready for the second half of the day. Thank you. Okay. Audience, please get back to the auditorium by 2:10 p.m. 2:10.
काम कर एकदम डिटेल में ये पूरा ये 5 स्टेप में मतलब होता है और बाकी सारी करता ही नहीं भी है कि क्लास में कर रहा है in the way the people before we choose, that's not problem. Talking about the states where you have Mongolia and Maharashtra. Example, Gujarat, Maharashtra, the 13 masters given for the then you are very planning, then you are very planning. After 21 lakhs, that's like a you have full target. Then you are on back. उसको बोला मेरा टारगेट कर देगा अगले महीने देना तुम्हें देखना चाहिए वो भी जब
And I know that's the overall India organization. It has and nurtured the management movement. And it also reached all of you. Connected to India. Needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in. Skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everyone.
It's not just a science, it's a fair.
Institution will call us a fraud, we proud its legacy, and we proud the role that AIMA plays in society. And we works as a overall India-wide organization for management. We have for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And we have reached overseas, like the world in India.
We'll give you a huge network, we'll give you a huge range of new concepts, and you get to access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest thinkers in the country from the event.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of the difference that one is involved.
skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
एयर लाइट ही दीजिए वरुण दादा
It's not just a desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA બહુ બધા પ્રોગ્રામ કરેલા છે એ લોકો તો ચાલુ કાં તો વાત કરી લો પેલા
India-wide coalition for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached global stage to try and connect the world with India. So whether you are a young student out there, or whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and you get to access to events where you really get to meet some of the best finance teachers in the country from home to home. You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of business that one is involved with.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for the life.
Known for its testing services, management that's becoming popular. State catering to technicians and also to equipment services.
It's not just a desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We're proud of its legacy, and we're proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
क्या है हाँ हाँ
And AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. These policies connect the world with India.
So whether you are a young student out there, or whether you are a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new partners, and it
You are any manager, teach yourself in various aspects of the business that one is involved with. continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody. AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services. So whether you are a young student out there, or whether you are a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest thinkers in the country from whom you can every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Yeah.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody. AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
It's not just a desire for success,
but a fair affair.
AIMA is some institution that all of us are proud of. We're proud of its legacy, and we're proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
And AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it also reached overseas to try and connect the world together.
So whether you are a young student out there, whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of great content, and it gives you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best in the kind of thinkers in general.
Indian manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects or disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
services ministries the land to paid catering to admissions and also to the treatment services.
It's not just a desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We're proud of its legacy, and we're proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
And works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And it also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India.
So whether you're a young student out there, whether you're practicing, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best kind of thinkers in the country from whom you can.
Every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of business that one is involved
Thank you.
continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for the government. Known for its testing services, service is the management of tests, of very to machines and services.
It's not just a desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We're proud of its legacy, and we're proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also been policy to try and connect the world with India.
Dia berpencang, dia pencang. Kopi kan itu lagi ada નીચેનું પગે એક તો ચાલુ જ રહેવાનું.
I think will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it is where we really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom we can. Every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved.
continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everyone. Has been known for this services, for instance, when I'm looking at the test, into admissions and services.
It's not just a desire for success, but a fear of failure.
Well,
कॉपी करना तेरे को कॉपी कर दो
Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to start with the thought plenary session. Please take your seats quickly. Call all your friends or new networks that you have created. Call everybody inside so that we can start with a wonderful and enriching experience with the third plenary session on shaping the future. Okay, let's welcome with a huge round of applause two speakers for the third session, Mr. Richard Rekhi, Vice Chair, Grant Thornton, India, and Mr. Yash Shah, founder the address as the speakers, and of course, Mr. Yatinder Sharma, co-founder of KHS Machinery Private Limited and past president of AIMA as the session chair. Thank you very much, dignitaries. Leadership is an action, not just a position. Effective leadership inspire change, make bold decisions, and create opportunities for people to thrive. So with this, we are going to have a very different session, the third session after the lunch, where we will be seeing, understanding, and the different perspectives of role of leadership in today's business world from the one who is a very experienced leader, Mr. Richard Rekhi, and the other who is upcoming and a budding entrepreneur in his firm, Mr. Yash Shah. The session chair is Mr. Yatinder Sharma. Mr. Yatinder Sharma, past president of AIMA, co-founder of KHS Machinery Private Limited, managing partner at Invesco Fiscal Services LLP. Under his leadership, KHS India was recognized as Manufacturer of the Year by Times Magazine and McKinsey in the year 2017. Actively engaged in industrial policy and development, he has also collaborations with AIMA, GCCI, CII, Western Region, and the government of Gujarat. So with this, I request the session chair, Mr. Yatinder Sharma, to please take forward the session and introduce the two speakers for the session Shaping India's Future, Role of Leadership. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
economy by in world economy in a very impressive manner. Many things have happened. I did not really go into each and every detail, but today we are standing at world's fifth large economy, almost about $4 trillion GDP, and that is something which has happened since 1991, which is in any count quite impressive. Our forays into some of the amazing areas of technology, whether we talk about space research, pharmaceuticals, steel production, manufacturing, many things have happened. But if we talk about dreaming about our future, which was espoused by none other than, I had a privilege to listen to him in a small room in a Fortune landmark hotel. Richard, you will be rather very happy to know that Dr. Abdul Kalam gave his presentation to all of us. There were hardly 30 people in the room. It was 1994-95. And he talked about India being a developed economy by 2020. I think being in industry and also we can say that we are a generation of baby boomers for this country. This was really heartening to see that somebody was presenting a dream for the nation. Similarly, many thoughts started emerging, and one of the lead project which was taken up by CIA under leadership of Dr. C.K. Prahlad, India at 75. And this was something which was brought out in a very, very lucid and I should say convincing manner, where there were certain challenges posed and certain aspirational goals were presented. Likewise, one of the challenges was to reach out at the bottom of the pyramid and evolve their well-being, their happiness, their growth to the next level. After having our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2014, again we as a country, we started dreaming. And the next dream which has been presented to all of us, that is India being a developed country by 2047. Once we complete our 100 years, we want to be a developed country and taking our well-deserved place in the center stage of world happenings and having people, prosperity, well-being, and also health. The point is that what is the role of leadership now onwards? And what do we really need to look forward to? When we talk about leadership, I think the leader has to dream, leader has to think, and has to execute. But the point is that the dream, what leader thinks, it has to become people's dream. Then only it can happen. One single-handed person cannot do beyond his thought, idea, unless there is a mission which is taken to the hearts of people of country. And that what is being done by our Honorable Prime Minister. One of the remarkable things which was seen while Chandrayaan-2 mission failed, he went and encouraged the entire team of our ISRO scientists that there is a next level to be achieved. Don't be disappointed. I think that was a huge support to our scientist community. And what we saw a success in our Chandrayaan-3 project. For the first time in the world, there was moon landing on the south pole of moon. So point is that extraordinary things can be achieved with ordinary people, with a dynamic visionary leader. That's it. Period. Now, for next decades to come, what kind of leadership we are looking at? Are we looking at leaders only in politics? Or we are looking at leaders in business? We are looking at leaders in education, health sector, everywhere. And that is what we are going to delve upon in next 1 hour. And I'm really happy to share with you that we have two eminent panelists who are going to share their thoughts, which are going to be very, very useful and excellent takeaways for us. I would like to introduce my friend, Mr. Richard Reiki, who is Vice Chairman of Grant Thornton. Welcome, Richard. He's the doyen of consulting industry. He has spent more than 40 years into consulting business and has headed some of the marquee organizations which are working worldwide. He had privilege to be with Arthur Andersen in the lead position. He was CEO of KPMG India. At the same time, he was on board of KPMG Middle East and also KPMG Global, and also advising KPMG Middle East for strategic initiatives. Right now, he is Vice Chairman of Grant Thornton, which is again one of the leading consulting organizations in the world. Apart from his own professional career, he has been engaged with many of the boards of companies, advising them on strategic initiatives. He is also involved with a lot of NGOs because he is having a very gentle and kind heart, where he has engaged himself to give it back to society. Also, he has been actively engaged with startups, where he is sharing his wealth of knowledge for budding entrepreneurs of India. So welcome, Richard, and may I request all of you to give him a big round of applause. We also have a young dynamic entrepreneur, Yash Shah, who is associated with one of the leading real estate business organizations, that is True Value, but he decided to chart his own path. Instead of joining his father's business, he started one of his very, very dear project, that is The Address, which is the project involving some of the dynamic, convenient co-working spaces in India, where he is already engaged in 5 cities and 3 states with a great level of success. Another project where he is actively involved as investor, mentor, that is Disruptium, which is a platform talking about pains and pleasures of startups, solving their issues, problems, and taking them to the level of wealth generation. I think it's a huge initiative from his part, and I think he deserves a very deep appreciation from all of us. He is also engaged with some of the leading real estate organizations of countries like Canada. So with that, let me welcome Yash Shah. Welcome, Yash. The structure of our discussion is like this, that I would request Richard and Yash to share their views first. Then I am going to pose certain questions as per the floor, and then we'll have question and answer session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You can see me holding a presentation. Actually, I prepared a presentation, then I got a filing at lunchtime. After lunch, sleepy. Still, the chairman of the session, there no presentation. We have to do Q&A, and we have to see what the audience wants. I completely agree with him. So I'm going to take bits and pieces of my presentation that I have prepared and share it with you all. But first of all, I want to thank AIMA. I want to thank Association for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to come and talk with you. The greatest thrill that I get is when I come and talk to youngsters. So it is not what I can give, it's what I can get. And while I was running KPMG, while I was running the firm in India, I used to always meet the youngest people who used to come and join our organization to understand what's happening on the ground. It was literally a reverse mentoring kind of. I used to learn a lot. And a lot of my policies, a lot of things that I did in the firm came from those interactions. And so I think all of you sitting here have got a wealth of knowledge. Don't be shy about it. Give it up. Give it back to the world and give it confidently. So I want to start my session by, because the earlier session I've been sitting here since morning. Let me make one thing very clear. You can be who you are. Perception is reality, whether you like it or not. If you don't work on your perception, that's reality and it's over. So don't come and say, "Hey, what the perception is over." That's what reality. I also want to introduce one thing to you which I learned very late in my life, and I don't want you guys to learn it late in your life. It's the 5-ball theory. In our life, all of us are juggling 5 balls at the same time. One is family, friends, your spirituality, health, and your 5th ball is your job. The first 4 balls, family, health, spirituality, health, are glass balls. If they fall, they break. And when they break, you know what happens. You can never get it back in the same shape. The job is a rubber ball, it keeps bouncing. Doesn't make a difference, it keeps bouncing. But what we do, we focus on the rubber ball. We don't focus on the glass balls. So I want you, many youngsters sitting in this audience, I would just say, focus on the glass balls. They are going to take you far in life. You've got to be a balanced human being. I don't think I'm a balanced human being because I put so much into my work. So I think, so I thought this is something I'm going to share. As some of you may go for your first job, some students sitting here who are going to look for it. And the one thing I will tell, because the youngsters are sitting here, to everybody, it's all of us. Few things that I learned in my life across was never sell anything that you would not buy. Never sell anything that you would not buy. Because who are you trying to fool? You try to fool the world, the world will come back to fool you. So, and nothing goes too far. You know, they say that the second thing I learned was life is a circle. Everything that goes up comes down. If you respect the people on the way up, they will respect you on your way down. You want to know the respect you have of people? Strip your titles and go back to that organization. You know this, but it'll be too late at that time. So I'm telling you now, when you lead your life, as you're going up always look behind your shoulders. Somebody is left behind because you're smarter, you move ahead. You never know. In another organization, they may be your boss. They won't forget what you did to them. So how are treating people well with a lot of respect, giving them their due. And the other point I would like to put is, I remember when I took over as you and appointed somebody in a leadership role, he came and said, "They're not listening to me." I only have one line answer for him. Titles are given, respect is earned. I said, I cannot tell people to listen to you. You have to earn that respect. And you earn respect through your work. So if you find people are not respecting, not giving you needs, there's something going wrong with you. We don't look at ourselves. We won't try to blame the whole world for everything that is there. Look at yourself. I tell you, the biggest learning that I've got in my life is a series of failures. Completely. And I learned the maximum of that. I never knew the reservoir of talent that was there within me. Once I was put on a stage without even knowing the topic, and I was told to speak in front of a large audience. That's the time I realized I could speak. then I didn't know that I could even talk to an audience and be able to motivate or, So these are talents. My biggest failure came when I did not make it to a partner in Arthur Anderson. And when somebody doesn't get promoted, what happens? They abuse, they hit the system. I did exactly that for 15 days. After that, I said, maybe there's something wrong with me. Let me go back to my drawing board and work so hard. And I decided in my mind that I'm going to make it to partner next year and I'll resign on the next day. But I will make it to partner. That's the determination I had. And I worked so hard. I didn't know when it was morning, when it was night, what it was. But to be fair to that firm, they made me a partner, and 1 year later, they gave me 5 times the promotion. People who made it 6 years back, they put me back on that same level. And they wrote a note to me saying, we hope we repose the faith in you. So the point is, we shouldn't go looking for rewards. The point is to tell you that there will be times when things are not going to work. Let it be, let it move on. But I think we need to see how we deal with these situations and challenges we get. And when I look at somebody with the thought came up in the earlier sessions, global mindset. And we got some entrepreneurs in India who have got this global mindset, who want to go out into the world. And the fact that I'm lucky to work in global consulting firms and I've seen the world, seen enough of it to tell you India. And I've made notes, so even at KPMG, we used to have this delivery center, we used to call it low-cost delivery center. I said, no, it is the talent hub which you're going to give for KPMG. It's not a low-cost delivery center. We've got the best talent here. In fact, if you don't use this talent, it's your own talent. So you decide what you want to do. So we should be proud of who we are. Man to man, I was just on a board of an Australian company, the biggest bank of Australia, Commonwealth Bank of Australia, and the global CEO had come down. I told him, so I said, what do you think of the talent in India? He's saying, person to person, they are better than the Australians. And I would rather use this talent than the talent. This is coming from an Australian, not coming from an Indian. So if you go around the world, you will keep hearing all this. So I don't want to this thing. But there were 4 leaders. 4 leaders. The CEO of Arthur Anderson, Leo Spasik, Gus Levy, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, David Ogilvy of the famous Ogilvy, and who was the Marvin Barber, who was the CEO of McKinsey. Marvin Barber did not form McKinsey. McKinsey was formed by Mr. McKinsey. It was not a consulting firm, it was an accounting firm. Marvin Barber came and changed it. Leo Spasik did not form Mr. Arthur Anderson. And it was a small firm. He was very clear that he used to be losing more clients than he got because he was so strict. And he was so strict on his values and everything else. Anybody did wrong, out of the office. So, he was no more a client. So, Leo Spasik is the guy who built. These 4 people in the 1950s used to meet at the Constitutional Club. 4 of the biggest leaders of the biggest services firm in the world. Even today, each of these, Anderson collapsed and died. But if you take Goldman Sachs, you take Ogilvy, Nathan, as it's called, and this one, McKinsey, they are still top of the consulting line. And so these people used to meet and say, how do we become global? They were not competitive in that sense, and they learned from each other who was going to become global, how to become global, what are the things you are doing, and they learned. So I'm just saying leaders can meet, and this one picture of them sitting on a bench in that club was worth $1 million for me, because I'm from the profession. When I saw that picture, I said, this is the picture which is going to remain with me for a lifetime. But I just thought I'd share with you to tell you how leaders, how great organizations get built, and how do they, move on. So the other big thing on leadership, which in today's time, leaders need to be passionate. And as leaders, you need to put out a message to your people. Somebody asked a question, how do you motivate your team? The team is not working. I don't know whether the gentleman is still here there. How the team is not working. I will give you one answer to this. Leaders, people do not know the difference between a leader, a boss, and a manager. Manager executes what you tell him. Him means, when I say him, please, it's everybody. So manager executes the job given to them. A leader inspires. He motivates and he carries the team to the vision which they have. Whoever they are looking at. And they need to put that vision out. And a lot of it comes from how you lead your own life. And what is the message you give up? When you go on that stage, and I keep saying, and if I keep saying that, oh, may I believe in, see, the guy who says he believes in values, he's got no values. I'm sorry. I'm making a statement, but it's not for everybody. And we have people who have values, we talk about it. So if you got values, live it. What do you tell somebody? If you love your mother and you take a camera and go take a picture. So what you do, you just do it for the sake, because what you believe in. And I think giving the values, people think values are put on screensavers. We have these big cafeterias in KPMG, Mahada. What difference? Nothing happens. I remember when we launched Higher Purpose in KPMG, I was part of the global team which put together the Higher Purpose for KPMG. Do you know what Higher Purpose is? Anybody knows what Higher Purpose is? So Higher Purpose is just when we went to stop, always pura session chala hai. So please tell me. So the higher purpose is when you find out what is the why of your life. Why do I go to office? Why do I do this work? Why am I studying in this college? Why am I coming to this meeting? Why am I wasting my whole day out here? The question that you ask yourself, tomorrow you or your organization disappears from the face of this earth, will the world miss anything? If your answer is no, then you know you're leading a useless life. Go back to the drawing board and change it. And that can only come if you are in the service of people. And the one example I want to give you, which has rang in my head so much that it's remained forever with me, it can get a little emotional at times. Today I'm not going to make it emotional, but it is about the attack on the Taj. When the general manager of that hotel, the terrorist attack, Karamveer Singh Khan, can never forget that name in my life. He was out, he enters the hotel, a little while terrorists have already taken over the hotel, finds out in some time his entire family is wiped out. His 2 sons and wife dead. Calls up his mother and says, lost family. You know what she tells him? Stay on, save as many lives as possible. That day in the Taj Hotel, what happened and what Karamveer Singh Khan did was a higher purpose, a purpose beyond what. When so many people gave their lives for guests, they didn't know. They stood as shields, took the bullets on themselves, and let the guests escape. In the history of the world, whenever such tragedy has hit anybody, only one kind of hero emerges or 2 emerge. Here, multiple heroes emerge that day. The receptionist who goes back to the hotel saying, you have to guide the guest. So I think the point which I'm trying to make out here is that higher purpose is something that we need to have with us and take it. So I think that is something very important that you should have. The other one which I want to talk about is, you need to ask yourself especially in today's time, this, I was reading a quote of Harsha Bhogale. He said, Sachin Tendulkar is the master of the game, but a servant in his attitude. The way the humility with which he behaves. And today when you see the sports people around you, you see the famous personalities around you, it stands out. For 24 years, the blemishless career, who stood, and the one thing which I can never forget is in his farewell speech. After giving that farewell speech in that whole stadium, shouting, Sachin, 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 This guy doesn't get carried away, but he goes back to the 22 yards and pays reference to it. That has been etched in my mind forever. That speech which he gave was great, but the action which he did shows his humility, because that 22 yards gave him whatever it gave him, and he got what he got. We need to be agile, flexible. I'm not going to get into some of these things because there's the actions is one which I put it up to you. There is a called Captain Vijay Thapar. He goes to this temple. This was on 12th June 1999. They knew, the entire platoon, the entire team that he was leading knew at that moment when they went to the temple to pray. They were going out to fire or to take charge or capture back Tololing Pass. And just for everybody's this thing, that pass changed the entire Kargil war. That changed the Kargil war taking over. At that time, the entire battalion behind him knew that there was 10% chance that they would survive. So there is this picture of them at the temple, the entire team. Next morning, only 2 returned, out of which one is William Thapar. And he dies. He went on the 29th to take another unit, and because he saw that the Pakistanis were all over, he didn't want to risk his troops, so he went in as the leader, got killed. When his people saw him getting killed, they went in to go the pass. That motivated them to such an extent. So the point I'm trying to say is sports and this thing is a show. And then the other one which I want to give another example, in 1996 when Nelson Mandela became the president of South Africa, apartheid South Africa, only whites were there. The blacks said, oh, finally got a black guy out there. And there was riots all over the country. The only way he could get the riots back was to win the Rugby World Cup, which was being played. And they had no chance. I'll finish with this story. The only chance they could get was win that Rugby World Cup. He goes to the captain of the South African team. And there is this picture. Actually, I had the opportunity of listening to that captain. He came live to KPMG event and spoke to us about that incident, about that whole thing with Nelson Mandela. And his girlfriend asked him, what did the president ask you? He said he didn't say anything. But his eyes told me he wants us to win the cup. And I'm not going to go the whole story. They were motivated through an inspirational leader who stood beside his team, went to their practice sessions, gave them that poem which he used. It's called Invictus, but the poem is not Invictus. It is something else. But he gave them that poem and he said, this made me survive. You read this poem and you're. And he was there on the final day wearing the jersey number 6, which the captain wore, the green jersey. He was there supporting the team. They won the World Cup against All Blacks, the New Zealand team. And if you know the All Blacks story, they never lose. But they won it because they were motivated to do it for their president. So I think motivation of a leader comes from very different things. Just to answer your question, you can motivate. You could motivate a dead team like South Africa to win the World Cup. So why can't we not motivate a bunch of people to see? See, the one thing, other point I'll give you, if you want something, put a tagline. People go behind a tagline. You put one vision statement, should be short, catchy, and people will go after it. If you want something, move that across. I did it when I joined KPMG and I became the CEO. I said we want to be $1 billion firm. The whole firm got motivated with it. Some people didn't like me, they didn't want to work so hard. But then, yeah, okay. So I will just end up here and then maybe we take your question and answers. Thank you.
I'll take my sweet 10 minutes. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Yash. Mr. Sharma did a great job introducing me, but I run a firm called The Address. We are co-working and managed office space operators running in about 10 cities, about 7 different states. I also run a startup incubation company which funds as well as mentors various startups. At the same time, we've been doing luxury concierge services, and I think today, yesterday, while I was told that I should be speaking on leadership, I was thinking as to what I'm going to go out there and speak about, and I think you gave a brilliant example. I was just asked to stand in front of an audience, and they said go speak. So I think I want to do that, and the first thing that really comes to my mind is I could have prepared a lot of things, but then that would have been something which has come from my experience, and I'd be just coming out here, probably telling a story or two, or repeating something that came out of the back of my mind, something which was a scripture, and just gone about it. But then I really thought to myself, I would want to go out there and speak about what really leadership is like. And that was exactly what my frame of mind last night was. And that is, leadership is chaotic. That's one thing. And I think there was a brilliant example which was brought up, is that there's a very clear difference between a manager and a leader. And we did our company retreat very recently, which was last month from 6th to 9th February. And this was the first time when we had almost about 150 people from my organization come together. And they had various questions, because this was the first time somebody from Chennai was meeting somebody from Ahmedabad, and somebody from Ahmedabad was meeting somebody from Indore, so on and so forth. And they were as excited as they were. They said that, sir, you are 29 years old, and why should we be listening to you, or why should we be following anything that you say? And I said, this is probably the best question I've ever gotten till date, is because there is only one answer to this, and that answer has really led me to starting an organization of my own, is that I do not wish on intending you as to what you need to do. The salary that you get, or the amount that you get, is for everything that I'm telling you what needs to be done for. The effort and your mind space that you invest beyond what has been told to you is where you bring in your leadership. And I'm going to repeat this one more time, is that no matter anybody over here being employed or salaried, or you're doing something of your own, the biggest part is that we all get paid in some way or the other, and we get paid for something that we know we have to do. What we really learn is after putting our head into it, after what's been told as to what needs to be done. And this, to continue on this example, I've never been a very, any professors out here, or anybody who's with the education background, I have a brilliant story. I was in IIM Bangalore, and there was a great lecture which was going on, and I absolutely loved every bit of it. Right? It was Professor Subramaniam who was giving me one of the best lectures I've learned in my life in economics. And as soon as the lecture was over, I went down to him. I said, "Sir, I've become a fan of you." And then the next lecture, I got back to him and I said, "Sir, I've not been able to sleep since 2 days because I had a question for you." And he's like, "Please go ahead, Yash." And I said, "Sir, you know so much. I cannot even imagine. Why are you not doing it, and why are you not executing yourself?" At that point of time, I don't think he slept for another 2 days. And post that, he got back to me and said that this is what I can do. I can probably give you my knowledge, but I don't have it in me to execute that. I don't have it in me to take that risk to get where I have to. I don't have it in me to not get my sleep at night. And this is a very honest conversation that I had. And that's the day when I realized at 22 years old that I just want to give up. I want to give up my sleepless nights to what we call leadership. And I think leadership for everybody is very different. I mean, a sports person. But again, going to that, there were two people that we mentioned about. I had the opportunity before 2 months to spend 2 days with the other person who came back, and that was Colonel Lalit Rai. He's the Gurkha rifle that went in first in the 1999 Kargil war. And I think I've never cried as much as I did when I spent 2 days with him is because he came as a speaker in one of our organizations, and I was talking to him and I said, sir, I've had Virat Kohli over here as a speaker, and there's people that fill up the room, and Virat Kohli comes in, sits on the stage. There's so much that he does, and Virat Kohli has a Bharat Ratna, and so he goes on to say, is that yes, I don't know if I spoke for 2.5 hours in the room. There were so many people that were laughing. There were so many people that were crying. But there was one part of it that you did not realize, is that when Virat Kohli probably walks in, there's so many people that there's an entourage that comes alongside him. When I was done over here, sure, people wanted to take pictures with me because they see me as a real life hero, so on and so forth. But they probably won't remember me tomorrow. I was right here packing my own laptop, taking my own chargers, and just headed back home. And he then, to the room, gave an example of the movie LOC, where his role has been reprised by, I think, Ajay Devgan. There's a whole speech that he gives under his name, so on and so forth. And he said that there was a time during the movie promotions when Ajay Devgan and me were right next to each other, and nobody really knew who I was. And at that point of time, you were talking about somebody that has not just put his life at risk for the entire country, but so leadership sometimes also becomes a part where you acknowledge that somebody else gets credit for something that they probably have never done, but your role as a leader comes in the part where you also let others flourish. Correct. Something else that I really want to touch on, because I know that we're behind on time, is that leadership is not a compilation of successes, but an amalgamation of failures. I do not believe that I have learned anything out of my successes till now, till this moment. And I say this to my father, and he gets upset with me every single time I bring this up, is that Dad, every time I believe that we did something wrong together, or the only thing that I could get out of it is what I do not want to do in the future. But every time we became successful, I don't know if I'm going to continue doing the same thing tomorrow. Correct? And that is what really leaders do, is that they do not always thrive on success, but rather learn from failures. They rather take it in a way which is a stepping stone to something way more beautiful, which lies in the other outcomes. Something which is also important to touch on is the difference between a leader versus the difference between leadership. And I think that a manager can do great leadership, but it's not necessary that a leader always becomes the best executor. Correct? Leadership in general is all about acceptance. Accepting the fact that there are 100,000 people or millions of people better than you, and at the end of the day, how can you collaborate all of them together to get to the outcome that you really want? With that, I think I'm going to stop this. I want to thank you for the little time that I have.
Yeah. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Yash, for the very interesting viewpoints have been shared. I'm going to limit questions which are very, very obvious, but I think they are relevant. One of the major challenges for the future of India, when we look at the to-do list, it's a very vast. Whether we talk about sustainability of energy, or whether we talk about evolution of health sector, or we talk about challenges in education, or even our politics, the kind of the culture and values in politics, there are a lot of challenges. Point is that it points down to the leadership. The point is that there are two viewpoints on leadership, that there has to be a professional leadership with a cutting edge knowledge, or there can be a leadership with compassion and wisdom. I would like to know your viewpoint on this, Richard.
So, you asked me, I'm a believer. See, we used to hear a word called empathy earlier. I mean, it is a big word we kept hearing. Empathy is, you feel for the other person, you put yourself in their shoes, then you ask them, how's it going? But post-COVID, empathy got into the background and compassion came. Because it's just empathy. What is compassion? Compassion is empathy in action. So you don't just go and ask a person how he is, but you'll also ask them how you can help them, and you take the step forward. So compassionate servant leadership is the need of the time. You need a healing balm over people. And I think if you get into the servant leadership, I can only tell you one thing, the impact that you will have on people very different, because people are going through a lot of challenges in their lives. And I think leaders need to be kind, they need to be able to, it's all about well-being, employee well-being. And if you look after your employees will look after your company. So if you keep your employees happy, you will keep your company happy. So this is my view.
Yeah, great. Yes, your viewpoint, please.
So I think leadership is something which requires to be changed at every point of time. At a point of time when you really require to be empathetic, you also need to make sure that people don't get the better of you every single time, or do not put it to misuse. At the same time, I think usually all leaders are principally very strong. So when it comes to their own principles, they have a very clear bifurcation. They don't have a thin line. They have a very thick line about what is acceptable versus what is unacceptable, right? And they will always follow that. So I think that something which needs to be tackled with wisdom will be tackled accordingly, and something which needs to be tackled empathetically will be done in a similar way.
Yeah, great. I think another major point, that was something which I had a chance to listen to hard talk with our Union Minister Puri. And it was a topic which was raised by, in that particular discussion, was India to be a developed country by 2047. And point is that we as a country, we always have a huge execution gap. In yesteryear, small successes were considered to be a major media event. If somebody winning a one gold medal at Olympics used to be a kind of, like a P.T. Usha missing medal was being celebrated. The point is that as a leader, and the kind of aspiration what country is having now, being a developed country, how do you look at the complexion of leadership which has to evolve, Richard?
So I think it's a very India's first let me paint the picture of where India is. India is at the cusp of greatness. They say when an idea whose time has come, nobody can stop it from happening. So India reaching where it can reach or becoming a superpower is bound to happen. Now the question is not will it happen, but when will it happen? But our biggest issue and our biggest challenges which we yourself have raised is execution, upskilling of our people, which is very important, and being able to, but the leaders need to, leaders need to be aspirational. They need to drive the nation. And I want to give you one example, while it may not be an India example. When John F. Kennedy decided to put the first man on the moon in the 1960s, the entire America got charged to say that they were going to put the first man on the moon. And when he went to that time, it was not called NASA, it was called the Space Organization. He went there was a lady cleaning the clothes, and he asked us, what are you doing? She said, helping the first man. So he got an entire nation charged up to say we want to. Leaders need to be able to motivate the entire people to believe in themselves, believe in their ability, and go and make it happen. But I would say for India to progress, the government needs to get out of the business of business. The regulations need to be much softer. They need to let the businesses grow. And I would stick my neck out here and say, would India be able to, in the current context, ever happen Apple? My answer is no. Because if Steve Jobs was in India, he would be sitting before regulators, answering questions instead of building his business. Let the people run their businesses, trust the business people, let them run it, and let's not put too much regulation there. So this is what my point is. I think it's a very important point, and I think if we don't do it, India, it will be an opportunity which we will be thinking about.
Yes. Yeah. I think ours is a country which has got a huge execution gap. And point is that we normally end up celebrating more ordinary achievements, and we really do not focus on full execution. As a country, whether we talk about various projects, and point is that the call what we are looking for as a country, that we want to be a developed country by 2047. In that case, what kind of complexion of leadership we should look at? What kind of leadership has to evolve, where this execution gap is addressed fully?
So I think when we say that we want to be a developed country by 2047, I think we also need to understand as to what is the definition of a developed country, right? Because I think that if a country lacks basic civic sense, I don't believe we're a developed country. We may have the best infrastructure, we may have everything which is the best, but if we don't have the people we have a lot of people, but if we don't have the people who are going to be, working, or who are going to be of the same, who are going to be in the same direction as like-minded, I don't think it's going to come through. There's still going to be people who are going to be not obeying the basic, right? The basic civic sense. I think regulatory is, for us to even get to the part which is regulatory, still requires a lot of people to get the basics right? And I think for us, I would believe that we are a developed country if even 70% of the country gets basic civic sense of driving in one lane and letting just the senior citizens and pregnant women go inside or outside of a aircraft or a train first. And I think we first as Indians need to understand the fact as to what really, and I think it starts with us. It starts with the people that are sitting in this room. If we are going to accept every person who is doing whatever they are, and if we are not going to be accountable and responsible for it, why do you expect somebody else to, right? And because I don't believe, it's great to clap, but 80% of us over here will probably not follow it if we were to, correct? We have to be the leaders first to get to a place, and I would say that we do that. We're a developed economy. We'll fight against everybody else. India, we have enough manpower and we have enough brains to go out and do whatever we want to in the world. But let's get this right first.
I think another aspirational, I should say, dilemma, while we look at, there are various initiatives which are already going on. Likewise, Prakash Padukone has started OGQ, that is an Olympic Gold Quest, where we want our Olympic gold winners more and more from our country in sports. And if we talk about technology leadership, the leadership challenge today is that we need to make global brands. Today there is not a single consumer product brand which is globally spread out from India. But if we talk about our products, made in India is a good acceptance, but it is not being considered as an outstanding product. Likewise, if we talk about certain products which are coming out from certain countries, people vouch by it. point is that if we really want to achieve this kind of aspirational target, what kind of future leadership we are looking at? Richard, I think your viewpoint will be very important.
So I just want to give you two examples here, which is very relevant today. How many of you use ChatGPT? Do you know that ChatGPT could have been an Indian company? Are you aware that this ChatGPT offered Vishal Sikka when he was the CEO of Infosys, brought it to Infosys? It was a small company at that time to buy it up at 250 million at that time, and the Infosys board rejected it. I'm not going to go into the reasons because there are lots of things in it. I don't want to disclose some internal things, but they rejected that, and ChatGPT is now what it is, and you see where it is found. The second example, which is to give these missed opportunities, Intel both got the opportunity to create the AI product, which is now become NVIDIA. Okay, it's taken 10, 12 years to build it up, but Intel both rejected it. And if you see at that time, if you see the valuation of Intel, Intel is almost going to wind up. It's just a matter of time before they will wind up. And NVIDIA is today $3 trillion company. I mean, a company which has started few. So I think the question which comes up is we must be able to grab the opportunities when they come. We need to think big. We need to think. You see, the biggest problem I think Yash has raised it is why we did not say it in those many words, but do we even believe in quality? This chalta attitude has to get up. We have to believe in quality and consistency. Every time you build a product, it has to look and feel the same. How do you think these global brands got built? Why do you blindly go and buy a global brand? Because you know, at least their basic quality to have. That's what it is. So India, brand India, has to signify something to the world. And the products which come out of here, you cannot have. I was taking a flight from Singapore to India, and they were standing, everybody was standing in a line in Singapore. Came to India, it became a mad rush. Same people, in the same plane at two different airports. So the point I want to make is that we should not be waiting for the policeman to tell us what we do or whatever. We need to follow the rules and regulations. But that is for us. But I think the bigger picture we want to achieve, what you are saying, we need to build back. Secondly, India's investment in R&D is very poor. It's such a small percentage to any other country. So we need to invest in R&D. We need to invest in innovation. We need to believe in it, and we need to take it to the next level. And we need to also, India, we do not celebrate failure, unfortunately. Because we don't celebrate, we'll be able to learn from it, celebrate, I mean, don't go in. But we should not look down on people who tried and failed. And I think we should be able to learn from it, take those learnings and move forward. I think the more we start learning, the better kind of company we're going to create. And we need to allow the young entrepreneurs. India is a land of a billion entrepreneurs. I think India is actually a job problem shouldn't be there. I don't know why there is a job problem. But India is a land of a billion entrepreneurs. And all these young students sitting here, I'm sure many of you are young and thinking, I'll become an entrepreneur. But I think we need to create the ecosystem for them to flourish. We need to create the ecosystem where they will, and these ecosystems have been well built in the Western world, where the colleges encourage them and do it. So I think we need to move forward. But my view is India macroeconomic is very strong. It's a large economy, large consumption base, going through some tough times now, but it won't last forever. And those kind of things, now the smart entrepreneur or the smart person can take advantage, because people, you always know, great companies emerge out of crisis, so if we can get 7 to 8 or 9 companies of the category of Apple, Nvidia, coming out of India, I think India is global. It's just not about a wedding brand which you take to the world. I think we need to take some brands out into the market.
So I think, yes, I resonate with everything that he said. And to add on, I would want to showcase a very quick difference is that does, I mean, which is the world's #1 company, of course, based out of the US currently, NVIDIA, Tesla, or Apple. Take either of them, correct? You just look at their market cap, and then you pick up our stock exchange. You add together the first 55 companies, right? You make a total of these 55 companies, and you put up the first company over there. That's the difference between the two economies. But now, when we go back to that, I would say that an Apple, correct? We talked about make in India, so on and so forth. Apple does not make in the US. All this is designed in California, correct? They've done absolutely nothing in the US. They took people from somewhere else to manufacture it. They put up a manufacturing unit. All they did was think, and then they executed everything elsewhere. And that's where we are lacking. We become a little too emotional sometimes, and we become a little too practical. For us, it's not about the longer vision. It's just about how do I get money in the bank at that point of time. Correct? You go to a McDonald's, they'll probably be flying down cheese from the US or wherever they're manufactured. Over here, any Indian entity opens up something outside, they're probably trying to figure out how do I make more money here. So I think when we go beyond just the idea of pure profits or pure revenue, there's a lot more that is underlying. There are various underlying things such as R&D, so on and so forth, which is clearly lacked, and that's what we need to touch upon.
Excellent. I think we are well in time. We have 5 minutes for question and answer, so we can take few questions.
So before I ask the question, I think I'll just complete last 2 lines of the poem from Invictus. I'm the captain of my ship and I'm the master of my soul. Thank you. So I think you touched upon quite a few topics on leadership and they were very pertinent. In fact, 2 things which came out of your discussion. One was risk taking, and the other is delivery. You also said we don't celebrate failure. How does a leader balance between innovation and delivery? I think the first point where the leader needs to focus on is where he will get the maximum value for the company. And I will go with Yash's point, and I don't think it's been reiterated 20 times. We should not look at short-term profits. The problem with all of us is we look at short-term gains, kitna paisa banega, cut corners. Every time we think, oh, we do it like this, we can make more profit. I think we need to get out of that mindset. We should say there has to be a profit, there needs to be a purpose. And the one better example than Tata for this, how they have built their empire, brought all the regulations today that we follow. They were first put in Tata when there was no laws in this country. And I think that kind of, if we are able to put a higher purpose together, like when I say higher purpose, it is basically your salary is your current account, your higher purpose is your capital account. And we all go and invest it where you make the money. So I think we have to think long term. We need to, even when we talk about medals, we've spoken about gold. When UK got 2 medals in the Olympics, they put Sebastian Coe to run 20-year program, and then they won 65 gold. And consistently they have been winning the 60. I think we need to put a 20-year program out there. So even for our companies, we need to put a long-term program and not look at what we did in the short term. And also let's understand, we live in a world of corporate governance. We live in a world of ESG. We live in a world of sustainability. All this will get you valuations. If we say sustainability mein ka paisa chala jayega. Paul Pullman, just to share with you, he put the sustainability agenda for Unilever, the shared tank. For 2 years, in fact, they were an acquisition target. They almost got acquired. but Paul Polman at that juncture are not going to sell. And he held on to his company, and today it's one of the most profitable companies. And that same policy that he put in helped him get money. We heard Sanjay Kirloskar in the morning say that because of the policy they put in, they made a lot of money. Because they were able to bring efficiency, productivity, going for the, if you take IKEA as a company, and you know IKEA is a private limited company, how many of you know that there is not a single shareholder in that company other than the family? And but what was their purpose was to give furniture to people who could not afford furniture, but give them the same kind of furniture that the rich people can use. Of course, they worked on how, and then you see their work style, they are frugal. None of them travel business class. Right up to the owner, he used to travel international travels also. Everybody travels economy. I'm just telling how people live. So I think the important point to answer you is, I think leaders need to paint the big picture, motivate the team, and empower the team. Otherwise, why hire smart people? If you're going to tell them what to do, let them come and do their work. Yeah? I mean, they're specialists. You are only like a conductor. The music is being played by different people. As long as you're a conductor, you are the music conductor, and let them go and do it. And don't think you're the expert in everything. That's when the companies will achieve that.
Excellent. So I think we had some wonderful ideas about leadership. We have taken a peek into our future, which looks really promising. But at the end of the day, I think our journey is going to be quite challenging, interesting, and demanding a lot of things from the leaders. Likewise, what Richard said, what Yash said, it needs commitment, it needs looking beyond yourself, it needs a kind of setting your own example, living by example, creating a dream for yourself and then making that dream of everybody. That should be the capability and skill of leader. And I think India is definitely looking forward to such, I should say, exciting journey way forward. And leadership will evolve because this country is going to be young for at least next 4 to 5 decades minimum. The young population of this country is going to take this country move forward. I would end up by saying one thing, which is it is always said that change is always there. It is permanent. So I will end up with one nice quote. सोच बदलो सितारे बदल जाएंगे, नजर बदलो नजारे बदल जाएंगे, कश्तियां बदलो किनारे बदल जाएंगे. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Each and every speaker and the session chair added so much of value to today's conclave. So, as rightly said by the speaker, leaders are the one who work for the higher purpose. Let's everybody become a leader to work for the higher purpose.
Yeah. Please, anyone who wants to come, there are no seats. I'll wait a few minutes if anyone wants to change, otherwise we can start. Some people. Please, right here. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session on embracing change in the digital age, where I, as she introduced, Mohit Sarabhai, Honorary Secretary at AIMA. I'm really honored to be chairing this session. We have with us, as an introduction to all the speakers, Mr. Nishant Vaid. He is the founder of Expand My Business, EMB Global, which is a fast-growing platform for digital services. He's a visionary in digital transformation, AI, and IT. And all of them are going to speak a little bit and introduce a little bit more of themselves. We have with us Mr. Rajat Muna, Professor, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. Professor Muna played a key role in smart card-based driving licenses, e-passports, and in shaping India's technological landscape. Professor Muna is a renowned academician and technologist and author. Welcome, sir. We have with us Mr. Abhishek Desai, founder of Cricket Heroes, which is India's first mobile platform of cricket using technologies to empower grassroots cricketers to showcase their talent. Welcome, Mr. Abhishek. I'm really honored because digital transformation is really one of the hottest topics, and I'm honored that I'm chairing this session. And I want to let's take a view back. We're going to talk a lot on business and everything, but let's take a view back, take like a helicopter view, and go back, let's say, 300,000 years, when humans, the first humans appeared in Africa. And if you look at all the history, when initially we started with Homo sapiens, right? They became the part of a lot of genuses of Homos. And if you look at history, what is the most unifying? This world has always been fragmented. 300,000 years ago, the Homo sapiens became really powerful. All the other species that were there were not there. And they did that by accepting technology, and they did that by accepting change. Those were the two huge things that Homo sapiens then became a dominant species. All of us came from there. Everyone else was out. Take that back to 6,000 years when civilization started. Even then, the world remained fragmented. We are different culturally. We are different religiously. We are different in what we eat, how we look. But if you look at all of that, come back to this year, what is the single most unifying factor amongst all our species? And I say species because humans, after all, biological, plus I'm from the pharmaceutical side, are a species. It's digital age. We are all on the same platform. That's like the most powerful thing. Anything can change. We're all on the same platform, regardless of whatever we believe in or whatever our habits are. We are all on the same digital platform, and that is very powerful. So, like many of you, I see many young faces, but like many of you, I grew up in the pre-internet era. I think some of you, whether you know it or not, I don't know. But my formative years were in the pre-internet era, where I thought the coolest thing in the whole world was the Walkman I had, And if you remember the Walkman I had, and I had a few cassettes, and I would keep these cassettes in various pockets, and that was all the music you could carry. I would carry this everywhere. And this was not that long ago. I mean, me and my friends still remember which cassettes we had. And you look at now, on this device, I can listen to any music, made any time in the world, in the entire thing, just on a 5G or a Wi-Fi network. So imagine how much of the digital transformation, how much we've embraced digital age in a way where it has changed my lifestyle, it has changed my life choices. And that's the power of this what we are saying. Amazon Prime, when it came out, we were also happy. Wow, you could get groceries in one day if you went to Amazon Prime. Now my son has taught me Blinkit. Like in 10 minutes, I get my tomato ketchup. He said Amazon Prime is already poor. So, so the change is happening so fast. It's unbelievable. By the time I'm done with this today, the change is happening. We don't ask questions on how good that. We're just saying how revolutionary this concept is on that. I personally, I'm in the healthcare sector, as I mentioned. We've got AI algorithms that can diagnose disease. I'm working on a device which can self-collect. You know, you can do a self-collect sample of a diagnostic disease part. And the computing of that is done on the cloud. So you self-collect, you insert it onto this device that we are right now researching. The computing is done on the cloud after the DNA thing is done in the machine, and the result comes on your mobile phone. You each have a unique QR code. There's no room for error. So even if you look at India's digital transformation, we are using more transactions than anywhere else in the world. Everyone has the QR code is ubiquitous, as they say. So I can buy one pan, and if I don't have cash, I can use a QR code almost anywhere in India. So India is also dynamically changing. The world is dynamically changing. The AI is dynamically changing. Radiologists are now using AI to diagnose, better than they're saying what a human radiologist can do. So the point I'm trying to make in this short introduction is that there is no choice for any one of us but to embrace digital transformation. There is no choice. The survival of any organization depends on it. The future belongs to individuals and companies that are able to understand how to operate in this very dynamic digital age. It's for all of us. There's someone said in the last conference, change is the only constant. And that is true, but we also have to learn and learn very fast because of the way things are moving. So with that short introduction, I leave it to our eminent speakers who are much more progressed into this, to maybe initially with you and just say something about for the first 10 minutes, and then we will do a question and answers. Thank you very much, and we're excited for this conference. Thank you.
First of all, a very good afternoon to all present, and wanted to thank AIMA, Ahmedabad Management Association, for having me over. Right? So, now friends, I think this topic is of strong interest to me. I think with digital transformation, AI right now, I think AI has become synonymous with digital transformation. Having the honor of leading EMB Global to over 4,000 odd clients across 22 countries, setting up business in 7 countries in the last 5 years, I think very, very close to the subject, and personally very inspired to be speaking about what I feel or what people inside the EMB group feel right now. So before I get on to who I am and what impact will AI have on our lives, let me start with some very interesting facts and figures. Right? Any guesses how much time did the internet take to reach 100 million users? Any guesses from the audience? Yeah, you are close. So it took almost 7 years for the internet to reach 100 million users. Any idea on how much time did OpenAI's ChatGPT take to reach 100 million users? 2 months. Now the problem with the entire document right now is people are saying this is growth, this is some shift. I think it's a paradigm shift, right? If you ask me, these are not some exponential growth curve or some incremental changes we are seeing in the ecosystem. This is a paradigm shift of how we look at technology and how we perceive technology. So, I tell you something I heard from my mother a few months back. She mentioned that, when people were mentioning that there are going to be mobile phones which are going to come in, people could not agree because they were so focused on the fact that, we have landline phones. For people in that era, I think, moving from a landline to cordless itself was innovation. The problem right now is all the people focusing on building cordless sets are going to run out of business or run out of jobs. That's a very honest reading, because the way mobile phones, that's the analogy which personally I'm able to draw right now. Interestingly enough, I'm sure a bunch of you, spend a lot of time on YouTube, Instagram. So there's a very famous video where back in the days, Bill Gates mentioned this on the stage that, internet is going to change the way business is done, right? A lot of people laugh. There were obviously, criticalities in the way of thinking, skeptics always thought that this could not happen, right? And guess what happens 10 years later, right? Companies like Nokia, Kodak, out of business. And I'm not talking about, small business houses. I'm talking about the most evolved companies back in the days, the billion-dollar houses going out of business, right? So, friends, that's the honest view on how technology is shifting. That's the honest view on what AI is doing. And the problem, what I personally see is internet took decades to create changes, right? Like even if you look at from an economic standpoint, even if you look at from a geography standpoint, it took decades to create impact. With AI, it is literally happening in one side, and of course, like for me personally, I was speaking to Richard sir earlier as well, right? He mentioned that you should spend time in the Bay Area. I do it a lot. I visit US, I visit the Bay Area every 3 months. And I'm telling you, every 3 months I'm going to Bay Area and seeing that the world is shifting. Like what we were seeing last time, it is no longer existent, right? So even for people like us, again, as entrepreneurs, the good thing is if we look at opportunities in this game, right? Like that is the only positive we take out. That yes, what business we were doing 3 years back, that might not be even relevant right now. But that actually poses us the biggest opportunity to make a breakthrough. So I'll give you more context about this, but before that I'll give you the rationale about why probably you should skip some uneasiness after lunch and pay attention. So personally, I started my career with PwC India, which is a large consulting group. Spent 2 years as one of India's youngest consultant in government sector consulting. Before AI and data was very, very popular in the Indian government ecosystem, that is the time when PwC was working on it, and I had the privilege of executing some of the top of the line projects there. After that, built a business, sold it all. That's another story. But now it's been about 5 years we have been building EMV Global. We have seen closely how digital transformation is happening across the set, across India, across the US, and across Middle East. These are the 3 target geographies where we have spent a bunch of time. Even during running EMB, the interesting factor which we have noticed is, I'll give you some number context here, right? And of course, we have a lot of Gujarati fans, so I'm sure numbers will be more relatable, right? 3 years back, we did roughly about 12 crore of revenue with 200 people, which is a very bad number. Next year, we did about roughly about like last financial year, we did about 32 odd crores with about 300 people. That's an even worse number. This year, we are roughly doing about 85-90 crores with 150 people. And next year, we are positioned to do roughly about 350-400 crores with 100 people. Now, what changed? Right? So, as much as I would love these clubs, so the reality is this is all here. Right? What typically happened was, I think like we were investing a lot of money, we were bleeding, right? Our board had speculations, why the hell on this planet are you so bullish on AI, right? When people were not talking about it, we were thinking of building libraries where we will not need humans any longer, right? And I give you classic examples of what I've seen in front of my eyes. For one department of scoping and generation where we needed 30 people, right now we need half a person to be doing that, right? So that is the power of technology, and believe me, the scale is just exploding, right? We have not even started, we don't even need people in departments, right? I tell everybody inside EMP right now, be it marketing, be it finance, be it operations, make your jobs redundant, because if you are not trying to do that, AI is anyway going to do that, right? So the smartest people in this curve are emerging to be thought leaders, to be design leaders, who are actually using AI for their advantage versus being fearful of the technology coming in, because the reality is, and this is something I've seen a lot in the non-US part of the world, right? Like I think people are dismissive about technology usually, right? And I'm not even talking about people on ground. I'm talking even about the top venture capitalists. I'm talking about the people sitting in the top boards. I think somehow we take time to agree to the reality. We are largely by design dismissive, and of course that has a lot to do with where we come from also, right? Like I feel like that has been the upbringing overall. I personally feel like people being dismissive of AI right now, people being dismissive of this change which is coming. I think we are going to be on the losing end. But this also poses the biggest opportunity for us right now, right? Like what I'm going to do over the course of next 3-4 minutes is categorize on how personally we feel we should be using AI in our personal or individual aspects, AI in business, and AI from a country standpoint. I think starting with, there's a very common question I've gotten over the last 6 months. I think people have been asking, am I going to lose my job? Is AI going to replace me? Much as I kind of agree with that, but I also have another lens of looking at it. Right? What I feel is AI is not taking your job, right? This is a very common line, but people using AI are going to take your job, right? That is where we are set right now. So, rather than giving a general yarn on this is happening, right? What you should be doing. I think the first thing people should be doing is practically getting deep into the system, understanding, spend a lot of time on learning, right? Friends, I can tell you something, and of course, bunch of you are from my age group, so I can tell you one thing, right? In the last 2 years, I have made it a schedule to be reading about AI every 1 hour a day, whatever day of the month it is, because I tell you what that has done. It is keeping me personally also informed on what is the categorical shift which is coming in, and how personally as an individual I am able to be adaptive to these technologies, hence bring it to the organization here on. What I suggested in EMB, what we saw, people who were working, let's say, the team I mentioned about the 30-member team which got across to, practically half a person. All the people who were involved in building that AI agent, who were involved in building that process through AI, have become the most indispensable resources at EMB right now, where they were just looked upon as people who were doing the most archaic work, of building scopes, building libraries. They have actually now become the smartest subjects in the organization, and this has all happened in a 1.5 year horizon, right? So my message to you individually, right, at the personal level is, even if your peer community feels it is not the right way, or it might be a shortcut, I don't think it's a shortcut. It's a smarter way of doing work. Start adopting these technologies, start adopting these tools at a personal level, and start making in efficiencies. Plus, focus a lot on design and strategy thinking. I think that is where the future is headed with a bunch of younger people. I think that is essentially where the job market is going to move. Now, the second topic of how businesses essentially should be leveraging AI. Now, this is obviously a favorite topic. Let me walk you through a couple of very interesting case studies. We happen to work with one of the largest homegrown coffee chains in Saudi Arabia. I met the CEO 2 years back. Now, the very interesting thing is, the CEO is a very forward-looking visionary person. The CEO felt, he went to Bay Area once and he felt that, the future for us is going to be where we are able to deliver coffee madness. Currently, over there, 700 outlets, they have roughly about 1,800 baristas. So he asked me, Nishant, what do you think is the best way, for us to take a first step forward in the world of technology? So I heard that, computer vision would be the relevant step. I think kudos to the person. He made that bet, was willing to invest a couple of $1 million to, see the results. And friends, not even, I think, 20 months later, we are going to actually make it the first non-Western brand to have a completely automated, coffee system where we had 1,800 baristas. We don't even need even one barista. We might put in people just from an experience point of view, but overall, this is 20 months, and the world has changed right in front of me from a business point of view. There's one, large unicorn in India. Of course, I cannot take the name here, right? So the founder happens to be a good friend. It's in an automobile space. So, I was speaking to him about 7-8 months back. The question was again that, how are you looking at AI from a customer experience standpoint? The problem what we are facing in the room right now. Like when he had customer agents, they felt sleepy after lunch, right? Then there were issues, of course, like, there are human limitations on how much you can do. I think with AI, what we have been able to establish is the 60,000 calls they were having in a day. Right now, 15,000 of them are currently being done through AI. That is where we have seen a much higher impact in terms of quality, in terms of customer success, and in terms of the overall experience. Not only from the current organization point of view, but even from a customer facing point of view, right? So these are the two classic case studies, and I feel strongly, I think, like, my message to all the business owners is that, of course, bunch of you are elder to me in terms of the experience, but I strongly feel it's time we don't think of AI as an assistant, but we think AI as a core value proposition. I think that is one strong message. Now that also leads to the second point. I think like it is time we start investing in AI from a talent point of view, from an infrastructure point of view, and of course, I think like so many innovations coming in, so much talent springing up. I think it is a message which is I think that we are living in the 90s, right? It's almost 1995 when this .com era is coming in, and people are still fidgety about what is going to happen. I think this is the right time for us to be really innovative in the curve. I think it is time for us to start investing, both from talent and infrastructure point of view, in AI, purely from a business standpoint. And I think the last point, right, from the country instance also. Friends, I think one thing I've realized over time is traveling to different parts of the world. In the last 30 years, a major contribution of our economy has come in from export of services, right? Now there's a good thing and a bad thing to it. We have always been looked upon as a labor arbitrage market, right? That is something we have felt with time. And of course, so you will relate to this. A lot of people in consulting actually relate to this. We are looked upon as a cheaper alternative. My entire contention to this point is that we are the Satya Nadellas of the world, we are the Sundar Pichais of the world. So I don't really see a parallel getting drawn in us being the cheaper talent. But that is where it comes to. I think the perception of what we have built over time is such that the only image we carry whenever we are traveling outside, especially in the developed economies, is that okay, we give work to India, that's the best and cheapest, that is cheapest option, not the best. I think from a country standpoint, with AI coming in, that labor arbitrage is anyway going to go down. I think it is time for us, right, to really put up our hands to be solving at a micro entrepreneurship level and shipping quality business globally. And what I feel is that right now there is no innovation in terms of technology, in terms of getting a business rolling. Personally, for me, the endeavor is right. Like what I actually support in my personal endeavor is how do we build 100 millionaires out of India in the next 10 years. That is a personal aspiration of course. That is what I will be limited to. But I think people building small teams, 10 member team, 15 members team, doing some really valuable work. And that's also what AIMA is fostering at a global level of giving micro entrepreneurs a shot at working with some of the larger companies.
Thanks, Mr. Last one.
Friends, I think just to sum it up, we are living in a once in a lifetime opportunity, right? I don't think such a tectonic shift in technology is going to come for the foreseeable future. This is the time. This is our opportunity. It's an opportunity at a money-making level probably, but even at a country level, this changes our perception forever. So I think personally, very, very invested. Personally, very, very excited to see what is in hold for us. But I think we need all of you, right? Don't apply for these jobs and all. Just put up your hands, start something off, and see how that happens. I'm telling you, that's going to give you dividends in the future. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you. We'll get more. We'll have more question and answers. So, I now request Mr. Professor Munaf, please.
Yes. Very interesting point that I heard. And acceleration of technology. In fact, you talked about the human coming out from Africa and spreading all over. I think technology interventions right from the very first day when man was actually born to now have been always there. From cave to stones, from stones to metals, from metals to farming, from farming to machining, from machining to computerization, from computerization today we are talking of AI. And each one of this technology has been a breakthrough, has been a game changer. When man came out from the cave, he could come out because he had stones in his hand. Otherwise, it was not possible. Otherwise, we would have been a caveman. We wouldn't have been sitting in this auditorium. Right? 10 people could not sit together. This was a breakthrough. The stones were not good enough to do certain kind of things. Metals were invented. Fire was invented. Right? And all this actually was another game changer. And I'm sure even at that time, all those people who were actually carving the stones would have said, we will do our job.
because metal has come. From metal to automation, which is actually in our own times, there has been a huge debate saying people will lose jobs, a lot of jobs will be replaced and all that. Has it happened? The answer is no, if at all. The world population has increased from 1 billion to 8 billion and everybody is being fed, right? However, I want to actually say a few things. See, for example, when from machines, the bits came in, the computerization came in, the communication came in, suddenly there is an acceleration in technology, acceleration in job replacement, accelerations in companies closing down. Anybody, who did not go with the wave, suddenly find that one day they have nothing to do, right? Kodak is a good example. It didn't close down. Companies don't close down so quickly, but Kodak was a well-known film company because they didn't see the writing on the wall that digital cameras are in. They are out from the film business, right? The same thing is true about cash machines. There were famous cash machines. They're completely out. Nobody talks of it. Okay, today any store without a barcode reader, and in fact now in many advanced stores, you will actually have the entire thing just walk out and using RFID, you can just read all the, do all the billing and all that. I think technology has come in a drastic manner. Today, when we are sitting in this crossroad, AI is actually yet another technology that is round the corner, it is there in everybody's life, and I don't count ChatGPT as an AI technology. That's one AI application. In fact, if you look at our AI applications or AI technology that actually came much earlier, your voice recognition, your modems recognizing your dial such and such digit and therefore giving you service based on dial 1, dial 2, dial 4, whatever. That was also an AI. From there to speech recognition, that is also an AI. And almost everybody today uses Google Maps. That's a classic example of AI which is there in everybody's mobile. Today we are talking about a different form of AI called generative AI so that you can actually be a communicative person with a computer. But I remember way back in the 80s, I had an access to a program called Alexa, not today's Alexa, the earlier Alexa. It used to run on a machine which is, in today's term, it would be probably just about 4 megabytes of RAM. Okay? And it could actually engage with you on a long conversation without internet. And so you can actually, after some time, you will start pouring out your secrets to it, right? And, you start, how are you, right? I don't understand what you mean. Give me a little more thing. And that kind of conversational AI, it actually, today's things, you can actually talk of these things on your mobile phones, on the internet and all that. And I think the biggest thing that internet has actually solved is making the compute and computing resources available as a common utility. You can go on the cloud. If you are a company, take the access of computing. You don't have to build your complex data centers and servers. If you are a user, you go and take services like Google Map and every other thing right on the internet. Okay? And today's mobile phone is such a powerful device, mobile phone and internet, that everything and anything that you can think of can start building onto this system. Voice-based activations and all of these things, voice-based, command being given, all of these things are also very common. But let's also understand we are also very, very engineering people, very, very strong, with this kind of a technology. The second technology that came is digital arrest. So India is a country which is actually a very interesting country. This doesn't exist. And in fact, we have become, when all these campaigns are going around saying, no, there's nothing known as digital arrest. Now that our people became even more innovative. They started digitally arresting people outside the country. Now, I want to say this, but this is itself an innovation, right? The point that I'm trying to say is, if we actually don't channelize the innovative energies, we actually will do things in a wrong way. And I must say this, today we talk and say US is a classic role model for the rest of the world. Now I'll give you something very interesting. US technologies are not made by Americans, right? They are all made by immigrants, and the very fact that today people are talking about will the immigrants be allowed or not allowed and all that, I think it is going without saying large number of so-called American intellectuals are actually seeing this, saying that this will be harmful for the country. Why? Because almost every technology that we talk of actually has originated, the roots have been outside of US. In fact, for that matter, the entire US is outside of US. I mean, just 400-year-old country is hardly a country. In fact, very innovative way they establish themselves, they replace every native. Right? So now, the point that I'm trying to say is that we in this country have been very, very innovative. Our technologies, our methods have been exploited by others, not by us. But what has digital computing brought in? It has really brought in uses of our own innovation mind for our own benefits. Right? And that's, I think, a very, very interesting thing. Because today you don't need a complex setup. You don't need, in fact, you don't even need garages to start your business. You can actually do this business right from your bedroom. Okay? You can actually run it, as you rightly talked about, the quantum of businesses going up with lesser and fewer number of people. That's actually a reality because today technology permits you that. All you need to do is just to start your business, take up some cloud computing infrastructure, rent it out, take out some warehouse and all that, and these kind of things. You are within a week, you are actually out on that production. Now I'll tell you another thing that actually will be good. I mean, one can actually talk about all kind of sectors. This I'm talking about IT and technology, but let me talk about manufacturing and where the technology can help us. We work for Bhilai Steel Plant for some time. Bhilai Steel Plant would actually roll the rail mills. I mean, the rail mill, almost 100-meter long rail mills are rolled. Okay? And then they are shipped all over the country, and then they are kind of, you see the rail tracks. There are various classification of rails and all that. But what was the biggest challenge? Rolling out a small bearing in somewhere which is on the rollers, going back, can actually take the entire plant go down for a month. Why? Because this mill, the roll that is coming out, it will just vibrate, go out of the rolling slots, and will spoil the entire assembly line or entire fabrication line. And it's a hot iron. You can't go there and stop something. By the time you cool down and stop it and all that, this 100-meter long rail has welded all the equipment there. Because it's a metal, hot metal. Right? It is a major thing. Now, we actually proposed a solution to them. And the solution was a very interesting solution. We said we will install cameras. And in that environment, even cameras have to be very different kind of camera. So we said we will install cameras and we will run image processing and see where, and of course, they have many sensors saying this is throttle happening, the vibration happening, is under control, this and that, and it will come in some control system. We said all that will remain, but we'll also put something mounted on 12 feet high pole camera monitor this. In a dark environment, red hot iron coming out is the easiest thing for any image processing system to figure out what is happening. Any small vibration, it will be able to capture it even from 100 feet distance away. And we did that. They said, okay, we will install it as a POC. Nothing was changing in the assembly plan. Okay, even to do this POC, it took us something like about 6 months to get various kinds of permissions. Okay, and this I'm just referring to your point where you're saying, and this is what I want to say: India is a country of ironies. I mean, irony is not a right word. Maybe I should say Virodhavas. Okay, 6 months. It was shown. It works very well. Many signals which were actually not captured by their sensors, we could capture it, and many spurious signals which are captured by their sensors, we could actually say, no, these signals are not good. Okay? Everybody likes it. Now, the next question. It doesn't require people. It doesn't require anything. It just requires cameras and a software. Now you need to actually install it. We have not been able to do it till now. Now, at the same time, you look at these things like, for example, Myntra, Flipkart. These companies came, maybe over 1 month, 2 month time frame, suddenly they start selling things like this. So what happened? So this is what I'm saying. It's a virodha. There is a situational aspect where the same company can actually come out rapidly and can serve so many people. And there is the same technology which we are not able to capture market. I'm actually very happy that ChatGPT was not acquired by Infosys. Because otherwise we would not be talking of ChatGPT. That's right. So the reason why I'm saying some of these things is that in our system we have a huge impedance that is needed to roll the mill. Inertia is very high. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I don't know, deep tech customer is largely government. The customer, wherever the customer is not the government, things actually gone very high, very fast. Okay, I'll give you one more example what technology can do. Maybe, medical fraternity, right? So every doctor is identified by a stethoscope hanging on his neck. If a doctor or a medical fraternity nurse or medical staff does not have a stethoscope, you don't even see him as a medical doctor. So, sometime back, we designed a stethoscope. And the stethoscope was like a mouse. So it's in a mouse thing, it is there. You just place it anywhere in your body and it will record your internal sounds. Or not record, actually it will play the internal sounds. And all we did was we brought in electronics in it. It will actually just play it on the Bluetooth speaker on the back end. Right? Now, one would imagine this is technology that will go. Doctor will throw the stethoscope away. It is going to be cheaper. The stethoscope, because there is no electronics, the only way you hear sound is by transducer, and the quality of the transducer determines how good you do a diagnosis. So, therefore, if it is a 10,000, 8,000 rupees stethoscope versus 1,000 rupees stethoscope, and if I guarantee that 1,000 rupees stethoscope will give maybe the same or better quality output, one would say, okay, every doctor will go away. And I showed it around to various people. We ran this thing with almost 100 doctors. Doctors loved it. Okay. But they said, what will you, and this was needed because we could actually now implement, let's say telemedicine, where my doctor may be 1,000 kilometers away and I could communicate my sounds to him. I could do a video conferencing with him and he can can actually tell me, okay, there's a murmur, it's like we need to do something about it, right? Now, suddenly, doctors find it useful, but they don't use it. In one context or the other, say, no, this cannot be used, it requires this clearance, that clearance. But then ultimately we realize that they were losing the identity hanging from their neck. And I talked to somebody, Murata Electronics, it's a Japanese company which actually sell out all these order-based electronic components, right? From retail to wholesale. I was talking to Murata Electronics chairman. He is actually an Indian. He has been there in Japan forever. He said, "Oh, this is a wonderful thing. You sell it in Japan." I said, "What do you do there?" He said, "All these young girls will actually send their heartbeats to their boyfriends." So this is something which is actually, you can see the kind of things that the same technology can do is tremendous. Of course, we could not do this business in Japan. But I'm saying startups in India with so many great ideas, with a simple AI technique can improve the quality of sound, quality of noise reduction and all that they can do. And such a beautiful product can actually be made, right? What I'm trying to say is that ideas actually may get killed not necessarily because of technology, but because of their usability. But then ideas can originate, and moment we start looking for customer in the government, I think in India, technologies don't go forward.
Professor Gala, thank you. We will just get some voice because we'll have some question and answers later that we run out of time. Mr. Desai, please. Just press that.
Yes. Not sure how much I can add to Nishant and Rajat sir. Some great introduction. So actually, let me, Mohal sir, if you don't mind, I can start by asking a question only. Yeah. So I mean, let's think for a moment that like AI is what we claim it is to be, and over the period of maybe 30-40 years, a lot of automation gets done and a lot of advancement in technology gets done. A lot of people lose their job, and let's say not enough jobs are created the way we are expecting. What happens then? Like what do us humans do? One of the theory is we will probably play games, just the way probably a lot of us are doing right now, and something like universal basic income, which is a thought experiment, and which is also being implemented as an experiment in some countries, can also become possible. So I just want to understand what are your views on this. Like what happens when technology gets so advanced that in most of the cases humans become redundant.
Maybe I'll take that. I think there is no way human can be redundant. And I'll tell you very simple physics behind it. Technology is for the human. If human becomes redundant, technology dies. Okay.
No, so let me just rephrase my question. For example, just the way Nishant said that for a task which required 30 people, maybe he just requires half a person now, right? I understand. See, I have been through the transformation myself. So I have been in fact, at least personally involved in 3 digital transformation. One, the restaurant transformation via paid puja. Another transformation of cricket with the help of my own company, Cricket. And another transformation I am witnessing right now is the textile industry with the help of a product called Vastara. So I understand the transformation part. I understand the advantages which technologies can bring, etc., etc. But my point is that what if this particular transformation is not the same transformation we have been expecting?
See, we unfortunately start looking at ChatGPT and DeepSeek as a single point of singularities. No, that is not what it is. You will not believe this. Almost today, all pathology lab reports are generated by AI. Okay? So, have the pathologists become redundant? The answer is no. Okay? So, what has happened? Essentially, our ability to do certain things have improved much more. Okay. Demand of technology. There is no way technology. Of course, I will definitely say that there will be job replacement. Certain things like data entry operators which were there will probably go away because mobile phone will do the data entry by photographs, right? So some job replacement will happen. But let me also tell you, I mean, how many of you, if I tell you that your mobile phone in 10 years time will disappear, how many of you will agree? It's not my word, but I tell you, in my mobile phone, there is real estate which is all fully covered by display. It cannot be made smaller than this, right? What happens if the display goes away? There is nothing else in the mobile. It will become very, very small. It can become a type pin. If not type pin, maybe a locket in the necklace.
Maybe a glass you're wearing.
Or maybe a glass that you're wearing. And we are too far away. Augmented reality is already there, but except that it's too big a thing. Glasses are too big, you can't really use them. But it's just a question of time.
So I think what Nishant, what you said, that people who are using AI, who are learning AI, are going to take your job. I think that is the more of a message. That what he said,
And
everyone has to learn how to use AI, how to prompt.
Absolutely,
There are
but-
whole article on how to prompt.
Agreed.
Get it. So that is happening also, right, with the technology.
No, absolutely, sir. But we are also talking about certain set of people here, right? What if, let's say, all the drivers, all the delivery boys get replaced with the help of automated cars or automated vehicles? For example, like, do we expect them to learn the technology with AI? And like, what do you do with them? I mean, you cannot expect a 360-degree jump from somebody in somebody's life, right? See, I understand. I mean, I myself probably am capable of doing this. What?
Yeah. Hello. So I think it's a lot of love and respect, and of course I understand where you are bringing this perspective from. But I think this field is different, right? Personally, I do understand that very controversial to say that jobs might be affected in masses, but maybe that's a very unpopular opinion as well. But I strongly believe that is happening, and I'll tell you it is not coming from a state of where I think it should be coming from. I think this is practically happening in front of us. Now, you look at the layoffs which has happened in the last 6 months as well. Where have they been getting affected from? And the companies which are running massive cash cows, they are the ones who are laying off, right? So, again, I think like there are two schools of thought. Look, personally, where I come from, growing up in an Indian middle class family, I never want that to happen. But what I also understand, right, from a very practical bodily view right now is that there is going to be a big divide coming in the society. Now, of course, this also gives us an opportunity. Definitely, there will be certain segment of the society absolutely affected by this. But there again, we are going to see multiple, micro entrepreneurs coming in this community, creating larger impacts, right? So I think that is where I'm seeing the opportunity. But what I very strongly believe is that a bunch of jobs are becoming redundant, and practically we are witnessing that in front of us. And this is the same example.
Every century we have seen, there has been this topic that's been discussed. So it goes, but I want to go into another because I think time-wise we are running a bit short. I also run a small company. I'm sure a lot of people here are working employees. One of the things that we feel about this whole digital revolution and all the changes is the resistance that comes from employees, that comes from entrepreneurs also. But mainly we want to make some changes and there's a lot of resistance. And I was wondering if all three of you who are in this, how do you deal with that? That's a question I wanted to ask. How are you dealing with this resistance that comes from any change? Normally we say one thing, but actually when it comes to changing a system, implementing a system, learning new things, especially in a corporation, there is always some resistance. Can you answer that from your experience? Anyone? Thank you.
The way we are doing it in our company is mostly leading by example. So, like if at a leadership level, if we are adopting technologies faster than our people, then it automatically becomes easier to give that message to the rest of the team as well. So that is one way we have found very useful of adopting our technology. We ourselves have to, and at the same time, always you all always have to keep nudging people to do it. I just have like one example which I would like to share. So Facebook, even, obviously it started as a desktop app. I mean, you can use Facebook in a browser, but after iPhone launched in 2, 3 couple of years, Mark Zuckerberg realized that the entire business is shifting very very fast to mobile. Right, most people are coming on Facebook via mobile phone, and they did not have a mobile app at that time. So, he kept telling his people that we need to go mobile, we need to go mobile. But, unfortunately, that message was not going that strong. One day he makes this a point that if anyone comes to me without wireframes of mobile, I'm not going to take any meetings. Right? So that was a hard stop. So, like sometimes you also need to do that kind of steps also to make sure that the technology adoption happens in your organization.
Okay, great, thank you. We had one last question, then we have to end because time. So one last question I had is, that, Nishant also said that we need to learn every day. Can someone give specific example on how to learn more on AI, or any one of you? How do you do it? That will be the last question.
I think that's a very interesting question. I'll again go by a very interesting example here. Today, it is possible to do DNA profiling of everybody and figure out which particular DNA defect is there, and therefore what kind of lifestyle diseases one is predisposed. Like, for example, can one have cancer in life to come? Can one have diabetes? Can one have blood pressure and all that? All these things are actually possible to do it even on a 5-year-old kid. Okay. Now, let's say this tool is available to everybody, right? Let's say one finds out that if he doesn't take precaution, he can actually be getting hypertension when by the time he reaches 50 years. Okay? And what will be the precaution? That you should not eat this, you should not do this, you should run this much every day, you should do this and all that. How many of us believe that a person is going to follow? This is nuts. I'm talking of nuts.
But brother, I'm saying, what is the to learn on a given audience? Just last 1 minute, Nishan. You can. What is the app or what is the learning? Yeah, finish.
I think so. Is actually give a shock treatment. It has to be done right at the school.
Okay.
Introduction of AI, making sure that you live in a safe environment, and training them how to use AI in a responsible manner.
That's all. Okay. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much, everyone. I think we did a great.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please have your seat. Nishant, Abhishek, if you can be here for 15 minutes, it will be great. Thank you very much. Thank you. With the permission of Minister Sir, I will try to start this session. He has his own time to share his thoughts on that subject. But there was one condition from him given to me. He wanted to be here and he is with us since morning, emotionally. But because of his commitment, he could come today by closing. But he calls me on Sunday and says that I will come for a closing ceremony only if you promise that there will be a regional management conference 2.0 by you and I will come once again in the open. Thank you, sir. You have been always with us. Sir's introduction is very difficult. We all know him. But at the same time, let me start from the last thing which is not mentioned in his CV is that he is a member of Ahmedabad Management Association and he has been patronizing AIMA wherever he goes to the support of the society that everyone should take part of AIMA and its activity. Thank you, sir. Sir has been a prominent leader of Bharatiya Janata Party. Currently serves the Ministry of Cooperation, Salt Industries, Protocol, Printing, Stationery, Independent Charge, Micro and Small Industries, and also State Minister, the Government of Gujarat. Graduate in Linguistics, majors in Gujarati, and also won Gujarat Assembly elections in 12, 17, 22, representing equal constituencies. He has been an MSME promoter. At the same time, he loves to talk on and he believes and he also feels that we all should work on safe food. And that is his personal campaign also. He has been a man for governance and government both. He has been a man for the society. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. Yours.
Hello. કેમ છો બધા? સવારના બધા બેઠા છો એટલે આમ થોડા બોર થઈ ગયા છો. મને કીધું મેં કે સવારના બધું બધા જ આવ્યા છે એટલે કદાચ ઘડિયાળથી બધા બોર થયા હશે. એટલે મને હું જ્યારે સાંભળતો હતો મને એવું લાગ્યું કે ભાઈ કયા સબ્જેક્ટ માટે મને બોલાવ્યો છે. એટલે ઉમેશભાઈને સ્પેશિયલી પૂછ્યું છે કાલે એટલે કે તમારે લીડરશીપનું સરસ લેવાનું છે. મારા કરતા એ લીડરો વધારે બેઠા છે. Young generation ઘણું બધું જોઈ રહ્યો છે. What is the leadership? આપણે ટુ વે કરીએ એટલે કોઈને બોર ના લાગે. What is the leadership? Taking responsibility. Then
Be the example. Be the example.
Then young guy. Educate, planning. Then I say leadership of quality, energetic, accountability, decision of power, efficiency and responsibility. It's called leadership. How matter to how difficult the goals are once we are the different the no goal in the impossible. લીડરશિપ ની અંદર સૌથી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ જોવાનું એવું છે કે ભાઈ ઇમ્પોસિબલ કશું જ નથી. એ જ વ્યક્તિ લીડર બની શકે. નથિંગ ઇઝ ઇમ્પોસિબલ. અને કહેવાય કે લીડર છે આપણા દેશમાં. Don't be afraid to criticize this happen with the everyone. Set your target according to your ability. A quality of leadership. Work hard to live your dreams. અત્યારે 18 કલાક કામ કરે. આપણા લીડર 18 કલાક કામ કરે. Politeness is the hallmark of the great leaders. ક્યારે કદાચ કોઈ વ્યક્તિએ કોઈ જ મોટા લીડરને જે હમણાં જ આપણે કદાચ એક ન્યૂઝ મીડિયામાં ચાલ્યું હતું યુક્રેન અને રશિયાના પ્રેસિડેન્ટ ટ્રમ્પ અને એ વ્યક્તિના આપણે ઘણા ઇમોશન પણ જોઈએ છીએ
એ સારા લીડર નિશાન નથી. જેટલા પણ લોકો ગુજરાતમાં અથવા દિલ્હીમાં જ્યારે પણ કામ કર્યું છે આપણા લીડર જોડે, એ લીડરનો અનુભવ પૂછે, લોકોને એમ્પ્લોઈઝનો અનુભવ પૂછો, આઈએસ ઓફિસર્સનો અનુભવ કહી રહ્યો છું કે ક્યારે આપણા લીડર કોઈની પણ ઉપર ગુસ્સે થયા હોય એવું એક પણ સિંગલ બના. This is the truth. Spend more time with people. Spend more time with the people. Start listening to people carefully. આ બે વસ્તુ કદાચ મેં કોઈનામાંથી શીખ્યો હોય તો એક નરેન્દ્રભાઈ અને અમિતભાઈમાંથી કે જ્યારે પણ તમે તમારી વસ્તુ કહેવા માટે જાઓ ત્યારે તમને જેટલું સેટિસ્ફેક્શન થાય એટલું બધું જ શાંતિ સાંભળી લે અને તમને સાંભળ્યા પછી એમનો આન્સર આવે. આપણે લોકો શું કરીએ છીએ, કોઈ આપણા રજૂઆત કરવા માટે આવે અને આપણે એક આખી રજૂઆત થાય કે ના થાય પૂરી એ પહેલા જ આપણે કૂદી પડીએ છીએ કે મને ખબર કદાચ મારી એવી ટેવ છે ઘડીવાળાથી. Show your dedication to the team. And last, keep appreciate the team members. સૌથી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ થિંગ્સ. એક નાનો એક્ઝામ્પલ આપું, મારું દેશનું એક્ઝામ્પલ છે કે અમે લોકો ઘડીવાળાજી એક અમિતભાઈ સાનો રોડ શો હતો. આ લીડરશિપની વાત છે, લીડરશિપની ક્વોલિટી શું હોય છે કેટલા મને કહી રહ્યો છું. એ રોડ શો ની અંદર હું ને પ્રિતેશભાઈ હેન્ડલ કરતા હતા. આખો રોડ શો પૂરે 2:30 વાગી ગયા. 9:30 ની અંદર અમે લગભગ 8 કિલોમીટર વોક કર્યા પછી ખૂબ પબ્લિક ક્રાઉડ સાથે અમે લોકો ચાલતા હતા. 2:30 વાગે તમે સમજી શકો છો કે ગરમીની અંદર 42 ડિગ્રી ટેમ્પરેચરની અંદર અમીરભાઈ સાથે જ્યારે રોડ શો પતાવીને ગાડીમાં નીકળ્યા, બધા લોકોને જ્યારે જોયા, એમની ગાડીમાં કથી એમના પીએ નો ફોન આવ્યો કે સાહેબ એવું કે છે કે બપોરનું ભોજન જોડે લઈએ છીએ. એટલે અમે લોકો સાણંદ હતા, સાહેબની ગાડી ઓબ્વિયસલી પ્રોટોકોલ સાથે પાયલટ સાથે 30 મિનિટમાં સાણંદથી પહોંચે. અમને આવતા પોણો કલાક થયો. 3:15 સુધી અમારી ભોજન માટે રાખી. એટલે તમે બિલીવ કરો કે તમારી ટીમને કઈ રીતે તમારે પુસ્તક કરવું એટલે અમારા આખા એટલા બધા દિવસનો થાક એ ક્યાં ઉતરી જાય એની કલ્પના ન રાખી શકે. લીડર આપણા લીડર એટલું જ કે ભાઈ આ ચા પીએ કે જમી લે અને જમવાની રાહ, ઇવન જમવા માટેની આપણી રાહ જુએ, આ લીડરની ક્વોલિટી. અને રતન ટાટા સરસ કે વસ્તુ કીધા છે, ઇફ યુ વોન્ટ ટુ વોક ફાસ્ટ, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. અને એટલા માટે જ કહું કે સ્વામી વિવેકાનંદે જ્યારે એક સેન્ટેન્સ યુઝ કર્યું હતું કે મને આ દેશમાંથી 100 યુવાનો એવા આપો કે હું દેશને આઝાદ કરી શકું અને આખા દેશની શકલ બદલી શકું. અત્યારે નરેન્દ્ર મોદી કહી રહ્યા છે કે મારે ભારતને હજુ વધારે એઆઈ ટેકનોલોજી કરતા પણ આગળની દિશામાં લઈ જવું હોય તો મારે 1 લાખ યુવાનોની જરૂર છે, 1 લાખ લીડર્સ જરૂર છે. નરેન્દ્ર મોદી પછી 1 લાખ યુવાનોની જરૂર છે. આ એક્સપેક્ટેશન દેશના યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન નરેન્દ્ર મોદી સાહેબ છે. લીડરશિપની વાત કરી તો લીડરશિપની વાત કરું કે થોડો પોલિટિકલ ટચ કદાચ મારી વાતમાં તમને લાગશે, પણ વોટ ઇઝ ધ ક્વોલિટી ઓફ લીડરશિપ અને કઈ રીતે ગુજરાતને બેઠું કરવામાં નરેન્દ્ર મોદીનો શું રોલ રહ્યો છે, અથવા સક્સેસફુલ લીડર કોને કહેવાય, અથવા સક્સેસફુલ કોઈ પણ એની ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન, who is the success leader in the organization, just that say few things. જે રીતે ગુજરાતમાં ભૂકંપ આવ્યો એટલે નરેન્દ્રભાઈની ત્યાં આગળ પોસ્ટિંગ થઈ કે ભૂકંપના લોકોની ત્યાં દેખરેખ રાખો. એક સ્ટેજ એવો આવે છે ગુજરાતના મુખ્યમંત્રી બને છે ત્યારે એમની સામે એક ચેલેન્જ હતી કે ભૂકંપની અંદર આખું જ કચ્છ ધ્વંસ થઈ ગયેલું હતું. કચ્છના લોકોને સેટલ કરવા હતા. કચ્છના તમામ ગામડાની અંદર રહેવા ખાવા પીવાની સગવડ ઊભી કરવાની હતી, લોકોની રોજગારી ઊભી કરવાની હતી. સાયમેલ્ટેનિયસલી સાથે ગુજરાતની અંદર વરસાદની સ્થિતિ એટલે વરસાદ પડે ના પડે ખેતી માટે એગ્રીકલ્ચરનું પાણી કરવું. સાથે એક સિચ્યુએશન એવી હતી કે સૌરાષ્ટ્ર રીજનની અંદર પીવાનું પાણી ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટ કરવાનું હોય તો એ કદાચ અહીંયા બેઠેલા યુઝરને નવે લાગશે કે એ પાણી પણ આપણે ટ્રેનના માધ્યમથી બાય ટેન્કર બાય ટ્રેન we are supplying the water, the Ahmedabad to Rajkot. Simultaneously 2002 ની અંદર આખા ગુજરાતમાં આખા વિશ્વએ નોંધ લીધી ગુજરાતની એટલા મોટા રાયોટ્સ એ ગુજરાતમાં થયા અને ગુજરાત સૌથી વધારે બદનામ થયું. એમાં સૌથી વધારે બદનામી આપણા લીડર્સ આટલી બધી ચેલેન્જ હતી લીડર્સે અથવા અહીંયા બેઠા જેટલા પણ ઇન્ટરવેનર્સ છે બધાએ નથી કરવાનું છે કે તમારી પર સાયમલ્ટેનિયસલી એક સાથે બધા જ એટેક થાય અને એટેકમાંથી તમારે સક્સેસફુલી કઈ રીતે બહાર આવવું. ભૂકંપ, પાણી, સાયમલ્ટેનિયસલી ધમાલ, કર્ફ્યુ, ગુજરાતને બદનામ કરવાનું કાવતરું, ધંધા રોજગાર કશું જ નહીં. અને ત્યારે 2003 માં જેમણે ઇનિશિયેટિવ લીધું વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત. વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત જેમ અત્યારે આપણે AIMA ના હોલમાં બેસીને કરી રહ્યા છીએ એવી જ રીતે ટાગોર હોલના અંદર અમદાવાદમાં માત્ર 800 લોકોની વચ્ચે જ્યારે વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત થયું ત્યારે જેટલા પણ ન્યૂઝ મીડિયા અથવા જેટલા પણ લીડર્સ હતા અધર્સ પાર્ટીના બધાએ ક્રિટિસાઇઝ કર્યું કે એક ગુજરાતની અંદર એવા તો અત્યારની જે હાલતની જે પરિસ્થિતિ છે તો ઇન્વેસ્ટર ક્યાંથી આવશે ગુજરાતમાં સ્ટેબિલિટી નહીં રહે કારણ કે ગુજરાતની અંદર વિઝનરી લીડરશિપ નથી. પણ ટર્ન બાય ટર્ન જે ગુજરાતનો ગ્રોથ થયો જે છેલ્લી 10મી મે વાઇબ્રન્ટ 2023 માં કરી 61,000 જેટલા વિઝિટર્સ આવ્યા. ડોન્ટ બિલીવ 41 લાખ કરોડ નું ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ એ ગુજરાતમાં માત્ર 2023 માં અને પિરિયોડિકલી દર 2 વર્ષે જે ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ આયા જ્યારે મહાત્મા મંદિરે એમને નરેન્દ્રભાઈને ખ્યાલ આવ્યો કે મારે કોઈ પણ ઇવેન્ટ કરવી હશે તો એ ઇવેન્ટને એ લેવલનું ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર ઊભું કરવું પડશે. તો એક આપણા ઘરની અંદર એક બાથરૂમ ઊભું કરવાનું હોય એક નાનું મકાન રિપેરિંગ કરવાનો કેટલો ટાઈમ લાગે આ બધી મહાત્મા મંદિર કેટલા લોકો જોયું છે. જેટલા લોકોએ ના જોયું હોય તો મહાત્મા મંદિરની વિઝિટ હું ઘોડિયાવાલાને કહું છું કે સ્પેશિયલ વિઝિટ કરવી જોઈએ કે સરકારે જે મહાત્મા મંદિર ઊભું કર્યું છે એ મહાત્મા મંદિરનો આખો પ્રોજેક્ટ આખા ભારતમાં અત્યારે ભારત મંડપમાં પછી કદાચ ભારત મંડપ તો હમણાં બન્યું છે આખા ભારતના દરેક રાજ્યમાંથી દરેક ચીફ મિનિસ્ટરની ટીમ એ મહાત્મા મંદિર જોવા માટે આવે છે અને મહાત્મા મંદિર એ નરેન્દ્રભાઈનું સપનું હતું અને માત્ર ને માત્ર 10 મહિનાની અંદર કેટલા મહિના 10 મહિનામાં મહાત્મા મંદિર બન્યું. જેટલા લોકો જોયું છે એટલા લોકોને કદાચ ખ્યાલ હશે વિઝ્યુઅલાઇઝ કરી શકતા હશો કે એક મહાત્મા મંદિર જ્યાં લાખો લોકો આવે છે વૈશ્વિક લીડર્સ ત્યાં આવે છે મોટી મોટી કંપનીના એમડી આવે છે જ્યાં મુકેશ અંબાણી અને ગૌતમ અદાણી કે વર્લ્ડની જે 500 ફોર્ચ્યુન કંપની છે એ બધી જ કંપનીમાંથી મોર ધેન 100 કંપની આજે ઇન્ડિયાની અંદર ગુજરાતમાં ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ કરી રહી છે અને ઇન્ડિયામાં આજે ગુજરાતમાં એમની કંપનીઓ સ્થાપિત છે. આને કહેવાય સક્સેસ. એક વાઇબ્રન્ટનો વિચાર આને કહેવાય લીડરશિપની ક્વોલિટી આને કહેવાય વિઝનરી લીડરશિપ. જસ્ટ ટુ બિલીવ કે ભાઈ એક વિચાર વાઇબ્રન્ટનો આવ્યો અને ત્યાં ફરી કચ્છમાં લઈ ગયું છું. કચ્છમાં જ્યારે ભૂકંપ આવ્યો એ પહેલા માત્ર 4,000 કરોડનું ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ હતું અને પિરિયોડિકલી ભૂકંપ પછી અત્યારે 1 લાખ કરોડ કરતા ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ માત્ર એક ડિસ્ટ્રિક્ટમાં એક ડિસ્ટ્રિક્ટની અંદર ભારતની અંદર પિનથી લઈને પ્લેન સુધીની તમામે તમામ વસ્તુઓ આજે ગુજરાતમાં બની રહી છે. આ છે ક્વોલિટી ઓફ લીડરશિપ. અને તમને બધાને નવાઈ લાગશે જેટલા પણ લોકો અહીંયા બેઠા છે કે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ ગ્રોથ કઈ રીતે થાય. કચ્છની અંદર જેટલી પણ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ છે એ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝની અંદર પાણી બનાવવાની પાઇપ, ગેસ લાઇન, ઓઇલની પાઇપલાઇન, પેટ્રોકેમિકલ્સ આ બધી આખા વિશ્વમાં 60% પ્રોડક્શન એક્સપોર્ટ કરીએ એ બધી જ પાઇપો એ માત્ર કચ્છમાં બને. નાની વસ્તુ નથી અને આ બધી જ વસ્તુ વિઝનરી લીડરશિપના કારણે પણ ટીમવર્કના કારણે થઈ છે. પોસિબલ એટલા માટે જેટલા પણ તમે સવારથી લઈને સાંજ સુધીના જેટલા પણ તમે લેસન્સ એટેન્ડ કર્યા છે, એમાં ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક તમે તમારી સેલ્ફને મૂકશો કે મારી અંદર કઈ ક્વોલિટી પડી છે, મારી પર લોકો ટ્રસ્ટ શેના માટે કરશે, મારી વાત પર શેના માટે ટ્રસ્ટ કરશે, વાય પીપલ ટ્રસ્ટ ઓન મી, મારી અંદર એવી શું ક્વોલિટી છે કે લોકો મને ફોલો કરશે. અત્યારે ભારત એ વિશ્વનું સૌથી વધારે ડિજિટલ પેમેન્ટ કરતું ટ્રાન્ઝેક્શન કરતું કોઈ કન્ટ્રી હોય તો ભારત છે. અને તમને નવાઈ લાગશે કે એઆઈ ટેકનોલોજીનો આપણે ક્યાં યુઝ કરી રહ્યા છીએ. નરેન્દ્રભાઈએ શપથ લીધા 2014 ની અંદર આખા દેશમાં એક જનધન એકાઉન્ટ, જનધન નામની સ્કીમ ઓપન કરી. હું પોતે પણ ટ્રાઇબલ વિસ્તારમાં ગયો હતો બેંકના એકાઉન્ટ ખોલવા માટે, ત્યારે બધા જ લોકોએ ક્રિટિસાઇઝ કર્યા કે ગામડાના મજૂર લોકો, લેબર લોકો, ડ્રાઈવર, સ્વીપર્સ આમના બેંક એકાઉન્ટ ખોલીને શું ફાયદો છે. અને ત્યારે લોકોને ખબર હતી, પણ એ ઝુંબેશમાંથી લગભગ 58 કરોડ જેટલા બેંક એકાઉન્ટો એક વર્ષમાં ઓપન થયા. કેટલા? 58 કરોડ એકાઉન્ટ્સ. અને આજે 100% બેંકની અંદર ટ્રાન્ઝેક્શન આ બધા જ લોકો યુપીઆઈ ના માધ્યમથી કરે છે. વર્લ્ડનું લાર્જેસ્ટ ઇકોનોમી ઇકોનોમ જે થઈ રહી છે, નોટ આ સ્મોલ થિંગ્સ. આને વિઝનરી લીડર્સ. 2014 માં 15મી ઓગસ્ટે લાલ કિલ્લા પર એવું કહેવામાં આવે આજના એઆઈ ના યુગમાં કે ભારતના દરેક ગામડાની અંદર અહીંયા જેટલા પણ છે એવો વિચારે કે વિધાઉટ ટોયલેટ હાઉ કેન વી લીવ અ લાઈફ, વિધાઉટ ટોયલેટ પોસિબલ છે લાઈફ. અને ત્યારે આઝાદીના 75 વર્ષ પછી એમ કહેવામાં આવે કે હું આખા દેશમાં દરેક જગ્યાએ, દરેક ગામમાં, દરેક ઘર સુધી ટોયલેટ પહોંચાડીશ. 91 કરોડ કરતા પણ વધારે ટોયલેટ્સ ભારતમાં બને. Can you believe? Just imagine the things કે ભારતની જરૂરિયાત કેટલી છે. મિત્રો, આ બધી જે સ્કીમ તમને કહી રહ્યો છું, તમને એવું લાગતું હતું કે તમારી લીડરશિપની ક્વોલિટીમાં કઈ જગ્યાએ ઇમ્પ્રુવમેન્ટ કરવાની જરૂર છે. એમને વિચાર આવ્યો કે આખા દેશની અંદર હું માત્ર એક એલઈડી બલ્બ હું જો લોન્ચ કરી દઉં અને જે એલઈડી બલ્બ 700-800 રૂપિયાની કિંમતનો એલઈડી બલ્બ પર હું સબસિડી આપી દઉં તો દેશની કેટલી બધી રેવન્યુ વધશે, દેશનો કેટલો પાવર જનરેશન માટે જે ખર્ચ થાય છે એ ખર્ચ વધશે. એ એલઈડી બલ્બ માત્ર 80 રૂપિયા જેવી નોમિનલ એમાઉન્ટ અંદર એલઈડી બલ્બ લોન્ચ કર્યો. દેશના દરેક ગામમાં અને દરેક ઘર સુધી એલઈડી બલ્બ પહોંચ્યો માત્ર 80 રૂપિયાની અંદર. કેન યુ બિલીવ કે જે 800 રૂપિયાનો એલઈડી બલ્બ ચાઇનાની મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ બ્રાન્ડ વાળો મળતો હતો, તો ચાઇનાને કેટલો મોટો ફટકો આપ્યો, કેટલી મોટી રેવન્યુ એ આપણે જતી અટકાવી. આપણા જીડીપી ના જે ગ્રોથ આપણે જોઈ રહ્યા છે એ ડિપેન્ડ ઓન ધીસ થિંગ્સ. યુરિયા, हमारी यूरिया पर क्या यूज થાય છે, क्या यूज થાય છે? ફર્ટિલાઇઝર એક ગ્રો કરવા માટે અને બીજું એના જે જીવજંતુ જેને મારવા માટે એનું યુરિયા. એનું યરલી ટર્ન આપણું જે બજેટ છે, આપણી લેન્ડિંગ કોસ્ટ ઘોડિયાવાલાથી પર બેગ લેન્ડિંગ કોસ્ટ છે 2800 રૂપિયા. આપણે ખેડૂતોને કેટલા માંગીએ છીએ? 200 કે 300 રૂપિયા. એટલે 4 લાખ કરોડનો આપણું ટોટલ બજેટમાંથી 4 લાખ કરોડ રૂપિયા આપણે ફાર્મરને સબસિડી આપીએ છીએ આ યુરિયા પાછળ. નેનો યુરિયા અમિતભાઈ સાહેબે ડેવલપ કરાવડાવ્યું કલોલની અંદર. નેનો યુરિયા ડેવલપ થયું તો જે 200 કિલોની બેગ આવે 2800 રૂપિયાની જે આપણે નેનો યુરિયા લગભગ 2-2.5 લાખ કરોડ કરતા વધારે યુરિયા આપણે ઇમ્પોર્ટ કરતા હતા રશિયાથી ને બધેથી, અને બાકીનું આપણે આપણા ભારતમાં મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ કરતા હતા. કલોલની અંદર રેનોવેરિયા 100 ગ્રામની બોટલ આપણી લેન્ડિંગ કોસ્ટ only 300 rupees. અને એક 300 rupees ની બોટલ આપણે ફાર્મર ટ્રેડર્સ માં આપીએ. એટલે આપણી સબસિડી જે હતી 2 લાખ કરોડ સુધી એ સેવિંગ. ઇટ્સ ફોર મની મેનેજમેન્ટ. આપણે ક્યાંથી રૂપિયો લાવીએ છીએ, આપણો એક્સપેન્સ કંપનીમાં કેટલો કરીએ છીએ અને કેટલો ખર્ચ કરીએ છીએ. હું એક કોસ્ટ કટિંગ મેનેજમેન્ટના કાર્યક્રમમાં ગયો, કોસ્ટ કટિંગ સીએ ના મેનેજમેન્ટના કાર્યક્રમમાં ગયો. મેં ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ સાંભળ્યું હતું કે કોઈ કોસ્ટ કટિંગ ના સીએ હોઈ શકે છે. અહીંયા કોઈ હું ત્યાં ગયો, મારું સરસ વેલકમ થયું. પટેલ નારાયણ રિસોર્ટમાં, પછી મને અંદર લઈ ગયા, ચા નાસ્તો કરાયો, ડાયસ પર ગયા, મારું સ્વાગત કર્યું, એક સ્વાગત બાદ કર્યું. પછી હું મંચ પર આવ્યો અને જે ઇન્ટરેક્શન કરું ત્યાં ઇન્ટરેક્શન થતો હતો કે ભાઈ વોટ ઇઝ ધ કોસ્ટ કટિંગ. એટલે અમને કે ભાઈ અમે કંપનીનો ગ્રોથ વધારી દઈએ, કોઈ કંપનીનું મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ કરવું હોય તો એમાં એક્સપેન્સ ઘટાડવો એ અમે સમજી દઈએ, કોઈ પ્રોડક્શન કરે છે તો પ્રોડક્ટ કોસ્ટ કઈ રીતે ઘટશે એ સમજી દઈએ, એના માટેનું એસેસમેન્ટ કરીએ. મારી પાસે કોઓપરેટિવ ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ છે, તો અમને કોઓપરેટિવ ની અંદર એમ્પેનલ કરો. ફાઇન, બહુ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટિંગ છે વસ્તુ. જ્યારે હું મંચ પર ગયો ત્યારે મેં કીધું કે આ કોસ્ટ કટિંગ ના સીએ ના કાર્યક્રમમાં ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ આવ્યો છું. એટલે મને ખબર હતી કે કોસ્ટ કટિંગ જેવા સીએ કોઈ હોય છે. એન્ડ હોનેસ્ટલી સ્પીક વિથ ધેમ. અને મેં કીધું એમ કે હું જેવો આવ્યો ત્યારે તે મારું વેલકમ કર્યું, જેમ ઉમેશભાઈ મને રિસીવ કર્યો મારી એવી રીતે. ત્યારે 800 થી 1000 રૂપિયાનું મૂકી હતું. સ્ટેજ ઉપર આવ્યો એટલે ફરીથી 800 1200 રૂપિયાના હેવી બુકેથી મારું વેલકમ કર્યું. અગેન મને ગુડિયાવાલાજી સરસ સાલ ઉગાડી, ફરીથી સાહેબે મને ચાંદીનો મોમેન્ટો આપ્યો. એટલે 4 વખત મારા સ્વાગત. એટલે મેં કીધું કોસ્ટ કટિંગ ક્યાં કર્યો? જો તમે તમારા કરીને હા ઇવન ચા નાસ્તો કરવા ગયા ત્યારે એકલા ચા પીધી, આપણા બધા જ માટે ચા અને કોફીનો નાસ્તો આવ્યો, તમે કોઈએ પીધી નથી. એટલે તમારી એક લિસ્ટના 700-800 રૂપિયા. એટલે તમે ખાલી હું આવું છું ને જઉં છું એમાં તમે 4-5 હજાર ખર્ચ કરી નાખો છો, તો તમે કંપનીનું કોસ્ટ કટિંગ કઈ રીતે કરશો? એના પછી મને થેન્ક્સ કહેવાય નથી યાર. એટલે લીડરશિપ કેવી હોવી જોઈએ? ઉમેશભાઈ મારી પાસે 5 મિનિટ છે. ઓકે, બધા સવારથી આવ્યા છે. છેલ્લું એક એક્ઝામ્પલ આપીને કઈ રીતે ડિનર ડિપ્લોમેસી અથવા અધર કન્ટ્રી સાથે ડિપ્લોમેસી કઈ રીતે હોઈ શકે એ એક્ઝામ્પલ આપીને મારી વાત પરિપૂર્ણ કરી કે લીડરશિપના ક્વોલિટી કેવી હોવી જોઈએ. જ્યારે આખો દેશ કોરોનાની મહામારીની અંદર, આખું વિશ્વ જ્યારે કોરોના કરતું ત્યારે નરેન્દ્રભાઈએ બધાને એવું કીધું એક દિવસ કે બધાએ ઘરની બહાર થાળી વગાડવાની. ઓલમોસ્ટ બધા લોકોએ વગાડી છે. એવું કીધું એક દિવસ કે ઘરની બહાર બધા દીવો કરવાનો છે, તો બધાએ દીવો પણ કર્યો. એક દિવસ લોકડાઉન રાખવાનું છે, આખા દેશને લોકડાઉન રાખ્યું. નક્કી થયું કે 2 દિવસ લોકડાઉન, 2 દિવસ લોકડાઉન થયું. કારણ કે લોકો ફિયર ફેક્ટરની અંદર જીવતા. કાલે શું થશે? એટલે કોક કહી રહ્યું છે, સાચું કહી રહ્યું છે, આપણે બધા ફિયર ફેક્ટરની અંદર હતા. અને ત્યાં જ સાયમલ્ટેનિયસલી એમણે વેક્સિન ડેવલપમેન્ટ કામ શરૂ કર્યું. અને જ્યારે વેક્સિન પ્રૂવ થઈ ગઈ, ડેવલપ થઈ ગઈ, અને ત્યારે પોતે વેક્સિન ચેક કરવા માટે ગયા કે આ ખરેખર વેક્સિન ચેક બની ગઈ કે નહીં. અને ભારતમાં વેક્સિન આવે તે પહેલા એમણે એક્સપોર્ટ ચાલુ કર્યું. એટલે જે લગભગ 41 જેટલી કન્ટ્રી હતી, 42 જેટલી કન્ટ્રી, નંબર વાગડા કદાચ ભૂલ હોઈ શકે, ત્યાં એમણે વેક્સિનને ફ્રી ઓફ કોસ્ટ આપવાનું શરૂ કર્યું. અને ત્યારે ન્યૂઝ મીડિયા એન્ડ અધર લીડર્સ સે કે ઘરના છોકરા ઘંટી ચાટે અને બહાર વાળા આટો ખાય, આ પરિસ્થિતિ ભારતની છે. એમણે 42 કન્ટ્રીની અંદર વેક્સિન ફ્રી ઓફ કોસ્ટ આપી. ભારતમાં વેક્સિન આપવાનું થયું, વેક્સિન ક્રિટિસાઇઝ થયું, અને ત્યારે બહુ ઓછા લોકોને ખબર હતા મેટર કે આપણે વેક્સિનનો જે એક ડોઝ લેતા હતા એની લેન્ડિંગ કોસ્ટ 2200 રૂપિયા. મેક્સિમમ ક્રિટિસાઇઝ થયા. આપણે બધાએ પણ વોટ્સએપના માધ્યમથી ક્રિટિસાઇઝ કર્યા હશે કે 41 કન્ટ્રીમાં વેક્સિન ફ્રી આપે છે, એટલું નુકસાન ભારતને થશે. પણ સાયમેલ્ટેનિયસલી કોઈને ખબર નથી કે બાકીની 60 કરતા વધારે કન્ટ્રીની અંદર આપણે એક્સપોર્ટ પણ કર્યું, અને જે આપણો ડોઝ હતો એના કરતા ડબલ ભાવે આપણે એને એક્સપોર્ટ, આપણી જે લેન્ડિંગ કોસ્ટ હતી એના કરતા ડબલ ભાવ આપણે 60 કન્ટ્રી કરતા વધારે કન્ટ્રીમાં આપણે એક્સપોર્ટ કર્યું. જેટલી કન્ટ્રીમાં ફ્રી આપી છે એના કોટા નક્કી કર્યા હતા. જે ભારતની અંદર ખર્ચ થયો એક્સપોર્ટમાં, જે ચેરિટીમાં જે આપણે આપી એનો જે ખર્ચ થયો, અને એના કરતા 60 કન્ટ્રીમાં આપણે જે એક્સપોર્ટ કરી બિલિંગ સાથે, કે નફામાં ઘણી મોટી વસ્તુ થવા. એટલે જે કન્ટ્રી 110 કન્ટ્રી એવી થઈ ગઈ કે નરેન્દ્રભાઈ અથવા ભારતની જોડે સ્ટેન્ડ ટુ ઊભી થઈ ગઈ. એટલે ભારતના જેટલા પણ ધારો કે યુનેસ્કો કે કોઈ પણ વર્લ્ડ લેવલની કોઈ પણ સંસ્થા હોય, યુનોની અંદર ભારતનો મત પડવાનો હોય, તો નરેન્દ્ર મોદી માટે પહેલો વોટ મળે ભારત માટે આ હતી આપણી ડિપ્લોમસી. કે જ્યારે આખું વિશ્વ સર્વાઈવ થઈ રહ્યું હતું અને ત્યારે આપણા ડિપ્લોમસી ક્રિએટ કરી અને આ વસ્તુને લઈ અને ભારત સાથે કેટલી કન્ટ્રી ઊભી છે, જે કન્ટ્રીને ફ્રી ઓફ કોસ્ટ આપી છે તે કન્ટ્રી પણ ભારત સાથે છે, અને જે કન્ટ્રીને આપણે એક્સપોર્ટ કરી છે એને પણ થેન્ક યુ કીધું છે, કારણ કે ક્રિટિકલ કન્ડિશનની અંદર આપણે એની જોડે ઉભા. એટલે આપણે આપણી કંપની ચલાવતા હોઈએ ત્યારે ક્રિટિકલ કન્ડિશનમાં કોની જોડે ઉભા રહેવું એ મિત્રો અમારી શીખવા કે આપણો ફ્રેન્ડ્સ, આપણો નેબર એ કઈ જગ્યાએ કઈ સ્થિતિમાં છે, આપણે સોસાયટીની અંદર આપણે જ્યાં રહીએ ત્યાં આપણી લીડરશિપની ક્વોલિટી બહાર આવી. આવી ઘણી બધી એ વાતો છે કે આપણે કરી શકીએ એમ છીએ. છેલ્લે સ્ટેચ્યુ ઓફ યુનિટી કઈ રીતે લોકોને જોડવા. 2013માં જ્યારે ગુજરાતના મુખ્યમંત્રી હતા ત્યારે કદાચ બહુ ઓછા લોકોને ખબર હશે કે સ્ટેચ્યુ ઓફ યુનિટીનું ખાતમુહૂર્ત, અને જે બેટ છે, બેટ ઉપર થયું કે આ આખું જે એકદમ રોક છે, અને કદાચ અમે લોકો ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ ગયા તો ત્યાં સિંગલ ગાડી છે કે ટ્રેક, અમે પોતે 4-5 કિલોમીટર ચાલ્યા હતા, ગાડી દૂર મૂકીને ગયા. ત્યાર પછી કાર્યક્રમ બન્યો કે ભારતના તમામ ગામડામાંથી ફાર્મરે યુઝ કરેલું લોખંડ મારે વાપરવું છે, અને એ લોખંડમાંથી આયર્ન મેનનું મારે સ્ટેચ્યુ બનાવવું છે. એની અંશે કે કેટલા ગામની અંદરથી લોખંડ કલેક્ટ કર્યું છે દેશના 1,38,000 ગામડાની અંદર લોકો ગયા અને ત્યાંથી લોખંડ કલેક્ટ કર્યું. 1,38,000 કરતા વધારે ગામડામાં, ત્યારે હું પોતે સિમલા ગયો, મારી સાથે બીજા 8 લોકો હતા, તો કલ્પના કરો કે 1,38,000 ગામની અંદર કોઈ જગ્યાએ 5-10 ગયા હશે, તો આ સ્ટેચ્યુ બનાવવા માટે લગભગ 70 થી 80 લાખ કે કરોડ જેવા લોકોની ખાલી મોમેન્ટથી લોખંડ કલેક્ટ કર્યું. બીજો એક કાર્યક્રમ થયો, દેશના દરેક ગામમાંથી એક મુઠ્ઠી ભર માટી. આનો કોન્સેપ્ટ તમને કોન્સેપ્ટ શું છે? સ્ટેચ્યુ માંથી કેટલા લોકો ગયા છે? એનિવન વિઝિટ સ્ટેચ્યુ? એક સ્ટેચ્યુ ની વિઝિટ કરવો હું ઘરે જ ગયા છું. બહુ ઓછા લોકો ગયા છે. એકાદો સેમિનાર ત્યાં રાખો, હું ત્યાં હોલ આપી પ્રિતેશભાઈને કહીશ. પ્રિતેશનું બિલ્ડિંગ છે ત્યાં આગળ સહકાર ભવનનું જીએસસી નું પ્રિતેશનું બિલ્ડિંગ છે. પ્રિતેશભાઈને કોઈ સ્પોન્સર કરશે, હોલનો ખર્ચો નહીં લે પ્રિતેશભાઈ. પ્રિતેશભાઈ બધાનું જમવાનું પણ એરેન્જમેન્ટ કરે, બસ જમવાની એક ત્યાં એરેન્જમેન્ટ કે અમારી તરફથી મારા કોર્પોરેટ ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ પ્રિતેશભાઈને કહી દીધું હોલી એરેન્જમેન્ટ. એક એકતા વોલ બની છે, ત્યાં એકતા વોલ બની છે. આ એકતા વોલ ની અંદર ભારતના 1.5 લાખ કરતા વધારે ગામમાંથી એક મુઠ્ઠીભર માટી. Just believe કે કેટલા ગામમાંથી લોખંડ આવ્યું, કેટલા ગામમાંથી માટી આવી અને એકતા બોમ્બ બની. બિલ ગેટ્સને હું ગયો લાસ્ટ ટાઈમ. બિલ ગેટ્સ જ્યારે ઇન્ડિયા આવ્યા, શિક્ષક અહીંયા આવ્યા, મારે એની સાથે રહેવાનું થયું. બિલ ગેટ્સનો શબ્દો છે ત્યાં કહું કે હું બિલીવ નથી કરી શકતો કે ભારતની અંદર આવી ટેકનોલોજી થી આટલું મોટું સ્ટેચ્યુ બન્યું છે કે જે વિશ્વનું સૌથી ઊંચું સ્ટેચ્યુ હોય અને એ પણ આટલા શોર્ટ સ્પાનની અંદર. એ બધા જ એલિમેન્ટ્સ આપણે ત્યાં આગળ વિભાગ કર્યા છે. ત્યારે વિશ્વનું હાઈએસ્ટ ફૂટફોલ જે ટ્રાવેલ્સ આવી રહ્યા છે આ 5 વર્ષમાં 2 કરોડ કરતા વધારે લોકો. દેશની ઇકોનોમી કઈ રીતે ચેન્જ થઈ તો દેશની જીડીપીમાં જેમ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝનો હાથ છે એવી જ રીતે ટુરિઝમનો હાથ છે, એવી રીતે મેડિકલ ટુરિઝમ, એવી જ રીતે સ્પિરિચ્યુઅલ ટુરિઝમ. ઉજ્જૈનમાં ગયો તો ઉજ્જૈનના લોકોને મળ્યો તો ઉજ્જૈનના લોકો મને કે મારે 1 મહિનો ઉજ્જૈન રોકાવાનું હતું લાસ્ટ ક્રિએશનમાં મોહરિયા ઋષિનો 1 મહિનો હતો. ત્યારે મને કીધું ત્યારે કે મંદિરમાં પહેલા 10 કે 12 યોજના આવતા હતા. ઉજ્જૈન આખો કોરિડોર ડેવલપ થયા પછી યોજના 2 થી 2.5 લાખ આવે છે. પ્રયાગરાજ એટલે ઇટ્સ કોલ્ડ મેનેજમેન્ટ. આપણી અંદર આ ક્વોલિટી હોય તો આ બધી વસ્તુ કરી શકીએ છીએ. લાસ્ટ એક્ઝામ્પલ, સ્ટેપલરની પિનની પ્રાઇસ કેટલી હોય છે? એનીવન નોઝ સ્ટેપલરની પ્રાઇસ? એનીવન નોઝ? 10 રૂપિયા. 10 રૂપિયા. 0.001 પૈસા. એક પિનની વાત. એક પિનની વાત કરું. પણ એ એક પિન આપણા પેપર પર ના હોય તો શું થાય? એ એક પિન મિસ થઈ જાય ડોક્યુમેન્ટ્સમાં તો શું થાય? એટલે આપણી ટીમમાં નાનામાં નાની પિન હોય, નાનામાં નાનો એમ્પ્લોય હોય, આપણો ડ્રાઈવર હોય, ચપરાસી હોય, એની કોઈ પણ વ્યક્તિનું ઇમ્પોર્ટન્સ એક સ્ટેપલર પિન જેવું છે. સવારે અહીંયા આવવા માટે સુરેશભાઈ નીકળે, ઘોડિયાવાળા નીકળે, ડ્રાઈવર ના આવ્યો હોય તો સવારે કામવાળી બાઈ આવે ના આવે, ચા ના મુકાય તો સવારે દૂધ ના નાખી જાય તો ન્યૂઝપેપર ના નાખી જાય તો કેટલા બધા સ્કેડ્યુલ્સ તમારા ડિસ્ટર્બ થઈ જાય. જસ્ટ અમેઝિંગ. થેન્ક યુ. We start going out of the hall. That role has been given to me. And I will not be able to hold you because I am not that handsome as hero like he is here. But another 2 minutes only, just a vote of thanks. Sanjay Grover sir, the man behind this event. Sir, Sanjay sir, thank you very much for guiding folks. With Director AIMA, representing AIMA office and Director General Rekha Shetty ma'am, thank you for your virtual guidance and she's here. There has been lots of messages from her office to Sanjay ji. The another man is Anurag Sehgal Saab, the man who is always walking near and around the stage. They too are the instrument behind this event to come here at Ahmedabad and we could execute it with their guidance. Thank you very much all the speakers, I am not naming them, and thank you all the LMS. I'll request all the LMS, please come forward after this vote of thanks that we will have a photograph with Minister sir. Thank you all the LMS from Rajkot, from Indore, from Baroda, from Navsari, all the LMS, all our trainers who have come here, all our faculties who have come here, all students, all faculties, all the industrialists, and of course, the lady behind me, Aneri, thank you very much, being the anchor of the show. And my team, AMA, from each and every person, what sir told right now, from the person who has taken this step for the flower decoration to the execution, all AMA team members, thank you very much. See you next time soon with the help of Sanjay sir. RMC 2.0, we are ready, sir, with your guidance. If we have succeeded this time, please do give us a chance next time also. Thank you, sir. Thank you, my management, my board members, my president, sir, Savan, sir, my immediate past president, Radia, sir, all the office bearers who have been here, Mohal, sir, Prashant, sir. And this is an example of real leadership and management that I am here, they are there, and they are encouraging us do more, but get more people here in AMA, and that is what Savan sir always tells me. So, sir, this is for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to each and every person who was part of this conclave from start till end. Just want to, I started with